We're at the OVO Arena in Wembley tonight for Dan Azeez versus Joshua Buatsi. That's going to be our main event for the British and Commonwealth light heavyweight titles. We've also got some sensational undercard action as well, as Ben Whitaker, Azim, Caroline Dubois are all in action too. I'm Adam Cattrall. It's a pleasure to be in your company here in Wembley for this action-packed night. Looking forward to getting stuck into it alongside the one and only former world champion himself. The Cobra is in the house alongside me, Mr. Carl Froch. How are you, sir?
I'm very well, thank you.
Good to see you. And also the Omen here too, as ever, the one and only Mr. Spencer Oliver.
How are we doing, my friend? Yep, all good in the hood. Looking forward to this night tonight. Big fights coming up, full of action. The undercard's looking stacked as well.
The undercard is looking stacked. Let's get into that main event, which is going to be happening on talkSPORT just after 9 o'clock tonight. That's where we're going to be crossing over from, the talkSPORT 2 network, so make sure you come and join us for that. Main event, two lads that know each other rather well. They've sparred hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of rounds, but tonight it isn't a sparring session. This is an actual fight, Spence. You've been around it all throughout the course of the week. What are you making of the demeanour of both of these guys?
Do you know what? They're both up for it. They both know what they're going into. You know, they're both, you know, very polite, quiet individuals in many senses of the word. So, like, you know, it's been a quiet build-up. They've been both quite respectful. I think the first time we saw Joshua Buatsi get a little bit edgy was at the weigh-in. You know, and he was at that weigh-in and you saw him and he didn't want to shake hands with Dan Azeez. As you said there, you know, these guys have history. They go back a long, long way. They were old sparring partners. Joshua Buatsi, he was the guy that was the golden boy, you know, 2016 Olympics, bronze medal. Dan Azeez was really sort of like a guy that looked up to Buatsi. Buatsi was like a mentor for Dan Azeez, and as you said, they've sparred hundreds of rounds. Joshua Buatsi won most of those rounds. So it's a big, big ask tonight for Dan Azeez, but it's a fight that he believes he can win. He said he's been feeding off that. You know, he done it the hard way. He went to all the promoters, asked for a contract. None of the promoters wanted to know. He said that fed him, you know, that he went back to the drawing board, worked harder in the gym, done it the hard way, on the road, Southern area, English, British, Commonwealth, European, in the other guy's backyard, as the underdog. And it's led him to where he is today, you know, number 2 by the WBA. Joshua Buatsi's number 1, and the winner of this has got a huge, huge fight in front of him. So all on the line here, not just South London bragging rights.
The challenger this evening, Carl, Joshua Buatsi, obviously jumped to oral attention off the back of the 2016 Olympics, comes out of that with a medal, everybody's all on him, and then he has a really fast progression into the professional ranks. We have 25 months there where he's got 12 fights back-to-back, averaging one every 2 to 3 months, which is fantastic. But since that, at the back end of, or the midpoint of 2019, we've only seen him 5 times. Inactivity has really hampered and stuttered his career.
Yeah, well, he had the break, didn't he? He had the contractual break with his promotion. He stayed with Sky. Eddie Hearn shot off the DAZN. So when things like that happen, I don't know if there was any kind of legal dispute or if there's actually something ongoing with that. I haven't really been following the story that much, but it's meant that Joshua Buatsi has not been as busy as I'd like to have seen him for a rising talent and a star. I mean, Olympic medalist, you'd expect him to be fast-tracked, as he was being, and then go on to, from sort of domestic honours to world honours. And this is where he's at now. He's an eliminator for the WBA world title. But forget what Dan Azeez has done in the past, forget what Joshua Buatsi has done. Because it's an eliminator for a big fight moving forward, I think you could throw it all out the window. I'm making Buatsi a slight favourite, but this is going to bring the best out of both fighters, and they're both really, really up for it. And it's got that little bit of needle as well, which always adds to the spice. So I'm really looking forward to this one.
Battle of South London, as Carl's just alluding to there. Regarding Joshua Buatsi, Spence, it does feel like it's a now or never type of moment. Dan Azeez, we keep putting ceilings on him and he keeps pushing through those ceilings, and maybe tonight's another one of those where he's got to exceed all our expectations. But from a Buatsi point of view, we expect him to be winning British, Commonwealth, European type of titles and challenging for the world honours. He has to do the business tonight.
Yeah, he certainly does. You know, Dan Azeez is one of those guys that sort of, you know, fed off being the underdog, you know, and that's what's got him to where he is today. Joshua Buatsi, it's been expected of him, and there's huge pressure on his shoulders here tonight. You know, he's been talking in the build-up all week about the pressure not being on him and him not seeing himself as the favourite, but he knows, Azeez knows what's went on in that gym. They know how them sparring sessions went. So Buatsi knows that he starts the big favourite here. The bookies recognise that as well. He's a 4-to-1 on favourite with the bookies. So huge pressure on his shoulders right now.
But from an Azeez point of view, and you've been in this situation yourself, when you are the, let's say, on the receiving end of some spars that don't necessarily go your way, you end up fighting the guy that has had those spars in a real competitive fight. You've had to do it the hard way. You might have a little bit of a chip on your shoulder. Tonight's not about a spar session. Tonight's about dragging this into a fight, isn't it?
Absolutely, and I'll tell you where they're both at and their mindsets are both at, well, especially Dan Azeez. Dan Azeez said to me earlier on in the week, he said, listen, Spence, this is where I'm at. I know I'm the underdog. Me and Joshua Buatsi, we both know how them sparring sessions went. He said, but I'm prepared to go to deep, dark waters. I will bite down on my gum shield. When it gets tough, I'm going to come through that. If I take Joshua Buatsi there, is he prepared to go there? Because he thinks that he's got my number. He thinks that, you know, all those sparring sessions that went his way, he's got my number. But on fight night, with everything that's around it, all the pressure that's added to it, he said, this is going to be a different turnout. And I will go, and I'm prepared to go where I have to go. Let's see if Buatsi is. That's going to be the interesting thing. If we get into them penultimate rounds, 10, 11, 12, and Dan Azeez is still there, and he's still pushing, and still forcing the pace, you know, how does Buatsi get over that? You know, what sort of psychological damage would that do? Because fights are won and lost in those rounds, and it's not the physicalities that win those fights, it's the mental side of things. The guy that can come through that mental pressure.
From a bragging rights point of view, Carl, obviously you've been there and done it and got the T-shirt on the very highest level. World titles galore, and I'm sure people do talk to you about those world title fights. But it's the one that they always come back to you about, the bragging rights of Britain, the Battle of Britons that you were in, i.e. against George Grove. So they're the fights that people come and talk to you now that the career's over.
Absolutely, not just that as well. For me personally, I mean, that's great to have a British domestic. I've just seen George Groves over there actually working for Sky, and he looks smart. He's got a bit of timber on him, but me and him are good mates. We get on, and we always talk about our fights like at length because we do a little tour. But I love the British title. I love the fact that I've got the British title on the top of my shelf, and I won that belt outright because I defended it 3 times. And it means a lot when the person you're fighting is from Britain, and them bragging rights, they go a long way. If someone comes in from overseas, beats you or you beat them and they go away, it doesn't really have that mental effect. Well, it does for me anyway. And when it's 2 British guys, I think it means a lot, and it is the bragging rights. And you've got to walk around your hometown, and somebody's local or somebody's still in the country, you've got to listen to them and see them. So this is why I said earlier, regardless of how they performed before, and we know Buatsi's the favourite, he's got more amateur pedigree, and we're expecting him to maybe do the business. But Dan Azeez is going to outperform himself tonight. He's really going to go for it, and that's why we've got the best seat in the house, because we're sat here ringside, and I can't wait for this one.
Yeah, really looking forward to it. Regarding the co-main event this evening, Spence, you've been around Azim, a guy that we've been one of the hot prospects. We've been talking about him quite a lot. Tonight on paper, it's his toughest test. There's no doubt about that, because he's taking on Poulsen. Poulsen was the former EBU champion, didn't lose it in the ring. He had it taken away from him, and tonight he's back to try and beat Azim for that title.
Absolutely, as you rightly said there, you know, Poulsen, he did not lose that title in the ring. He thinks that that's still his. He thinks that he still deserves that. You know, I think that Azim done incredibly well winning the European title in his 10th fight against Frank Petterjan.
Go on, get it off your chest. Get it off your chest. Yeah, do it.
Broke my long-standing 26-year record.
There you go.
In winning that European title. So, yeah, that took me a little bit of getting over, to be fair. But if someone was going to take that title, Azim is the kid. You know, I think he is a superstar of the future, and we'll find out exactly where he's at right now against Poulsen, who's a good fighter. 14 fights, 14 wins, 5 of those inside the distance. European champion, come to reclaim that European title. Is Azim ready for the big guys, you know, the top dogs? You look at, you know, like people like Devon Haney, Javonte Davis, Ryan Garcia. They're the sort of names he's got to deal with on the world stage. So this is a good learning, development sort of time. I think Azim needs to stay around this sort of level for a little while, but Poulsen is a live wire, and this will be a decent fight.
Who else are you looking forward to on the undercard, Spence? Ben Whitaker, Caroline Dubois, is that where you're at?
Oh, come on, look, Ben Whitaker, Caroline Dubois. Look, if you look at the undercard here, when you've got Azim, Ben Whitaker, Caroline Dubois, we'll never see all these people on the same card again, because they're all headliners. They're all going to be headlining their own events. Ben Whitaker, light heavyweight, 5-0, 4 KOs, Olympic silver medalist. a little bit of a stop-start career through injury, but now he's on the road and he's ready to go. This is where Ben Whitaker's at. This is how good he's at. He's got his eye on the loser of this contest. He says, listen, I could beat these two now. I'm ready for that. But, you know, he said it's just about getting a couple of more fights under my belt, getting the distance under my belt, and Whitaker wants to make a statement tonight. I'm sure he's going to do that. We know he's the showman. Caroline Dubois defending her IBO title against Miranda Reyes as well. That's a great fight. Reyes has just beat two former world champions, but Caroline Dubois, the star of the future, you know, she's been eyeing up people like Katie Taylor, Chantel Cameron. They're the sort of fights that she wants. So it's a huge card here tonight, stacked card. Really looking forward to it.
Absolutely. A little bit of heavyweight action as well with Jamie TKV. He's going to step in the ring very, very shortly. We'll keep you across everything that he's been getting on with. But there's some other big talking points as well that have been going on in the world of boxing, none more so in the last 24 hours, hearing that the heavyweight championship of the world, the undisputed heavyweight championship of the world, is going to be pushed back to a later date. Feb 17th is not happening. Tyson Fury unable to proceed with that date as he suffered an injury during his training camp and won't be facing Alexander Usyk on Feb 17th. Initial thoughts when the news came through yesterday, Carl. Obviously every single fan that has been waiting for this for the best part of 20 odd years, an undisputed heavyweight title fight, that is, incredibly disappointed.
Absolutely, I was bitterly disappointed because I really have been looking forward to this one, and initially I didn't think it would happen. I mentioned it on my my own YouTube channel, Frotch on Fighting. I get a little plug in there, but I did mention it, and I said I don't think this fight can happen, not because I thought he was going to get injured. I thought he'd pull out with an injury like an arm or a shoulder or a bad back, just to give himself more time. But to actually see this cut on his eye, I'm like, is that the cut from the Otto Wallin fight that opened up? Why is he sparring sloppy with no face protector on? Why is he putting himself in a position 2 weeks out of the fight, looking sloppy in that sparring that I've seen? But I don't know whether to take into that sparring session and the footage that I've seen, how real to take that. I don't know how much credibility to give it, because even the picture looks like an old picture. I mean, he looks in fantastic shape from what I've seen. So until I've seen him have an interview with an eye stitched up, I'm still a bit of a conspiracy theorist in terms of what's gone off. But I'm devastated. The fight's been cancelled. It's off. It's delayed. And I'm worried, is it even going to ever happen? Because anything can happen in the landscape of this heavyweight division.
Yeah. Cobra, I'd like to come in on that one. So I saw that footage as well, and I think that was legitimate. The shot that landed looked like it was shot and he went through with that elbow. But you know, when you're talking about, you know, what sort of footage was that, where was that, I actually saw him on the hospital bed getting stitched up as well. So I do believe.
Well, you visibly saw him on there.
No, I didn't. But I've seen all the pictures and the video footage. So
I watched John F. Kennedy get shot, and now the FBI's opened the file, and we're not sure. So I need to see Fury having a conversation with stitches in his eye.
But what I'm saying is, I think that it was a legitimate shot that opened his eye, and not the, you know, we're all upset that we haven't got this undisputed fight, and I agree with you in many senses. You know, why was you sparring like that with 2 weeks out without the proper head protecting stuff like the facial protection and whatnot? But I just think it was one of those unfortunate
Well, listen,
things.
the bottom line is the fight's off and we're all devastated.
Yeah.
So, but when does the fight happen now? Because Usyk's probably going to fight. Where will he fight? Will he fight Hrgovic? Will he fight somebody like that? And then you've got Anthony Joshua fighting Ngannou.
Yeah.
I just think the landscape changes, because we wanted to see Fury win, or Usyk probably, I don't know, close one. But we wanted to see Anthony Joshua ultimately maybe in with Fury. And now we're so far away from that happening. It's devastating.
It is devastating. And listen, you brought something up there that I think we have to tackle, because since this news broke yesterday, I've been on the radio on several occasions, obviously giving my opinion on it and trying to relay facts back to fans and what have you. And you go on social media and you see the conspiracy theorists. They're all out there, they all doubt in various bits and bats. And the reason for that, in my opinion, is that when you're consistently inconsistent, as Tyson Fury maybe has been over a long period of time.
The boy who cried wolf springs to mind.
Well, you end up getting the backlash from the fans, and you've got to hold that. Also, as well, when you're on record having a go at another fighter, when you were booked to fight him and he ended up getting a cut and he ended up pulling out of a fight, then the backlash is going to come back. I'm referring obviously to the David Haye fight back in 2013. Listen, the cold hard facts are quite simple at the end of the day. Fighters get hurt in training. I'm sure you boys have been in that situation as well. They do get hurt in training. Frank Warren was on talkSPORT last night, and he said that incident that we've all seen the video or the picture from happened yesterday. Now, I operate on believe none of what you hear and half of what you see type of scenario. However, when you actually look at the video and you look at the ring mat that they are fighting on, you can see fire as part of the branding, undisputed as part of the branding, which insinuates that that is a ring of fire ring mat that they're all working on there. So that obviously corroborates what Frank was basically saying, that the incident took place yesterday. Tyson Fury is, despite people on social media saying that he wasn't wearing a headguard, we know that he has sparred in the past without a headguard. He is wearing a headguard in that particular video, isn't it? And he is supposed to be sparring incredibly hard 2 weeks out from the biggest fight of his entire life. He quite obviously gets clipped by an elbow. The hand misses, it's an elbow that clips him just on the eyebrow. We know that he's got a bit of scar tissue in that area from the Otto Wallen fight. Has that been reopened off the back of that clip? Everything that has been presented as to why February 17th isn't happening kind of is consistent given the information we've been having over the last 24 hours. Now, obviously, I completely get the disappointment from the fans. What's the point in getting angry about it? If anybody should be wanting to pick holes in this thing, given the way that they've been treated from all these people involved, should be me. But I'm of that thing where let's deal with facts, take emotion out of it. We've been presented with X, Y, and Z. Stories have been given to us as to why certain things have fallen off, and we've got to take that at face value. Frank Warren was on talkSPORT yesterday. He said that it's going to be rescheduled. Turki Al-Sheikh, the man with the money in the Middle East, has been on social media. He says it's going to be rescheduled. We've waited 24 years for it, haven't we? What's another 6 months?
Yeah, totally. Yeah, listen, I agree with you.
Can I just say really quickly, it's 6 months that I think Tyson Fury may not have. I think he's struggling to get them extra pounds off to get down to his optimum fight weight. He's slowing down. He doesn't throw as many feints. His feet are slower. He's been dropped 4 times in his last 70 rounds. And another 6 months could be really detrimental to him. If he's serious about boxing and if he still has got the desire, which I don't think he has, the last thing he needs is a 6-month break.
If you're Alexander Usyk, do you take a fight in the interim while Tyson Fury's eye is being healed?
Yes, if the money's there for Saudi, because he's got to keep busy. He's 37. I know he's 2 years older than Fury, actually, but it's the miles on the clock, and he lives the Spartan lifestyle, Usyk. He's not got the miles on the clock that Tyson Fury's got. I think the Deontay Wilder fight took a lot of steam out, a lot of wind out the sails of Fury, and his lifestyle. Don't forget, when he beat Klitschko for the title, he had a 3-year bender. He was gone, wasn't he? He put weight on. He was doing things he shouldn't have been doing. He was in a bad place. He's back from that, and he's been doing fantastic, but you break his resume down, look at his CV, look at what he's been doing in the last 12, 18, 24 months, and it doesn't set him up for a fight with who I consider to be probably the best heavyweight at the minute.
I think that we do see Alexander Usyk fighting on February the 17th. I think it's Filip Hrgović that he goes in with. Filip Hrgović has actually come out and said, yes, I'm ready, I want the fight. I think they'll want to keep that show alive. So I believe that Hrgović, obviously, who is the mandatory, the guy that goes, I want it. It makes total sense. We get Alexander Usyk, Filip Hrgović. To answer your questions about Tyson Fury and whether he ever fights again, look, a cut, and it was a bad cut, and it's a deep cut, and it's on an existing cut, the one that he did get from Otto Wallen.
It looks like it is, doesn't it?
So the scar tissue, as Cole will be able to tell you, the scar tissue is not as strong. So that, you know, it's going to take time to heal, probably 3-4 months. And I think the $1 million question here is, can Tyson Fury stay focused, keep himself in any sort of condition? Because you're talking about 3-4 months before he can spar again. Then he starts sparring again. Then he's got to go through that whole process of hoping the cut doesn't open again. So, will he fight again? The question is, it depends on how that scar is, how that scar holds up.
As well as all that, as Carl's just alluded to there, right? December 23rd, we had AJ Wilder Parker. The reason for that was to set up AJ Wilder, wasn't it? And obviously that's now not going to materialise, because you can't really play with the matchmaking in boxing, because it doesn't always work out as you expect it to work out. You're hitting the nail on the head there. We have got a situation now where we were 2 weeks away from the undisputed fight, Fury-Usyk. That would really crown who the main guy is in this heavyweight division right now, in this era. It's not going to materialise. If Usyk has another fight, we don't know if he's going to get clipped. We don't know if he's going to get beat off someone like Hrgović or whoever he ends up getting in the ring with. The landscape completely changes, because then, like you've just said, AJ fights Ngannou. Does that propel him forward? Does Ngannou beat AJ? We don't know. So when he comes back, Tyson Fury, off the fixing of his eye, August time, approximately September, it's going to look very, very different. Is that fight viable? Does that fight happen straight away?
Listen, Catman, you're talking about fights there. You go AJ Ngannou. What happens if Ngannou turns AJ over? What if Filip Hrgovic beats Alexander Usyk? What I'm saying is these are not mission impossibles. You know, Filip Hrgovic is a decent fighter, and he would have only stepped up and took this fight if he was in condition. So,
well, I think that's the point Adam was making, though, to be fair. I mean, he's saying the landscape's changing, and this fight may never happen now between Usyk and Fury, and that's a dying shame.
Absolutely it is.
Yeah.
Because, like you say, we don't know what how severe the cut is, how long it's going to take, and during that period of time, these lads are all going to fight. It's heavyweights, they only need one clip and they go, don't they?
Yeah.
So, who will be the champion? Who will hold the belt? Who will be in the prime position? And can they renegotiate and get that fight back on? Listen, I believe everything Frank says. I believe everything Mr. Turkey Al-Sheikh says, right? But we can't predict the future. We can't predict it's going to look like in August or September.
We've been trying to do that for 3 years, and look what's happened. You know, we've been trying to get this undisputed fight for 3 years. We thought we was going to get it with AJ versus Fury going back probably 3 years now.
Only
you
5
know,
years. AJ Fury was a 5-year. I was talking about that.
That's what I'm saying. So the landscape has moved so much in the heavyweight division. We think Turkey Al-Sheikh and the Saudi investment and the backing, we think, right, we're going to get the fights that we wanted. And then something like this happens. It's like, but this is out of control, out of the hands of everybody. It's just a freak accident.
John Rowling is calling the fights for us this evening. I just want
here quietly.
Yeah, I just want to bring you in for a split second, John, if I may, because obviously you've covered all of Tyson Fury's career from right at the very, very start. You've seen the rise, you've seen the bumps in the road, and obviously you've seen what he's done recently. Where do you think he's at regarding the mentality side of stuff? Comes over this injury, do you think he'll be wanting straight away, let's get straight back in and try and make this Usyk fight as quickly as we possibly can?
Well, I'm a big believer in boxing that you go on what you've actually seen rather than what you've been told. And for me, his greatest performance by a distance was that second Deontay Wilder fight in Las Vegas, when he hooked up with Sugar Hill Stewart, changed his tactics, became the aggressor, and effectively fought a completely different fight. The third fight against Wilder, I think, was a really damaging fight for both of them, and I don't think they've been the same since. And on the evidence of what we've seen, he fought Chisora, he fought White, he fought Ngannou, and let's be honest, in each of those three, he didn't look great. So on the basis of what I've seen, I'd say he's not in as good a place now as he was back in 2021. But whether he can regain that, who knows? You know, you're again then into the bounds of speculation about whether or not he can attain the sort of fantastic mindset that he had in Las Vegas in 2021 for when he finally sets in against Usyk. And again, on the basis of what I've seen over a pretty long career watching these things, more often than not, fighters, particularly when they've not lived the life, don't really find it very easy to come back and attain those heights.
And in 6 months, it's going to be even less motivated. I think the desire's diminishing. Watching him on that Netflix series, he struggles with motivation mentally, Tyson Fury, and I just think this is going to set him back, and I really do worry for his future. And you mentioned there the Chisora fight. That was the third time he fought Derek Chisora.
Yeah.
A pointless fight at the time. I said, why is he fighting him? Was that at Wembley Arena? Was it Wembley Stadium?
Tottenham. It was at
Tottenham. That Tottenham, was it?
Tottenham
Stadium, wasn't it?
Yeah, stadium.
So that should be a massive fight against somebody who's already beaten twice. I was criticising Bricktop, Frank Warren, because of that. And it's like, people will say, well, he can fight who he wants. Well, no, he can't. If he's fit and capable and able to fight, he should be fighting real contenders. And Derek Chisora, for me, was a gimme fight and pointless. And now here we are in the biggest fight in heavyweight boxing in the last 20 years, because it was done in '96 with Lewis, I believe.
99
was the undisputed, the unification heavyweight fight. And now it's been demolished because of a silly, lackadaisical clash or an elbow in sparring, which I'm still yet to see the evidence of. I'm sorry, but I still want to see Tyson Fury with his eye stitched up.
Interestingly there, what John mentioned there about Tyson Fury and, you know, that trilogy that he had with Deontay Wilder and what it's taken out of him. You go, well, you look at Deontay Wilder in his last fight against Joseph Parker, and you could see that actually that trilogy had taken everything out of him. So
yeah,
it must have had some sort of effect on Tyson Fury as well, because they were 3 wars. That will go down in history. That trilogy was a great trilogy, and that would have taken out a lot out of both of them. I mean, Deontay Wilder against Joseph Parker last time out was a shell of his former self, and you just wonder if that has had that effect on Tyson Fury as well.
What does this news yesterday do for Anthony Joshua? He's preparing for something in March. You know him quite well. What do you think?
Yeah, listen, Anthony Joshua's just focused on what he's got to do, who he's got to fight, and I think that his main objective is to become a 3-time world heavyweight champion, and whoever that is, and he's prepared to fight whoever he wants to fight to get there. I mean, look, we was looking at the undisputed. Anthony Joshua's going in against Francis Ngannou, but what Joshua's got now that Tyson Fury never had when he boxed Ngannou is that he now knows what he's going in against. Tyson Fury was going in there really blindfolded because he didn't know how good he was in this discipline, which is boxing. So I think that Fury, there's no fear factor in a fighter. Forget that they're training and everything else, and Fury turned up in Saudi Arabia and, he's turned up like a king and he's bowling around and doing what he thinks, I'm going in there, I'm going to play with this guy, he's never boxed before. I'm going to go in there, and all of a sudden he thinks, hold on a minute, this guy's controlling the space, he's got a great boxing IQ, and he can whack, he's had me on the floor, so it all went sort of horribly wrong. Joshua knows what he's up against now. He won't take those chances, so he'll pay Ngannou the respect that he deserves. So I think that Joshua will be more cautious, and I think he'll win that fight and win it quite comfortably because he knows what he's going into as opposed to what Fury was going into. Joshua comes through that fight, then he puts himself back in the mix, doesn't he? I mean, now especially with Fury, on the sidelines, it is wide open.
Listen, Anthony Joshua, from my point of view, if you want my 10 pence worth, I think he's sitting back, Anthony Joshua, licking his lips. He's in the prime seat because he can relax now. He's got to go and do a job against Ngannou, which, come on, I know Ngannou gave Tyson Fury a bit of a tough fight and he dropped him, but Fury was awful in that fight and still won. They're very close. Ngannou was better than what anybody thought he would be, but AJ really knows if he focuses, gets behind his jab and sticks to his boxing, the boxing ability that got him that Olympic gold medal and then went on to win him them 2 world titles, he'll beat Ngannou comfortably. He can make an easy night's work of it. As hard as it could be for him, he could make it easy if he believes in himself. And on the back of his last performance against Varlin, I think he's going in there with a good, solid mindset. He'll be reading the news or seeing the news that Tyson Fury's now got a cut, and he'll be looking at Usyk, who he's lost to twice. He'll be thinking, Usyk's 37 years old. I've just got to go in there, take care of Ngannou. I can sit back and wait and see what these two get up to. And I'm in the hot seat, I'm in the prime spot. In the meantime, he's earning an absolute fortune. He must be absolutely loving life. And fair play to Anthony Joshua. He's been beat, but he's sitting there now in the hot seat thinking, all I've got to do is do a job on Ngannou, then sit back and see how it unfolds. And he'll probably happily fight Usyk again because it'll be for mega money, and that's a fight that he'll probably want to put right. But unfortunate for AJ, and I'm not going to just give him stick for the sake of it. I'm not saying he can't beat Usyk, but if he fights Usyk, the writing's on the wall. But Usyk is getting older, he's 37. I know he's a Spartan, he lives. Look at Beterbiev, he's 40 years old, and he's an absolute machine. He lives and breathes the sport. He's the consummate professional. So there's not many miles on the clock for Usyk in terms of ring damage in the professional ring. Although he's been around for years and he's had hundreds of fights, amateur and pro. I just think that this is a good spot for Anthony Joshua to be in. Listen to the news that Tyson Fury might be about finished, and Usyk actually has got to hang around a little bit, maybe have a fight with Usyk, Hrgovic, and then what's he going to do? So it's interesting, but I honestly can't see Tyson Fury, as much as I want it to happen, I just can't see him fighting Usyk now, and I'm devastated because of that, because that is a great fight.
Absolutely, it's a great fight. Fingers crossed it does materialise at some point later on this year. I'm sure there'll be plenty more over the next 7 days on talkSPORT about this scenario. Obviously, we found out yesterday the news. Feb 17th is off. Tyson Fury versus Alexander Usyk for the undisputed heavyweight champion of the world will not materialise on that date. Tyson Fury cuts, and hopefully he gets himself fit and healthy, and we're getting back in the ring sometime soon. One of my favourite YouTube channels on the planet is Frotch on Fighting. Absolutely, one of the best, my man.
Thank you very much. I thought I was going to have to squeeze a plug in there, and you're going to give it.
No, I'll give you.
That's too easy.
But, well, you know, I like the way that you break down fights. I like the way that you give that honest answers on fights, and I also like the way that you respond to people having a bit of a dig at you as well.
Well, like John Fury.
I've seen a little bit of that this week.
The fighting man, 100 on the hard road. Tyson Fury's dad. Listen,
how did it all come about?
Plays his character, doesn't he? I don't know, I think he was asked a couple of questions, Something that I said about Tyson, similar to what I've said tonight about he's on the slide, he's past his best. I analysed a couple of his fights. I watched his fights from when we talked about the Deontay Wilder fight, when he was throwing 20, 30 feints every round. He was bouncing on his toes, he was putting combinations together. He was moving a lot. Now he's slowing down, he's throwing less feints, he's killing the clock, and he's been dropped 4 times in his last 70 rounds. And when you look at statistics and facts, the one thing about them, they do not lie. And I think Tyson Fury is on the slide. I pointed that out quite articulately, I thought, and honestly, and people don't like honesty because it hurts, because you can't get away from the truth. The truth shall set you free. And John Fury heard a bit of truth, home truths. He's protecting his son, fair enough, but don't come for the Cobra. That's a bad move.
So, obviously, they were a little bit responsive. If anybody wants to see that response, they can catch it on Frotch on Fighting. Yeah?
Absolutely.
There you go. Quality stuff. Listen, other bits and bats that are going on this evening over in Las Vegas, of course. Conor Benn is back in action, Spence. He's taking on Peter Dobson over at the Cosmopolitan. Johnny Fisher, friend of our show, is also on there as well, making his debut in Las Vegas. Listen, we've been very vocal about it. We all want some type of conclusion, a resolution to the Conor Benn scenario. We are told, and this is a good thing, that the appeals process is going to be going through this month. So whether we're happy, whether we're not happy, whatever it may be, it seems at the end of this month we're going to have some type of conclusion on this scenario.
Catman, we need a conclusion on it, you know, because there's, you know, forget the fact that he's not, you know, jurisdiction lifted the ban from Conor Benn, but he hasn't cleared his name, and that's where we're at with it right now. You know, do I think he should be fighting? No, I don't think he should be fighting. I think he should have presented himself in front of the British Boxing Board of Control, cleared his name so he can get on with his journey, but he's not. He's taken a different route. They've taken him out to America. He's headlining a bill on a small show out in Las Vegas. Johnny Fisher, fair play to him. He's getting the experience. Good luck to him for doing that. I love Johnny Fisher. But Conor Benn, no, he shouldn't be boxing right now. He should be clearing his name with the British Boxing Board of Control.
I'm going to come back to that story in a moment. We just got a little bit of breaking news. Tyson Fury, Alexander Usyk, for all the marbles heavyweight world title has been rescheduled. We have a date already, May the 18th in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. That has come from Turki Al-Sheikh. He has just announced that. I believe he's actually on the Ariel Helwani show as we speak right now. So May the 18th. That seems really, really close to where we're at right now, given the magnitude of that cut.
Absolutely, but I tell you one thing that it does do, though, it keeps Tyson Fury's career alive, and I'll tell you why it keeps Fury's career alive, because he's got a date to focus on, and that's the big problem with Tyson Fury. When he's got no focus, no direction in life, that's when he struggles, you know, not just physically, but mentally. And I think that him having that date will do him good, because it'll keep him on track, and then it's all down to, you know, how that cut heals, when it heals, whether he can get the right preparation in, and when he does get that right preparation in, hence sparring, whether it holds up. But look, at least he's got the date and something to focus on.
Listen, my initial reaction to that, great that we got a date, great that we're straight back in the mix of it all. May the 18th does seem very, very close to where we're at right now. That's a nasty cut that we saw from the pictures and the video. That's going to take a little bit of healing. Big fight like we're talking about, you're going to need a proper camp, some proper sparring, some proper work. Listen, I hope that we get it on May the 18th. Like you say, it gives us all the focus, it gives us all a little bit of a pick-me-up after the disappointment of yesterday. It just feels a little bit tight, that day.
Listen, that date's really convenient that they've announced the date so soon to it being like the date being devastated. Everybody's upset, infuriated, and deflated that this undisputed heavyweight title fight is not happening. So what did they do? They come out of a date, May 18th.
Yeah.
Take that with a pinch of salt. They're giving us something to think about, they're giving us something to talk about, and to keep the dream alive and keep all the fans intrigued. That date is something that's been plucked out of the air, and I think we're being paid lip service, because you can't say May 18th, because you don't know what Fury is going to be doing now for the next 2 months and how that eye's going to heal. It's nice that they've got a date and they've put it in there and they still want it to happen, but to be honest, I don't get excited when I hear that.
Do you not think, though, that, you know, that could give Tyson Fury focus? And I think that's the main objective behind this, giving him a date so soon. I'm with you, Cole. You know, maybe that is too soon.
It perhaps also deflects the possibility of Usyk going elsewhere. You know, he's got a date in there, so maybe the temptation of going and fighting Hrgovic or something, or going in another direction is taken away.
I think he needs to have a meaningful fight.
I think February the 17th is still going ahead though, and I do think Alexander Usyk headlines that fight. So I think that I do think.
Do you think?
Oh, absolutely.
Why risk it?
I believe
if you've got a date of May the 18th, I mean, we saw this with Tyson, didn't we? He told us that after Ngannou, I'm already going to fight December the 23rd. And it didn't materialise because of what happened in the Ngannou situation. So why would he risk it? Why would
he would be, because he's in shape and he'll believe that he can beat any heavyweight in the world, and he'll go, listen, that date is great. I don't know if that fight is ever going to materialise from Tyson Fury, because you've got to look at the cut and how bad that is. And, you know, and there's a lot of, you know, ifs, buts and maybes whether that date happens on the 18th. So why would he risk the 17th on the basis that the 18th may never happen anyway?
Unless he's getting paid handsomely for this fight in Feb 17th, and he can fight a nobody, if you like a journeyman type fighter, someone who's ranked maybe just outside the top 10 and still get paid good money, then I think what Usyk will do, he'll fight a meaningful name. I think he'll take on a Hrgovic because he's serious about the game and he's 37 years old. He's not going to have a tick-over fight or warm-up fight. I know the mindset. I lost to Andre Ward. I was offered an easy fight to make my fight back on UK soil, and I took on Lucian Buatsi because for me I needed a title fight. I needed to be back in the mix, and I think Usyk's of that same warrior Spartan mindset. He's going to want to fight someone like Hrgovic. Is he IBF or is he the IBF champ?
IBF mandatory,
number one.
Yeah.
So this is a big fight and a meaningful fight for Usyk. They'll be confident he can win, and it keeps him in there then. And if Fury decides to retire between now and this phantom date that's just been announced, then at least he's in the prime spot on the hot seat. Like I say, I take that date with a pinch of salt, and I think Usyk needs to stay busy in meaningful fights, because he's toward the end of his career. At 37 years old, as fresh as I think he is, his mind is still going to be focusing on maximising the income and going out on the crest of a wave at the end of his career. You don't need to take stupid fights, but he can't take journeyman fights now at 37.
Cobra, do you believe that that's a realistic date, February the 17th? Usyk versus Filip Hrgovic.
I don't think Hrgovic is ready for him in 2 weeks' notice.
No, Hrgovic come out today and said, I'm ready, let's do it, I'm ready to go.
Of course he is, he's going to get paid, but I don't think he'll be physically ready. He might say he's ready.
The fight does happen, that's what I'm saying.
The fight could happen, and I think it'll be a great fight for Usyk because it's a good name for him, and I think he is far superior to Hrgovic. Hrgovic is a good fighter, don't get me wrong, and he's a big, strong heavyweight. We've seen him fight, we know his capabilities, but he's not Usyk level. Usyk will deal with him comfortably, in my opinion. And it's a good fight for both of them because Usyk gets a name on his record, he keeps himself in the world mix. Hrgovic gets paid, and you know, I don't think he really believes in himself going into this on 2 weeks' notice.
And the turnaround time to May the 18th?
No, it's too quick, too fast. I mean, if Usyk comes through that unscathed, maybe yes, but I think it's too quick for Tyson Fury. It's 12 weeks from Feb 17th. It gives them 3 months from Feb 17th, and Tyson Fury's not going to be able to go in the ring and spar for at least another probably 8 weeks, maybe even 10 weeks. And if he doesn't get his face protected, listen, there's so many invariables to this sport. Yeah. But let's just focus on Usyk still fighting, hopefully Hrgovic, which is still a meaningful fight, but Hrgovic, unfortunately, isn't preparing for Usyk. He's not had enough time.
Yeah. Wow. Breaking news there. There you go. We've got a little bit of breaking news on the show. May 18th, just in case you just tuned in, we've been told from Turkey El Sheikh that the rescheduling of the Undisputed Heavyweight Championship fight between Tyson Fury and Alexander Usyk will take place in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, May 18th. You just heard what the boys thought on the quick turnaround of that. Right, back to the Conor Benn conversation. Unless you've got some more information there for me. No?
No, it's just information about the rescheduled fight there, May the 18th, and about people pulling out of the fight. If anyone pulls out the fight, is that a 10 million?
If somebody pulls out, yeah, the other one will receive a 10 million bonus. There's millions of pounds running around everywhere, and floating around with his excellence, his bank balance. Seems to be chucking money left, right and centre. I think what you take off social media is you've got to just take it, like I said earlier, with a pinch of salt. Ignore it all until there's an official announcement made. And I think the May 18th was official. Was that put out there from
Turkey El Sheikh, yeah. He's on a radio show at the moment. And
so we'll look forward to that, but we'll just take it as it goes over the next few weeks. But Conor Benn,
yes,
which we was talking about, he's fighting this evening.
He's out in Las Vegas tonight, yeah. And the reason why he's out in Las Vegas tonight is because he doesn't currently hold a British Boxing Board of Control licence. As I said at the start of that little ditty, this month, according to Eddie Hearn, is when the appeal process with UK Anti-Doping and British Boxing Board of Control will be heard, we'll go through, and we will hopefully have some type of conclusion to the saga that has been going on.
Do we know when that date is?
Not exactly, but we've been told February.
It's in February.
Okay, so that will be very interesting to see how Robert Smith from the British Boxing Board of Control takes any kind of appeal information, and what transpires from that will determine as to whether or not Conor Benn can get on with his career on British soil, which is what we want to see.
Yeah.
But he's fighting in Vegas.
Yeah.
He's got an opponent that's unbeaten and full of confidence. And Conor Benn at the weigh-in for me and the press conference, he seems to be like really angry. I mean, he's got probably a right to be upset and angry, but
Mate, that's been going on for about the last 2 years. He's been angry for the last 2 years.
I thought he was extra angry.
Yeah.
But I'm looking forward to watching it and see how he goes, because I don't know, he talks a good one.
Yeah.
And he's talking about, he's chucking big names in the mix like Devon Haney and Crawford. For me, that's ridiculous. Don't chuck your name in the mix with them. And there's no disrespect to Conor Benn. He's still in the building process of his career.
Of course.
And he's had a massive gap because of this issue. And we just want to see him out there, and we want to see him working, but we want to see him go to work in Britain.
Well, yeah, exactly that. And what we want is a resolution to this situation. The thing that I keep thinking about is that this all could have been done. Right now, I look at it and I think that's a young man that was incredibly poorly advised, poorly advised. Right at the start of this, you flagged for clomiphene in 2 separate tests. What should have happened in that exact moment was just pump the brakes, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get to the bottom of this. I haven't done it on purpose. It's in my system though, so let's go through the process. Now you go through the process, and obviously with UK anti-doping, you've heard me speak till high heaven about strict liability and all this type of carry on. That's where an athlete is responsible for everything that is in their system. Now, he might not have put it in there on purpose. He might have put it in there accidentally. Either way, it's in your system, and therefore there is some type of retribution coming your way as per the British Boxing Board of Control and UK anti-doping. If, with his receipts, he can go there and say, listen, I've had a tainted supplement, I've eaten this food, blooming heck, this has happened. They might look at him and say, do you know something? The maximum ban for this is 4. We should be 2. Everything that you've said stacks up here, son. There's a bit of consistency. I tell you what, we'll give you 1 year, right? He'd have been fighting last July, mate.
Totally
with a
agree.
British Boxing Board of Control licence, back on British soil and cracking on with his career like thousands of other people have done.
With nowhere near as much negative press around.
Correct. Reputation still intact. People might have had doubts, but at the end of the day, he held his hands up. We go, mistakes happen, here we go, let's crack on.
How many other fighters have we seen it happen with?
Hundreds.
Tyson Fury, Canelo Alvarez, Dillian White, I mean, Roy Jones Jr. I mean, the list goes on,
Hundreds.
unfortunately, but Conor Benn has made a big deal of it because he's strongly in denial. But unfortunately, the UK anti-doping and the British Boxing Board of Control are not on the same page.
It's a mess. It is a mess, isn't it?
Total mess. You know, it was been handled terribly right from the offset, and I think Conor Benn himself as well handled it really badly by blaming everybody but apart from dealing with the situation himself and saying, listen, give us a reason. You know, it's called strict liability. You've got to talk about how that got into your system. Don't go around blaming everyone else. It's not our fault. We're just talking about it. And by stoking the fire, we're going to keep talking about it because it's no one else's fault apart from you, the team around you, because you have to explain it. And we still haven't had that explanation. You know, we're talking now and they've thrown that narrative out there that, oh, you know, Conor's cleared his name now. No, he hasn't cleared his name. Jurisdiction lifted the ban. And that's why he's boxing out in America, but he hasn't cleared his name. He has to go to the British Boxing Board of Control and explain how it was in his system. If you can't explain it, take it on the chin and get on with it, because that's what you have to do.
Well, hopefully we get some type of resolution throughout the course of this month. As we're being told, the appeals process will conclude at some point in February. John, you've been keeping an eye on the heavyweights that have just been throwing down for our entertainment in front of us. How did it all go, mate?
Well, it wasn't a great fight, to be quite honest. It was Jamie TKB who'd had a defeat prior to this, coming back from that. He lost in 6 rounds against the Brazilian. He was fighting against a big Ukrainian called Dubois, and he beat him on points, not terribly impressively. And frankly, he carries so much weight. He was gassing badly in a 6-rounder in rounds 5 and 6. He got through it, but only just. He won it, but it's certainly no performance to send shockwaves through the heavyweight division.
Top man, the dulcet tones of John rolling there. He's going to be calling you through a couple of fights that are coming very, very shortly here on talkSPORT 2. A little reminder that you can watch along with us tonight over on talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel. Congratulations to talkSPORT. Talk Boxing, by the way. The boys won silver at the Sports Podcast Awards. If I'd have been involved with that, they'd have won gold, let me tell you, all right? Anyway, stick with us, because we've got a bit of Ben Whitaker, Caroline Dubois and Adam Azim coming for you next, live on the talkSPORT network. You're listening to Fight Night on talkSPORT. We're on talkSPORT 2 for the time being. Don't forget at 9 o'clock we're going to be crossing over to the main channel for Dan Azeez versus Joshua Buatsi in the light heavyweight division. All set for a South London bragging right fight. Big eliminator as well with the WBA propelling the winner of this further forward towards World Championship status. Ben Whitaker, Caroline Dubois and Adam Azim are also going to be on the card, and we're going to be calling you through some of those fights very, very shortly. We've sent Spencer Oliver off into the crowd to speak to the who's who of the audience this evening. I'm led to believe that our very own Simon Jordan is actually going to be in attendance at some point tonight, so we'll get a little bit of a thought process from Simon when he arrives. Carl Froch on commentary as well. Carl, as we look ahead towards the main event this evening, what would you say is the keys to victory for both of these guys? You've got one guy, obviously, that throws the kitchen sink of it, high pressure, lots of rugged pressure from a Dan Azeez point of view, and then you've got the more Olympic-prone Joshua Buatsi. Beautiful jab, nice bit of footwork. At some point, you would imagine, though, Buatsi's going to get dragged into a fight.
Yeah, I think it's impossible to keep out of the way in a 12-round sport like boxing is. I mean, it used to be 15 rounds, and when it got dropped from 15 to 12, I can't remember who it was. Rob McCracken did tell me, and he said, there's 12 rounds and the 15 rounds. This is now, it's not a proper man sport. And I thought, what's he on about? And he said, I'm telling you, them 15 rounds, an extra 3 rounds separate the men from the boys. Right. Because it's taking it to the wire. But we're in a 12-round sport. But what I'm getting at is, sometimes when everything else is equal, like the skill set, I know Dan Azeez comes forward, he's rough and rugged and he's got a high work rate, but Buatsi's equally fit. But when that's all level and the skill set probably sits with Buatsi, I think it's down to who wants it more and who's got that belief. And I think Dan Azeez really, really wants this. He's been talking a good one. That doesn't mean he's going to go in there and win. But I think this fight really could go down to the wire. I think we're in for a real treat. It's going to be close.
Do you think it makes it easier for him, given the fact that they've sparred 100, 200 rounds or whatever it may be, and he's been on the wrong end of those spars, so he knows he's got to take it to deep water, whereas maybe Buatsi's like, I've done this a million times with this kid, I'm just going to go and do what I normally do.
I'm not so sure, because you know when you're sparring, a lot of people won't understand this unless they've been in there and done it. And I can sit here and I know I've been in there and done it. When you spar, you wear head guards and you wear 16-ounce gloves, sometimes 18-ounce. And you can do things in sparring and take risks and get hit with shots, and they don't really bother you. Now, I'll use my example with George Groves. I sparred him numerous rounds, and I always got the better of the spar. He clicked me with a couple of shots that I felt, but I thought to myself, when I hit him hard, he's on his back foot, he's looking for the clock and looking to get back to his corner for the rest. He doesn't like the pressure. When I jumped in the ring and sparred, when I actually fought him the first time in the Manchester Arena, he hit with a jab, and I thought, I'm trying not to swear, but I felt the jab and it hurt, and I thought, he's got a stiff jab, he can punch. Then he hit with a right hand, and you see what happened? I got flattened in round 1. The sparring's different to fighting, and on the fight night when the adrenaline's in there and the action starts kicking off, it doesn't really matter, because he's sparring whoever. He sparred rounds with Joshua Buatsi. Joshua Buatsi's got the better of him, but he's being outboxed, he's being manoeuvred, he's being outskilled. When you've got them 10-ounce gloves on and you get in somebody's face, after round 4 or 5, when you start to go flat-footed, when you start to breathe, it's a different sport. And I think Dan Azeez's got every chance. He will have to take it to him, and he will have to have success early, I think. But for me, this is anybody's fight. But I don't think Dan Azeez will be worried about the bad spars he's had with Buatsi, because once you get in there under them lights, them hot lights, and the referee's there, and you start exchanging level, you start feeling the punches, you feel the knuckles through the gloves when you're boxing real. Rob McCracken said to me, sparring is the closest thing you can get to fighting. That's why you have to spar. And then he also said, but it's nothing like fighting. It's nothing like it, and it's not.
Listen, we're going to get more on that fight with Carl very, very shortly. Let's get into the crowd with Spence, shall we? I believe he's with Florian Marku. Is that right? Over to you, Spence.
Yep, I'm here with Florian Marku, guys. Florian, how are you, my friend?
I'm very good, my friend. How are you?
Yeah, I'm very, very good. Listen, what news have you got for us? Chris Congo, I hear that fight has been made now. Have we got a date for that?
Not yet. They give us 2 days. I say to the both of days, yes. Now we wait for the next week. I think they're going to announce it.
All right, brilliant. Well, listen, there's someone I wanted to ask you about, Conor Benn. You've talked about him in the past, wanting to box him. He goes in tonight against Peter Dobson. What's your thoughts on that?
I think this guy doesn't matter because his legs was shaking. I think he's tough. He's coming, how he said, from the hood. And I say he will bring the hard fight from Ben, but I think he's gonna get it through, and maybe he stop him after 5-6 rounds.
Listen, what's your thoughts on Conor Benn, this whole situation, you know, with, you know, the foul tests, etc., and him taking himself off over to America. Is that fight you still want? And what's your thoughts on him boxing right now?
Of course I want it, the people want it, everybody want it, and now with all this situation, what happened with him, I think the UK fans, maybe they're gonna support me a little bit more than before, and I'm happy. I believe him that he didn't took nothing, maybe it was a mistake, but doesn't matter, now he's clean, he's ready to fight. I wish him good luck tonight, but yeah, I will be waiting for him.
Listen, we're in the OVO Arena, Wembley Stadium. Wembley Arena. It's getting packed in here now. What a fight we got tonight for the light heavyweights. Joshua Buatsi goes in against Dan Azeez. Who do you see winning that one?
I will tell you the truth, it's a 50-50 fight. I can't choose either one. I wish to the both of guys, I know them both, and I wish them a good luck, both of them.
Brilliant. Listen, Florian, looking forward to your fight with Chris Congo. Guys, back to you.
Spencer Oliver there having a chat with Florian Marcoux. Let's get into the ring with Big Mo.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 10 two-minute rounds, and it is for the IBO Lightweight Championship of the World. Promoted by Ben Shalom and Boxer. Our referee in charge from the bell rings, Michael Alexander. Our supervisor, Felix Rox. Our area representative, Barry Freeman. Our timekeeper, Stephen Pucci. And our judges at ringside, Howard Foster, Jegos Molenda, and Olena Pabivailo. Let's meet the fighters. First, the challenger, fighting out of the blue corner. Wearing the red trunks with gold and white trim, she stands 5 feet, 5 inches tall. She weighed in at 9 stone, 8 pounds. She holds a professional record of 7 victories versus just 1 loss and 1 draw, with 3 of those wins coming by way of knockout. And she fights out of Houston, Texas, USA, introducing La Alacrana Miranda Reyes. And her opponent, the champion, fighting out of the red corner. Wearing the black trunks with silver and purple trim, she stands 5 feet, 5 1/2 inches tall. She weighed in at 9 stone, 8 pounds, 5 ounces. She holds a perfect, undefeated record of 8 victories versus no defeats, with 5 of those wins coming by way of knockout. And she fights out of London, England, introducing the reigning, defending IBO lightweight champion of the world, Sweet Caroline Dubois.
Right, you both know the rules, so let's just have a good, clean fight, okay? Most of all, remember to defend yourselves at all times, all right? Just close.
Right, let's get the action underway. Still to come, Ben Whitaker, Adam Azim, and of course the main event of Joshua Buatsi and Dan Azeez. Right now, though, we are in with the female lightweights. 10-2s for Caroline Dubois and Miranda Reyes. Calling you through it, Spencer Oliver and John Rawling.
Thank you very much, Adam. Caroline in a first defence of the title that she won in a last fight in September with a wide points decision against Magali Rodriguez. Had her down in the 6th round and twice in the 9th round before going on to win that by a landslide margin. And already first impression of these two here, Miranda Reyes, 22 years old, from Houston, looks very much the smaller fighter in there. Both of them standing around about 5'5", Caroline 5'5.5", Miranda 5'5", but Dubois very much more muscular, looks a lot more toned, and looks very much more the physical specimen in there.
Yeah, she certainly does. She's the bigger of the two, but I can say that Miranda Reyes is coming in off a bit of form. She's beat 2 previous world champions in her last 2 fights, so there's some momentum there, and she fancies this opportunity against Caroline Dubois. Speaking to her earlier in the week, she says, listen, I want this fight, I want the big fights, and I have to go through Caroline Dubois, who holds the IBO title. So this is going to be an interesting one, John.
Well, she's going to give it everything, I'm sure. We can be certain of that. There's 45 seconds going in the opening round. This is a 10-rounder for the IBO World Lightweight title. Referee Michael Alexander keeping a good watch on things. Dubois fighting out of the southpaw stance, landed a couple of jabs and another one. Tries to whip the left hand in. There's a little right-hand counter from Reyes. Dubois, though, is so cool, confident, composed in the ring, though.
Yep, Dubois just boxing out that southpaw stance and just working everything behind that right jab, and Reyes being quite cautious, taking her time, showing a little bit of respect to Caroline Dubois, who's a good start here from Dubois and winning this first round.
Yeah, I think she's fairly clearly taken that opening round. Let's bring Carl in on that one. Looked like a nice composed start from Caroline.
Yeah, that's what it was, steady and composed, and she just took her time behind that southpaw jab. And yeah, I think in round one in any contest, really need to have a look at your opponent and just have a nice, conservative, composed start if your opponent allows you to do that. And Dubois boxed nicely behind that southpaw stance, picking the jab lovely. The odd backhand she let through, but yeah, I'm expecting her to more of the same in the second round, but she might step in behind that southpaw jab and put that backhand in a couple of times.
She's got so much respect already at tender years, just 23, Spencer. I know Clarissa Shields thinks a great deal about Caroline Dubois. Caroline regards her sort of a bit of an idol, an iconic presence, but I know that she recognises that Caroline in the next generation is a real emerging force.
Absolutely. Listen, Caroline Dubois is a future star of women's boxing, and I think we saw that when she competed in the Olympics, narrowly losing out in those quarterfinals and missing out on a medal there. And since turning pro, she's looked very, very impressive, very strong, does everything well behind that southpaw jab, drives those left crosses through the middle as well. Good starts on a round here from Dubois. 2 body shots slammed in there.
Lovely lefts into the body as she switched the attack down below. It had been a quiet opening, and Reyes had tried to wing in a couple of rights over the top, traditional way to cope with the southpaw pressure, and Dubois countered with a terrific body shot of her own, and she's walking down Reyes, trying to look for an opportunity to repeat that as we move towards the halfway stage of this second round of 10. Good body shot, again, left hand from Dubois. You could hear it thud home from our position at ringside.
Yep, Dubois just taking centre of the ring and forcing Reyes on that back foot. Reyes moving around, looking for the openings, but Dubois doing a good job of blocking those shots, countering and coming back with shots of her own. Much of the same here in the second round. Dubois pushing forward, landing a good shot. Good right hook went in there from Dubois as well, and she's just starting to find the range, John.
She looks as though she's got quicker hands as well, switching attack expertly from body to head during that last little flurry of punches exchange. Back comes Reyes, but as she threw her left hand, she was clipped by her right, and she was rocked back onto her heels. And Dubois, I don't think she really had her going, but she certainly showed her that she's got sharp, snapping power, and Reyes will perhaps approach with a little bit more trepidation now. As forward comes Dubois again. Good right hand, left hand combination as we come into the final 10 seconds of the round. She dominated the first round, and she clearly had the better of this second one as well, and she lands with a left right on the bell. May have been after the bell. Reyes also threw one after the bell, and a lot at stake, and you could see it.
Yeah, absolutely. Dubois started closing the gap even more, started chipping away, landing some good left crosses through the middle, slowly, systematically landing those shots, and it was good there, Cole, from Dubois, landing more shots.
Absolutely. I thought Reyes came out then and really had a go. I think she'd been told in the corner, look, you've got to step forward, you've got to start letting shots go. And unfortunately for Reyes, the more she tried and the harder she marched forward, she was walking into that counter right hook from the southpaw stance of Dubois. And she really punched with thudding accuracy, doesn't she? She looks solid. She puts that jab, that solid cross, and that right hook on her back foot. It's like a check hook on her back foot. And Reyes, she's walking into it. She's getting caught far too frequently with clean shots, Reyes. And I'm a bit concerned about you. Frustration there at the end of the second round when the exchange blows after the bell.
You're listening to Boxing on talkSPORT 2. Our main event will be on the main channel later on at 9 o'clock. Joshua Buatsi against Dan Azeez, also Azim in action defending the EBU European Super Lightweight title. And now we're into the third round of Caroline Dubois' fights here, defending her World Lightweight title, IBO version, against Miranda Reyes.
Yeah, good work again here from Dubois. Started this third round well, behind the jab, those left crosses, whipping those in as well. Reyes doing a good job of protecting herself, hands held high, but another good start to the round here from Dubois.
There are judges at ringside for this one, should it go the 10-round distance. Remember, they're just 2-minute rounds. Whether or not at some stage women's boxing will move to 3-minute rounds, well, that's a debate to be had elsewhere. But at the moment, these championship fights are being fought over 10 2-minute rounds. Dubois controlling centre ring again, just pawing with the right-hand lead. Reyes not throwing anything back. Dubois tries to throw a left down straight towards the chin of Reyes, and able to do so. Reyes short with the right hand, and Dubois came back and then lands a body shot left hand. Reyes in close, tried to aim a shot to the head, took another right hand into the body, and quite clearly the greater power is with Dubois, but Reyes is really digging in and trying to rally here in the third.
Yep, 20 seconds left in this third round, and Reyes has changed her tactics. She's holding her hands up high, and she's trying to draw Dubois into a dogfight in there right now. Landed a couple of nice uppercuts in the inside, and this looks like it's suiting Reyes more now, drawing Caroline Dubois in. Dubois lands a good body shot. Reyes comes back. Good action here in the third round.
Well, it's clearly the best round of the fight so far for Reyes. We'll go now into the Caroline Dubois corner, where her coach, Shane McGuigan, will be the voice you'll hear giving words of advice.
Enough on the inside, just turn them nice and short, especially them little short right hooks on the inside. Don't go winging with it, it's nice and neat. The more you nice and neat with it, then you can think about the second shot after. Little short right hook upstairs, then rip that body shot. Finish your attacks on the inside with body shots, yeah? Big, big, bing, sit, bang, bang. Drop down to the second phase in the body. Up in the breath, all right? Relax, in the middle, a little bit more lead hand as well, okay? You can control her on the lead hand, all right? When she rolls like that, just put your hand out on her. And body shots are fantastic. Be accurate on her, don't rush her.
Calm advice as well from Shane McGuigan. Carl, did you think that Reyes took that round?
You know what, I thought that was a really, really close round, and she finished really strong, Reyes, but I just thought she was outboxed for the first minute and 20 seconds. So although she's got into the round, I'd still think she lost the round.
So you'd give it to Caroline Dubois.
Correct.
In which case we've got it 3-0 at the moment as they go now into the fourth, and Reyes is going looking for her.
Yeah, big right hand there from Reyes, caught Caroline Dubois just off there, and she landed flush on the chin. Dubois was forced back for a little while, now regained her composure, but that was a good start to the round there from Miranda Reyes.
Reyes, smaller figure, born in El Paso, now fighting out of Houston, and Dubois trying to walk her down, centre ring, out of the southpaw stance, aims to throw the right hook, not able to find the target, but then a little straight right did get through the guard of Reyes. Reyes, who's trying to stay busy, ducks and takes a left hand as she does so. Dubois short with a big right hook, whistled through thin air, but then a right hand lead does find the target. Not a lot between them so far in this round. Good right hand though there from Dubois.
Yep, Dubois landed a lovely shot there. Reyes stalking forward, hands held high, trying to draw Caroline Dubois in. Dubois now starting to load up first shots out of that southpaw style, whipping those right hooks in. Just landed a good left hand through the middle as well. Good action here in the fourth round. 40 seconds to go.
Dubois ahead on our cards though, as we move towards the final 30 seconds of this fourth round of a 10-round world title fight. Good work again inside from Reyes, but then picking her off with a right-hand counter and a left-hand counter. Caroline Dubois then switches the attack to the body, aims to throw a left hand in there, short with another left hand. Reyes just backing away, letting Dubois come. Dubois lands another body shot, then a nice left cross, and Reyes also lands a sharp right hand. Good work from both fighters in the closing seconds of this round. And let's get the thoughts of Adam Catterall.
I'm enjoying this, boys. It's really started to liven up, especially in that round there from Reyes. I like the tactic. Listen, at the end of the day, she was getting comfortably outboxed. The pivots off the front foot, the right hand over the top. from Caroline Dubois were landing at will, so she's had to put the foot down a little bit and get on the chest and start making Caroline work when she doesn't necessarily want to work. Don't get me wrong, Caroline's answering those questions. Can Reyes keep this pace up? If she can keep this pace up, this might get interesting.
Yeah, this is a really good fight for Dubois, because Reyes is coming to win. She's trying, she's letting shots go, and she's having moments of success. So great fight for Dubois, but she is in front and she is kind of dominating. That lead hand is so effective for her. Don't get me wrong, she's landing that left cross to the body and the head, but she's able to dominate behind that jab. So that amateur experience that she's got really is shown in there.
Yeah, listen, guys, our scorecards not really telling the story of this contest. 4 rounds to 0 to Caroline Dubois, but Reyes is making a real fight of this.
She's making a fight of it, and she's not been stunned in any way so far. Although Dubois is doing enough to take the rounds, she's not really had her opponent in any great trouble so far. As we move now into round 5, Reyes short of the target with an attempted overhand right. And now Dubois leading off with that right-hand jab, just pawing towards the gloves of Reyes, tried to follow in with a left to the body, but again it was just blocked. Then a right comes through from Reyes, which did find the target. But Dubois not hurt, and then responds with a couple of good body shots, right hand and a left hand, getting a little bit of an acclaim from her corner.
Yeah, a little bit of injection of pace there from Reyes. Caroline Dubois landed the right left to the body, and Reyes bit on her gum shield, forced it forward, tried to put Dubois under pressure. Reyes has come to win here tonight. She may be falling just short at the moment, but she's pushing Caroline Dubois.
Well, that's what we'd want to see with a world title fight here and a belt at stake. And Reyes has come a long way, and she recognises that this is her big opportunity. Lands a good right hand and another one, and a left from Reyes. And those were dangerous moments there for Dubois, who absorbed some really solid punches.
Yeah, she did. There was a couple of good shots. A straight right hand went through the middle there, and then the right hook over the top as well. And there's some damage. I think there's some damage to the eye of Caroline Dubois, who just landed a lovely right hook over the top. This action, John, here in the 5th round.
And she's picking her off with big headshots. This is good from Dubois. And Reyes, she's got some marking around her eyes. Another big right hand from Dubois. And then a left. There's blood under the left eye, the right eye of Reyes. And she's in trouble in the closing stages of this round. She landed a couple of good shots earlier on, headshots, which really catapulted Dubois to another level, and she landed some huge shots and had Reyes in trouble. And as she goes back to the corner, her men there are going to have to do something about that eye injury.
Yeah, they're really going to have to work on that. Looks like a bad cut over the right eyelid there of Miranda Reyes, and the corner are going to have to do a good job. Caroline Dubois saw that, and she picked up the pace, an injection of pace, landed a couple of lovely straight left crosses through the middle, and the right hooks over the top, landing flush on that cut. Cole, she's in a bit of trouble here, Reyes. The corner have got to do a good job working on that.
She is in a bit of trouble, and you've got to give her a credit, Miranda Reyes, because she really did inject some pace there. She had some good success as well, but Dubois, being the fighter she is, she's really determined and gritty, and she answered every question asked of her. And when she was under the caution, when she was getting caught with shots, she answered back, and she always got the better of the argument. This is a quality performance from both girls, but Dubois really is showing me she's got some serious talent.
We go into the second half of the fight, and that was a big round for Dubois, probably her best of the fight so far, and had Reyes in some trouble, but they've done a good job staunching the damage to that right eye, and the blood for the moment is not starting to flow. Dubois on our card has taken all 5 rounds in the first half of that fight, and she's just walking her opponent down, trying to look for opportunities to land more big shots. There was a right hand and now a left hand from Dubois, both finding the head. And the referee, now what's he doing here? What's this one?
Well, the gum shield just come flying out the mouth there, John. As the shot landed, there was a lovely hook that landed, and I think that it's Caroline Dubois' gum shield, is it, that come out? Nope, the referee's called action again.
Well, I'm not quite sure about that one, but we go underway again in this 6th round. And Dubois, just for the moment, not throwing so many big punches. Now she tries to throw a left hook, blocked by Reyes, who comes forward trying to force the pace herself. but not able to land any clean shots. There's a little bit of blood now coming again from that damaged right eye of Miranda Reyes. Dubois looks in control, looks composed, and doesn't look as though she's in any sort of real trouble at any stage in this fight.
No, Dubois got into a nice rhythm, come through with a lovely left cross, right hook over the top again. Reyes just keeping her hands up high, trying to stalk forward, still trying to make a fight of this. She's not deterred at all. She's trying to push, she's trying to make a fight of it, but now the class of Dubois starting to show through.
And she's not really able to make any sort of a proper mark, Reyes. She doesn't appear to have the power to put Dubois into trouble. And when they do trade, it's Dubois who always seems to have the last word, like now. A couple of body shots from Dubois. Right hands, and she really does turn the body and throws and finds genuine power. Closing seconds of the round now, and surely another round to Caroline Dubois.
Yeah, another round in the bank there from Caroline Dubois. Just started getting into a rhythm, creating a little bit of distance between the two. Miranda Reyes was trying to walk forward. She was trying to force the pace. Credit where credit's due, you know, bad cut over that right eye. It didn't deter her at all. She's trying to force the pace, but the class of Caroline Dubois really shone through there. And Cole, she was landing some good left hands through the middle, and that right hook over the top was especially effective.
Yeah, there's some good exchanges in there, and I think just to sum it up, the performance from Dubois is really good. The style she's adopted in this fight behind that jab, it's like an aggressive counter-puncher from Dubois, and she's dominating the round, not dominating, but she's winning each round quite clearly, although she is getting caught with the odd shot. I almost feel a little bit there for Reyes, because Reyes is really trying. She's listening to her corner, she's coming out, trying new things, trying different angles, putting in big shots, but she's missing the wild swings. She's getting caught on the way in, and she's starting to fade a little bit now. Dubois really taking over.
As the action continues now, as we move into round 7, don't forget you can watch along with us over on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel. Head over there right now to follow all the action as it happens. We're switching, remember, to the main channel for our main event later on. There's a good right hand from Reyes, and Dubois takes it well, though. Didn't really blink. It looked as though it landed fairly flush, but Dubois takes it and now comes back trying to return the pressure with interest.
Yeah, we're seeing some lovely work here from Caroline Dubois, but taking nothing away from Reyes, who's playing her part in a tremendous contest here in the 7th round. Reyes again, hands held high, trying to push forward, trying to get up for the shots. Dubois loads up, big right hook to the body there from Dubois. Reyes takes a big gulp of air, and you just sense there Dubois hurt her to the body.
There were two of them thundered home, but Reyes pluckily, bravely keeps trying to rally, but there's another good straight left hand, this time from Dubois. Finds the target straight down the tube, as they say. It was a solid straight left hand. Goes looking now for Reyes again, and throws two more towards the head, blocked by the gloves, the high-held gloves of Reyes, who unsurprisingly is keeping a tight guard as Dubois digs in another couple of solid right hooks into the body of Reyes, and she's must be feeling the cumulative effect of these punches, and surely on the judges' cards she's going to have a significant advantage.
Absolutely. 20 seconds left in this 7th round, and again Reyes trying to force the pace, trying to come forward, but the extra class of Dubois, the body shots, left hook, right hook going in there from Dubois. Both girls wrestling, 10-second clacker goes, and another round you would suspect here, John, for Caroline Dubois.
Yeah, looks very much like that one. The thoughts now of Adam talking to Carl.
As Carl was mentioning a couple of moments ago, she's really class, is Caroline Dubois, but the thing that has impressed me tonight is that she's had to dog it out a little bit. She's being asked some serious questions from Miranda Reyes. Reyes is not going away. It's like one of them that just won't flush. You're trying to get it down and it just won't go. And she keeps coming back and keeps throwing those shots and making Caroline Dubois work. The only thing is, right now, as Spencer just alluded to on commentary, it is a wide scorecard. It looks like it's complete domination, but she's actually being asked questions here, Carl, that she's answering quite readily.
Yeah, she is, because Reyes is coming forward with ambition. She's trying round after round. She's trying something a little bit different. And she's full of self-belief. But this is great experience for Caroline Dubois at this level now, moving forward. And she looks strong, doesn't she? She looks strong and solid, and really, really sort of she's took authority in there of this competition, of this fight, but she's believing in herself through round after round, and just I'm just so impressed with her work. I really am. Just very tidy, very composed, but solid.
And now we move into the 8th round. 2 of them at close quarters, both of them trying to dig punches in. Dubois misses with a big right hand as Reyes tried to throw a right hand of her own, and no significant punches landed so far in the 8th. There's a bit of an untidy maul, and referee Michael Alexander steps between them, and the action's underway again. Dubois tries to throw a right-hand, left-hand combination short of the target, but then does get in with a right-hand lead. Reyes backpedaling, and her work rate has just dropped a little in this round. Good work there from Dubois. You hear the oohs and ahs from ringside as she landed a classic right-hand, left-hand combination.
Yep, the pattern continues here. This Caroline Dubois pushes forward out of that southpaw stance, lands a big left hand, and credit where credit's due, Reyes comes back. I've got to tell you, John, this Miranda Reyes, she is tough. 7 rounds down out of 7, but she's making a fight of this. She's making Caroline Dubois work. The better work coming through from Dubois, though.
Yeah, and we'll hear from the Dubois corner at the end of this round as she tries to pile the pressure on once again. Referee has to split them from a maul. And now Dubois fighting out of the southpaw stance, lands the right lead and another left, and a good left hook over the top, landed on the jaw of Reyes, and another left hand. It's all Dubois as we move into the final 30 seconds of the 8th round. Reyes keeping her gloves up, trying to rally, but there's nothing really of note coming. Waving her gloves around, trying to keep some looseness in those arms. Then the good body shots, left hand, left hand, all from Dubois. Piling in those hooks to the body. That's been her trademark shot, and it's worked really well in this fight to this point. Another round, I think, for Caroline Dubois. Quite clearly, she goes back to her corner, where she's now joined by her coach, Shane McGuigan.
Okay. Boom, boom, boom. 1-2 hook. 1-2 hook to the body. Okay. Next up. All right, how you feel? Good? Yeah? Little swirl and spit. Couple breath now. Big breath. All right. There you go. So really blind her before throwing them body shots, yeah? Sometimes you're not putting your hand on her enough, okay? You've got to put your hand, disguise the vision, then you whip off it, okay? Same thing with the backhand. You can go bop, 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 just push, feed that right hook, feed that right underneath, okay? All right? Rolling, staying tight, okay? So you can't deal with your physical.
6 outs, round 9.
All calm advice again as they go into round 9. I thought it was interesting there, though, Spencer, hearing that and watching Caroline Dubois. She really was sucking in the air. I think she's feeling the pace, you know. I mean, she's dominated it, and she's been the one, for the most part, who's been controlling the fight. But she's being made to dig deep and being made to fight all the way by Reyes.
John, there's 8 rounds gone, and we've got Caroline Dubois 8 rounds up, but that doesn't tell the tale of what's been going on in there. Miranda Reyes has really been making her work. Lands a good right hand through the middle there, Reyes. Just forces Dubois back, and Dubois for the first time in the contest looks a little unsteady and was just forced to hold. A little bit of hope there for Miranda Reyes.
Well, Dubois feeling the pace unquestionably, and the punches maybe for the first time are starting to take a little bit more of a toll. Dubois tries to throw body shots. Tied up by Reyes. Minute to go in this 9th round. Corner's done a really good job with that damaged right eye. Not incapacitated Reyes at all, and she's had to fight several rounds with it. Good work again from Dubois. Right hand and left hand, but forward comes Reyes, coming charging in.
Yep, good work again there from Caroline Dubois, but Reyes really trying to force the pace still. Holds centre ring, big left hand goes in there from Caroline Dubois. Reyes bites down on her gum shield, comes straight back again. Grueling contest this, round 9 of 10, and both girls starting to build a pace now.
Reyes landed a solid right hand and another one, and this time it's Dubois who wants to hold on a little and just buy a few seconds. Last few seconds of this 9th round. Reyes aims the left hand. Dubois tries to whip in a left hook. Just goes through thin air. Not been a lot between them in this round. Dubois finishing the round the stronger. Another competitive round, but whether or not Reyes did enough to win it, frankly, I doubt. Carl?
Listen, whether or not she won that round, I mean, she deserved to have one of these rounds on her scorecard just for trying and just for the effort. She's believed in herself and she's really gone for it from every second of every round. She's been trying, but Caroline Dubois is just too sharp and too accurate behind that jab, and she's landed some real accurate power punches as well. So she's shown a lot of bravery and a lot of toughness, Reyes. And like I said, she's had her moments of success, and she could probably come again at a different level after this. I mean, Caroline Dubois is being forced to work hard, but she's just the better of the two in there, getting caught with clean right hooks, clean backhand from the southpaw stand. She's walking into jabs and right hooks. But yeah, I can't really, I don't want to say I feel sorry for somebody, but it's one of them where you have to feel for Reyes because she's trying so hard and she's got ability, but she's just walking into shots and getting counterpunched and conclusively outboxed by Caroline Dubois, who is very good.
Listen, we have to give Miranda Reyes something. I think that was the round to give it to her. I think she just edged that one. That will give her a little bit of hope, but there's only 2 minutes left now of this contest. Can she do it? I'm not sure. Caroline Dubois looking very dominant up there.
I think you're being charitable. I'm not convinced that she did enough to get the judge's nod, but we'll see. Dubois is certainly, barring something which has not been shown really so far by Miranda Reyes, she just needs to box her way through this round, and she's backpedaling. Reyes going looking for her, caught her with a right hand. Dubois saw it coming though and was able to ride it out. Now she's forward again, trying to plant her feet, looking for big body shots. Left hand from Reyes. Dubois, right hand missed, slipped over the shoulder.
Yeah, good jab there from Caroline Dubois as well. Both girls, John, as we often see in these women's contests, leaving it all in the ring here. Tremendous contest, 10 rounds gone, 50 seconds left on the clock. Both girls trading blow for blow, giving it everything in there. The crowd absolutely loving this one.
I think Reyes thought there'd been a low punch gone in there, but the referee didn't call it, and now Dubois is going looking for her as we move towards the final 30 seconds of the fight, which she dominated throughout. Reyes ducks low, waiting for Dubois, waiting for her to commit herself and trying to catch her with a right-hand counter, but Dubois gets the scoring shot with the right-hand lead, as she has done so often through this fight. As we come towards the final bell, nice right hand from Dubois, another scoring punch, and surely this is another round for the Londoner, Caroline Dubois, who against a very plucky opponent has produced an assured performance and fittingly scores with her last shot of the fight. A left hand goes back to her corner, and she'll get, I'm sure, a great deal of congratulations from Shane McGuigan, because tonight she looked pretty good.
Yeah, great performance there from Caroline Dubois, and credit where credit is due. Miranda Reyes really played her part in a brilliant contest there. Both girls trading blow for blow, leaving it all in the ring. Was it a shutout for Caroline Dubois? Did she win 10 rounds out of 10? I actually give Reyes round 9. Was I being kind? Was I being generous?
Yeah, you were. Nothing wrong with that.
Listen, I think she deserves something from that contest. It was tough, and she gave it everything. That is what women's boxing is all about, you know. That was a brilliant performance, and now Caroline Dubois sets herself up for those big fights. She's talking about unifications. She wants the big fights, and I think, John, on that performance, she's now ready.
I think she's still improving. I think that was a very good, assured, composed performance. I know she'll perhaps be hard on herself when you interview a little bit later, because she'll be her own harshest critic. But for me, I think on the basis of what I've seen of her career, that was as good as anything Caroline's produced.
Yeah, that was an outstanding performance, it really was, and she was... She never got too excited, did she? She didn't do anything stupid, like when she was catching Reyes. Sometimes you can get excited and smother your own work or lean in and walk into a shot. She did get caught with a couple of counter punches, because Reyes, by the way, is quite a capable, very good fighter, but she never did anything stupid or got careless. So, based on that performance, I think she's got a real good future.
I kind of like that she can take a shot as well. You want to see that, don't you? She's had, what, 8-9 fights now? everything's been kind of a bit of a cakewalk. I wanted to see her get whacked a couple of times and see what the score was. And
Absolutely.
she seemed to take it.
You need to see that, because you don't want to be stepping up to someone who's really, really good and not have had any background experience, or had your chin checked on the way through, because then it's game over at the highest level. So she ticked a lot of boxes tonight for me against Reyes.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. You know, she took a couple of right hands and it went straight through the middle, flush on the chin, and she took them like the Cobra, like in many ways back in the day. You know,
you're getting carried away now.
I think we're about to get the result, guys. Big Mo is up there in the ring, and any second now we're going to find out, surely, that Caroline Dubois has won emphatically.
10 full rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for the official decision. All 3 judges see the contest 100 to 90, declaring your winner by unanimous decision, and still the IBO lightweight champion of the world, Sweet Caroline Dubois.
Well. All 3 judges agree, and I agree with them. Wow, what's going on here? We're in for a big night tonight. If I'm agreeing with judging scorecard, sensational. 100 to 90 across all 3 there for Caroline Dubois. Great performance. Still to come across the talkSPORT network. Ben Whitaker's going to be in action. Azim defending that European title against the former European champion Poulsen. And then, of course, the Battle of South London as Azeez and Josh Buatsi go at it for our entertainment. Don't go anywhere. We're at Wembley's OVO Arena tonight for Joshua Buatsi and Dan Azeez. Looking forward to that main event. One man that has wowed a few crowds recently is Chris Billam-Smith. He's in the arena tonight and he's with Spencer Oliver.
Yep, guys, I am here with Chris Billam-Smith. Chris, big news that it's been announced that you and Richard Riakporhe go over old ground, that unbelievable fight that you had, losing narrowly on a split decision back in 2019. Where do we see the fight, Chris?
Don't know where it's going to be yet, but we're looking at end of April, May time, so I'm excited. You know, these domestic clashes are the ones I absolutely love, and yeah, I can't wait to get in there.
Listen, I've heard about Selhurst Park and all that, but you're talking about end of April, May time. I've been down in Bournemouth end of April, May. The weather's good, the sun is shining, the Vitality Stadium is heaving. That's where you want it, right?
Yeah, it's not going to Selhurst Park. I mean, I've done well like that. I've done well like that. If it's at a football stadium, it's at the Vitality. If not, we can do it elsewhere. We could do it here. We could do it O2, whatever. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Listen, it is a huge, huge fight, and you know the cruiserweight division right now is absolutely buzzing. You come through this one. I mean, you must be looking unifications now. I mean, what is the roadmap for you over the next 24 months?
Yeah, exactly that. Beat Richard and then look at unifications. You know, there's 3 other belts out there. You've got a big fight, which I'm not sure what's going on with the IBF now with that fight. Obviously meant to be on the Fury-Usyk card, but that's a great fight. And you know, me against the winner of that will be a massive fight, and be the top 2 in the division.
Yeah, listen, we're all looking forward to that. I want to get your thoughts actually on the fight tonight. Dan Azeez, Joshua Buatsi. How do you see that one going, mate?
It's a tough one. It depends which version of each fighter turns up. I think if you get the very, very best of both, I think Buatsi just nicks it. But I'm not sure if we've seen the very best Buatsi yet, to be honest with you. I know he's capable of more, but can he turn it on the big nights? You don't know. And Dan, you know, is pretty consistent in his performances. So that's a huge factor. I think it's really going to depend on which one turns up.
Listen, I've got to finish this interview with talking about Jai Opetaia. I mean, that is the guy that many consider the monster of the division. I know Ring Magazine champ, he's vacated his title. I know it's a fight. You want to fight the best. Is that something we could see in the near future?
Yeah, for sure, but he's got a tough fight against Bradis, you know. Me and him both got hard fights coming up, so we get through them, and that's one that's one that everyone wants to see when it comes to cruiserweight division.
Brilliant. Listen, Chris Billam-Smith, great seeing you as always. Back to you guys.
Chris Billam-Smith there ahead of a big showdown with Richard Riakporhe. You've been in that situation where you've come across somebody and it's not gone your way, and then obviously the fights become bigger when world titles are maybe all connected to certain stuff. How important is it to go and get one back when it's not gone your way the first time round?
Yeah, absolutely. It gives you that extra drive and that bit of venom and that bit of spite. If you mean business and if it's in your personality, it should do anyway, and I'm sure it will in this instance.
Should be a good fight. Chris Billam-Smith versus Richard Riakporhe coming up in May, we are being told, for that one. And as he was just alluding to there, the main man in that division, Jai Opetaia, who is going back in with Maris Bredis, the guy that he beat, obviously, for that IBF championship belt, which he ended up having taken off him because he wanted to make a few quid in Saudi Arabia, but now he's going back in as a #1 contender, vacant title fight, to see if they can make that happen. Now then, Ben Whitaker is about to make his ring walk, and he's going to be in the ring very, very shortly. We're going to be calling through his fight. This division, obviously, we've got in the main event light heavyweights, and Great Britain right now has got some really good light heavyweights. Before I get to the Ben Whitaker scenario, would you rate these two in the main event, Buatsi and Azeez, in the ranking system, I suppose, of British heavyweights? Do you put Yard above them? Is Callum Smith maybe above them?
You've got Callum Smith and Yard, and obviously we see what happened to Callum Smith, but he's in against Beterbiev, who's like a bit of a monster.
Legit, yeah.
Anthony Yard, you don't know, do you? When people like Ben Whitaker are fighting at this level, they are fighting guys that are expected to win, and it's a progress, and it's a process of getting them the right match at the right time. And you don't really know, do you, until they get hit on the chin or until they're asked to test the heart, where the mind is. But he was a top amateur.
Yeah,
he's been around for a few years, and he's got some serious swagger, hasn't he? And he's entertaining, so he must be performing in the gym, he must be having good spars, he's got that amateur experience. So I think he probably says it on the tin, doesn't it? And I think he does do what it says on the tin. He's very flash and sharp, and I think fundamentally he can box, he can fight. but we won't know until he's in round 8 in a world title fight against someone who's in there to win, and he's cut above the eye, he's injured, he's breathing heavy. We won't know, but for now, he's doing all the right things and making all the right noises. He looks the part, doesn't he?
He does look the part. He's super entertaining, as you said. We've only had 5 as a pro. Can you speed him a little bit quicker when you've got an Olympic silver medal?
You can do, but again, you risk it. It's a different sport. Obviously, it's still boxing and you're landing shots to the body and head, but amateur's different to professional.
Yeah.
And it's okay being really, really good at this level, but that don't mean you can then step up to a 12-round war. You know what I mean? Before I boxed Jean Pascal for my first 12-round world title fight in December 2008, I think my first 12-rounder was against Charles Adamo for the Commonwealth title, and that was a tough, hard fight for me. And that was probably 3-4 years earlier. And then since then, I had a couple of heavy fights. I had Robin Reed and Brian McGee.
You need that conditioning.
And you need the mindset, and you need the confidence that you've been in there doing another 12-rounder with a tough fighter who's been there. And then when you step up, you're asked questions that actually you've already been sort of tested with on the journey up. But Mike Tyson knocked everybody out early doors, and he went on to win. He was the youngest guy to win a world title, won it heavyweight. So it can be done, but we won't know how good Ben Whitaker is until he's in there. And would you put him in there with Anthony Yard? Would you put him in there with a Dan Azeez or Joshua Buatsi? I'm not so sure you would yet, but that doesn't mean he hasn't got the ability to beat them.
Well, we're going to be seeing him very, very shortly. He's on my monitor right now, backstage, getting ready to make his ring walk. His opponent is in the ring.
And now making his way to the ring, accompanied by music sensation Octavian, here is Ben Whitaker!
Let's hear it for Ben Whitaker. Size out the lies I believe. Outshining a million G's, no, the skies don't keep on me. Should never mention me. Been doing this thing since Screwface and Stim. Since then, didn't, never lied on it. Just started off in 96. Heart taken from my wrist. I tell her, go and click wrist. Show no love, now that's a risk. Other man try to get me, but he missed. See no he. Selling is illegal. Stick up, stack up with my people. Hey, nothing to lose. And I don't sit down, I don't stick around, I stick up and move. And if I hold the light shining bright, tell him it's not me, it's you. That's why I make you not the truth. That's why they hope we never rewind, yeah. They say, you're gonna blow just time, man. They say, I rap, cause I'm from no siren, just siren. See your face, you weren't ready, did I make you upset when you looked at me?
Well, I don't
you said I'd be a shake, well I could have been.
And interrupt the dulcet tones of Octavian, but I'm not really affair with everything that's going on in modern music. I've just spotted Noel Gallagher actually out the corner of my eye. That's a little bit more me from way back in the 1990s. Smashing out a little bit of definitely maybe and what have you. But Octavian, the rapper, is walking Ben Whitaker to the ring as we speak right now. Ben Whitaker draped in the old skeleton get-up. He's getting stuck into the rap himself right now. And this is kind of what Carl was alluding to a moment or two ago. Regarding the pomp and ceremony, regarding the flashness, regarding the entertainment factor, Ben Whitaker absolutely gets the game. There's no doubt about that, and this is all part of it. The way he looks, the way he dresses, the way he makes his way to the ring, dancing, singing, enjoying and entertaining. But when it all comes down to the brass tacks, we want him performing within those ropes. I've no doubt there'll be some shenanigans, there'll be a bit of dancing, there'll be a bit of showboating. There'll be a little bit of, as they say, mugging off at the opponent before he lures them into some type of trap and hopefully delivers that viral moment, which he has consistently done through his 5 professional fights. 4 knockouts in there. And as Carl was saying a moment or two ago, an Olympic silver medalist. Incredibly disappointed to come out of the Olympic Games without the gold. But he's a pro now.
Ladies and gentlemen, this light heavyweight contest is scheduled for 8 3-minute rounds. As promoted by Ben Shalom and Boxer, brought to you live worldwide on Sky Sports and NBC's Peacock TV. Presented by our headline partner, Bet365, and our official partners, Wow Hydrate, Integritas Property Group, Hype Energy UK, Everlast, and IFX Payments. Our referee in charge when the bell rings, Sean McAvoy. Let's meet the fighters. First, fighting out of the blue corner. Wearing the white trunks, he weighed in at 12 stone, 8 pounds. He holds a professional record of 10 victories versus 13 defeats and 5 draws, with 2 of those wins coming by way of knockout. and he fights out of Luxembourg, introducing Khalid Gradia. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, wearing the black trunks with white and red trim. He stands 6 feet 3 inches tall. He weighed in at 12 stone, 7 pounds, 5 ounces. He holds a perfect, undefeated professional record of 5 victories versus no defeats, with 4 of those wins coming by way of knockout. Fighting out of Darlaston, West Midlands, England, introducing the Olympic silver medalist, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the surgeon, Ben Whitaker!
Okay, lads, 8-round contest. Keep it clean at all times, keep yourself protected at all times, and keep respect at all times. Touch gloves, here we go, good luck.
Well, Khalid Gradia looked a bit terrified there as that was all being read out to him. Let's see how he handles Ben Whitaker in part 6 of his professional tenure. Calling you through this on talkSPORT 2, Spencer Oliver and John Rawling.
Well, Gradia's been in with some decent men in the past. He lost on points to Dan Azeez, points to Karol Itoma. Retired after 7 rounds by Zach Parker, and here against another very highly rated prospect, and a good start from Whitaker. Right hand, left hand to the body, and whips in a right over the top as well. 3 good solid shots in the opening 15 seconds of the fight from Ben Whitaker, who towers over his opponent, stands about 6'3", whereas Gradia maybe no more than about 5'10" or so. And a good sharp start from Whitaker, who's got a big reach advantage as well, and trying to establish that left-hand lead in the early stages of this opening round. Whitaker, who's been accused by some of showboating too much in this opening round, is straight away, he's going to work. And I think he's trying to make a bit of a statement here tonight on a fight bill which is dominated by light heavyweights, and he wants to show that he's something special as well. But he's just caught by a right-hand counter there from Gradia, just showing that he's got something to offer as well.
Listen,
Spencer Oliver.
We know what Gradia's all about. He's tough, you know, he's pushed down Azeez the distance, took Zach Parker 7 rounds, tells you where he's sort of at. Yes, he does often lose, but he pushes his opponent, and he's a good test. So we'll find out a bit more about Ben Whitaker tonight and where he's at.
Whitaker, as ever, looks in tremendous shape. Works out, does his conditioning with his brother Jamie, runs up and down the Wrekin over in Shropshire, and if you've ever seen that hill, you'd know that that takes some doing, and he is super fit, and he needs to go, he needs rounds really, he needs competitive rounds. He's won 4 of his 5 victories inside the distance, and he needs to be in with a man who's going to have enough to take his shots and give something back. And maybe Gradia's already showing in this opening round that he's perhaps capable of doing that, trying to cover up now as Whitaker leads off again behind that left-hand lead. Oh, good right hand. Whip that one over the top of the guard.
Yeah, good solid start here from Whitaker. Whips in the uppercut as well. Gradia taking the shots well and coming back and looking dangerous himself, but nice body shot slams in again from Whitaker. Good, positive start. He's doing the right thing here, Whitaker, taking his time, taking a look at his opponent, but there's some real venom in those shots.
Yeah, he says away from boxing, he's a shy sort of lad. There's nothing shy about him when he gets in there, and he got a tremendous reception on the way in. Gradia misses with an attempted right hand over the top. Great reception from what's a very good crowd indeed here tonight at the Ovo Arena. Also known to those who've been around the boxing game for a little bit longer, of course, as the Wembley Arena. Last 10 seconds of an opening round which Whitaker's dominated. Another couple of jabs, tries to throw in a big right hand over the top. Gradia aimed a big right hook of his own and a left, both of which fits. And that is a good opening round from Whitaker.
Yep, good dominant round there from Ben Whitaker. There was a little bit of showboating there. We were expecting that now. We see that from him in his previous fights, but he got on with the work a little bit more in that first round. Found the range with a jab, whipped in a couple of good right hands as well. Gradia took the shots well, he soaked them up and come back with some good shots of his own. This is a step up in class for Ben Whitaker. Let's see how he gets on in round 2.
Listening to the advice in the corner, focused, composed. And you're listening, of course, to boxing here on talkSPORT 2, our main event tonight, which has, to a large extent, provoked the sellout crowd here in London. Joshua Buatsi against Dan Azeez, a WBA eliminator, world ranked numbers 1 and 2, in line for a world title shot before too long. And that first round, well, it was emphatically to Whitaker, wasn't it?
Yeah, Whitaker dominated that first round, found the range very nicely there, and I'm expecting much of the same here, Cole, in round 2.
Yeah, Ben Whitaker kind of doing what he wants, but what he wants to do at the minute is just look pretty, doesn't he? He likes to dominate behind that jab, put flashy shots together. He doesn't like to get hit with anything. When something lands, which like 2 shots have kind of skimmed the side of his head, he'll look around at the crowd and do a showboat as if to say, yeah, that didn't really hurt me, it didn't really touch me. He's at it again. But he does put some very leery shots together. The only thing I don't like about this is when you step up the opposition, you don't get away with it. That's the problem. So it's all well and good doing it now, but it's in against a limited opposition.
Well, there, Carl, as you were speaking, almost on cue, he thundered in a couple of good body shots, and he kind of stood and posed after he'd thrown them, left himself open, and Gradia was not too far away with a big right hand over the top. And, you know, when you go up in level, that's what people, you know, when you get into championship level, people like, oh, he's gone down. He's gone down to a body shot. Big left hand. And he brought it up, and he gets up, Gradia, but he's not 1 minute 41 seconds to survive, and I'm not convinced he's going to be able to do so. Whitaker is going to look to take him out. Throws another big left hand to the body, and a right hand, spinning around, doing a little jig, and the referee says don't do it to Whitaker, and the crowd boo, they liked it.
Yep, Gradia's trainer is up on the ring apron. He's got the towel in his hand. He's thinking seriously about throwing this in. Ben Whitaker dominating this one here. Landed a good body shot, and you just wonder how much Gradia's got left here. You sense one good shot, and this could be over. Guys, you were talking about the clowning around there.
Oh, good shot again. Good shot again, right hand from Whitaker, and he's looking to end it here in the second, and he's shown that he's not just a flash Harry, he's shown that he's got genuine power.
Absolutely, really slamming those shots in, Cole.
Yeah, that body shot was beautiful because it was so accurately. It landed right in the solar plexus of Gradia, and it was a delayed reaction. Whitaker now get a little bit more excited and showboating it even more. I mean, this is part of his show, and we saw it with Prince Nassim Hamid, and when he stepped up, he was able to continue to do it, but then he got found out by Marco Antonio Barrera, who just boxed behind his jab and did a lot of basic stuff correct.
Made millions in the process,
absolutely,
before he got found out.
Listen, he's got his fans, and what he's doing is selling the show, so fair play to him. All I'm saying is don't get into too many bad habits.
There was a good left hand in close there from Gradia, but Whitaker took it well, and the last few seconds of this second round, which is going to be a 10-8 round by virtue of that knockdown coming from the body shot, another big left hand right on the bell, thundered into the solar plexus, and my goodness, didn't Whitaker look good in that round, lads?
Yeah, very, very flashy, sharp. I mean, the way he was able to throw the right hand, he does a little step with his left foot, changes the angle of his attack, and then he just picked the perfect body shot right in the solar plexus. See that there, delayed reaction there as Gradia went down, and Whitaker, he doesn't look like he's putting much behind his shots, but he must have quite heavy hands to land them shots and have that kind of effect, because we know Gradia is quite capable, he's quite a tough man himself.
Do you know what it is, Cole? I think it's the accuracy of the shots, you know, the timing of the shot and the accuracy of the shots. Gradia, as we know, is teak tough. We've seen him in with some big hitters, and we've seen him soak up a lot of shots, but Ben Whitaker slowly, systematically breaking him down. Body shots are a key there, and I just wonder, will Gradia make it through round 3? I'm not sure.
Well, here we go into the third round. 2 rounds already to Ben Whitaker, if you're just joining us in this light heavyweight contest, and he's been the dominant force. Had his man down in the second round. Remember, our main event is coming up on the main talkSPORT channel after 9 o'clock. But this is Ben Whitaker, who is fighting with authority. Another great right hand. Tried to whip in an uppercut, then a right to the head of Gradia, who takes him well, then throws out a jab of his own. And he seems to have boxed his way through the crisis moments. His corner was looking about the possibility of throwing in the towel at one stage, but he seems to have recovered okay.
Yeah, he certainly does, but I'm looking over to his corner and his trainer has that towel firmly in his hand. He's keeping an eye on Gradia here as Whitaker again pushes out the jabs, holds the centre of the ring. Big right hand goes thundering in the side of Gradia's head as well. Good stuff this from Ben Whitaker.
Whitaker looking to find the perfect shot which might end it. There was a lovely uppercut in there, a right uppercut, which whistled up through the guard of Gradia, who comes in, throws a left hand and misses with a right aimed at the head of Whitaker. Whitaker again with the uppercut, the left hand. Gradia keeping his gloves up high now. Whitaker will be aware of that, and I would expect that there'll be a attempted big body shot before too long, with a reach the halfway stage of the third round. Gradia clearly just growing a little bit in confidence. He's ridden through the storm, but now Whitaker does try in the right to the body. Couple of jabs. That's a good left hand from Gradia.
Yeah, Gradia just keeping tight and looking for those openings. Whitaker just trying to set the traps himself here, flicking the jab to the head, flicking the jab to the body, tries to turn in the uppercut as well. Whitaker just forcing forward, look for the counter right hand there, just step back and just missed the whiskers there of Gradia.
Some 4 or 5 inches taller is Whitaker, and he's making that reach advantage work so well. Oh, terrific right hand, whipped in an uppercut, but didn't Gradia take that one well, because it looked as though it landed pretty flush, gets the oohs and ahs from the crowd, and Whitaker's trying to measure him for one big shot. Gradia comes back though bravely and lands a couple of counters, and the crowd respect him for that.
Yeah, Cole, another dominant performance here in round 3 from Ben Whitaker. What does Gradia have to do? How does he turn this around?
Well, what he did there, he waited, took a couple of shots and looked for the counter, but you've got to give Whitaker his credit. He's a real excellent counter puncher, and he's got really fast reflexes. He's one of them nightmare fighters for 4 or 5 rounds. I'd like to see him get pushed into 6, 7, 8 rounds, the championship rounds through 9 through 12, and see how he performs, because when he starts to get flat-footed and when he starts to breathe heavy, all of this flash and razzmatazz will slow down. But he really does look good, and he can fight. We know that from his Olympic silver medal. He's a really fantastic quality talent, and Gradia has come in here today believing in himself, and he's given him a good little test and a good workout. But he is being dominated by Whitaker.
Let's listen into the Whitaker corner, see how they're reading it.
We're going to really focus on the body now. Okay. We're going to use those touches, use the jab, and we're going to really focus on both sides of the body. Okay? Keep applying the pressure and breaking him down with those body shots. This is round 4, okay? Apply the pressure and break him down to the body.
Well, that's pretty clear, the instruction there. More of the same that brought the knockdown.
Absolutely, the knockdown obviously in round 2, and Gradia made a good recovery from that. Let's see how it goes here in round 4. All 3 rounds so far to Ben Whitaker.
And now he's going looking for him, trying to unload big shots from the outset in this round. Good body shot, but Gradia takes it well. Aims to throw a right-hand counter, but again, it was short of the target, just whistling through thin air. Couple of jabs from Whitaker, followed by a right to the body, but no great power in them. Gradia stalking him and hits him round the back of the head. And Whitaker, well, he brought it on himself by turning his back, and the referee allows the action to continue.
Yeah, big mouse coming up over the left eye now of Gradia as well. Whitaker getting through with that right hand. The accuracy is there, and he's just planting his feet a little bit more in this 4th round here. Ben Whitaker, he senses that he's trying to go for the finish. He wants an impressive round here, Cole.
Well, he's always looking for the big shot in here, the big showboating shot, but he's sitting in front of his opponent a little bit more now, Whitaker. He's just getting ever closer, short little movements, tiny step to the feet, and he's loading up with that right hand, and he's landing some accurate blows, but not really having big effects on Gradia. When that body shot hit him and he went over, I thought the right hand was on the wall, but real tough opponent. He's here to not just to make the numbers up, he's here to try and, you know, do himself proud. He is doing that. We're only in round 4 of 8.
Gradia's eye is swelling by the second, though. And, of course, Whitaker, the closest man to it, will see that. He's got his gloves held low, contemptuously now, just trying to tee off the one real bingo shot. Good left uppercut and the right hand. How much more of this can he take? And there was a little playful shot over the top, an illegal shot over the top from Whitaker. It gets the coach of Gradia up onto the ring apron, protesting, and the referee doesn't quite know what to do. He's going to have a word with the two fighters and say, look, come on, I don't think it was Gradia's fault.
Yeah, well, the referee's just got to get a hold of this. Gradia's corner not happy with that. Ben Whitaker showboating a little bit too much. Good couple of uppercuts on the inside there. Seems to have stoked the fire of Gradia. Whitaker again, clouding around, lands the uppercut. Gradia going for the shots. The crowd liking this. Whitaker turns him around, showboating again. Not everybody likes this, John.
Not everybody does, but there's a fair proportion of this crowd who do, and he makes him miss with one, makes him miss with another, and lands 2 terrific counts as he comes through. A bit of fancy footwork, and the referee ushers him to a neutral corner, and he's going to say to him, come on, this is sport, this is boxing, this is not about trying to ritually humiliate your opponent. Bit of old school refereeing. He shakes his head, Whitaker. He doesn't like it, but he's going to have to agree.
I think it was more the way the punch was delivered. Whitaker threw sort of a backhand shot. Prince Nassim Hamid used to throw that shot, and the refs don't like it. You can't infringe the rules. Whitaker's showing supreme ability and skill and reflexes. It's mesmerising, some of the stuff he does. But you have to have respect for the opponent, like you say, John. But the shots have to be legal. He did throw a backhand in there. But Whitaker is getting caught with a few shots, and the more he gets caught, the more he showboats.
Gradia going looking for him with headshots in the closing seconds of the round. Well, what a round. Plenty of talking points there, Adam.
Absolutely. Listen, Carl nailed it. You've got to respect the rules of the game, of course you do. But I'm here for entertainment, ladies and gentlemen, and this kid is absolutely putting on a show. Early doors, we thought we might blow the kid away. He's tough. We know he's tough. He's wearing a lot of this fight on his face, he's Gradia. But Ben Whitaker is starting to go through the gears. He's conscious that there's a crowd in here tonight. He's putting the moves together. The feet, the reflexes, the counter-punching is absolutely exquisite. Yes, he does get a little bit giddy and a bit carried away, and he thinks he's at a disco every 2 minutes, but there's something really special here, man. There's something really, really good about him.
Yeah, he does look really good. I did say earlier, very supremely skilled. He's got fast reflexes, and his ability is second to none. He really does look good, and he's going to be really excited to watch when he does step up a level. At the minute, he's in with somebody who's not really at the races in terms of level or ability. And you do want to see the respect in there, because Gradia is really going to have a go now.
We go into the 5th round. That's Adam Catterall with Carl Froch. You're now listening with myself, John Rawling, and Spencer Oliver to the mercurial talent of Ben Whitaker. Only tonight in his 6th professional fight, and he's really produced some thrilling skills already.
Yeah, he certainly has, and you know, love him or hate him, and what he's doing here, you've got to appreciate the skill set of Ben Whitaker, the reflexes, the punch selection, it's all there. Yep, he's got to tone it down a little bit, but the crowd are absolutely loving this, and as I say that, he slams in the body shot, uppercut, another body shot, and Gradia just soaks that up.
He's still trying to walk him down, this brave man who lives in Luxembourg, is a Frenchman, Carlo Gradia, and he's still in there and still looking to maybe just teach Ben Whitaker a lesson. But Whitaker now has his feet planted, and he lands a couple of body shots, left hands. Tall, that stands about 6'3", curly dark hair, walks towards Gradia, makes him miss with a left hook, then throws out the left jab. Got such fast hands as Whitaker. Olympic silver medalist, now trying to make a mark as a professional here in his 6th fight. Good body shot, but there's a right over the top from Gradia, which finds the target. Gradia, who's been the distance with Dan Azeez, who's in our main event later on tonight against Joshua Buatsi, a WBA final eliminator. And there's another body shot from Whitaker, and he makes Gradia miss once more with a big right hand. Then a good body shot again from Whitaker.
Yeah, Whitaker's small more workman-like in this round. He's slamming those shots in. Shot goes low there, body shot. And Gradia felt that one, another body shot goes in.
I think it's going to go here. He's falling down, and the towels come in. The referee had waved it off anyway. There were some thunderous body shots came in from Glenn Whitaker, who's shown that he's flash, he's shown wonderful moves, and he's posing on the ring apron and on the ring and on the ropes, a little bit like Chris Eubank Jr. all those years ago, posing to the crowd, who tonight, quite rightly, have absolutely loved him.
John Rawling, you have to appreciate what you saw up there, whether you like the showboating or not, whether he was a little bit over the top with it. It reminds me of a young Azim when he first done that Adam Casserole. People didn't really appreciate that sort of stuff, but after a while, you just have to accept it. And what we've got to accept there is, I think we've got a potential superstar of the future.
We have got a potential superstar of the future. He's got the lot. He gets the game, he's the entertainer, and he's taking people out. 6 wins, 5 knockouts. Ben Whitaker moves on in the light heavyweight division. Still to come on talkSPORT, Buatsi versus Azeez. Before it, Adam Azim, don't go anywhere.
To this contest at 1 minute 57 seconds of round number 5, declaring your winner by TKO and still undefeated, Ben the Surgeon.
Injuries happen in training camps, delaying fights, frustrating fans. In the end, nobody cares, as long as we eventually get to see the fight. Tonight, it's just that. 2 undefeated British light heavyweights slated to fight last year. Friends turned enemies with huge career ramifications on the line. A battle of South London, local pride, and it's live on talkSPORT. Yes, mate. Okay. Yeah, mate. We're at the OVO Arena in Wembley tonight for Fight Night Live. We've got Joshua Buatsi versus Dan Azeez still to come a little later on. Adam Azim's going to step into the ring very shortly as well. A moment or two ago, Ben Whitaker put in possibly a career-best performance, and Spencer Oliver is with the surgeon right now.
Yeah, no, I'm just waiting for him to come off an interview. He's just been grabbed off me, gone on to Sky Sports, taken priority, so don't worry, guys. I'm hanging around, and once the surgeon comes out of there, I've got him.
Okay, whilst you're doing that, mate, we'll get stuck into a little bit of a pomp for the main event later on. Obviously, Joshua Buatsi and Dan Azeez are going to be with us in around about an hour from now. Throwing down in the light heavyweight division, big ramifications, big career ramifications for both guys. This is obviously a title eliminator for the WBA light heavyweight world title, but obviously, as we've been billing all throughout the course of the week, lots of bragging rights for South London. Before it, in the super lightweight division, a young man that is making some serious headway. 10 fights into his professional career, he's already the European champion. Plenty of chat about various other British fighters that he could be fighting tonight. He takes on the former European champion who never lost the belt in the ring. He's undefeated from Denmark, Poulsen, talented fighter, much older than Adam Azim at 31 years of age. But Adam Azim in great form under the tutelage of Shane McGuigan, and looking forward to putting on a show tonight on what is on paper his toughest test to date. We're still waiting to get our hands on Ben Whitaker, who's just performed a moment or two ago. And regarding the Ben Whitaker performance, Carl Frochter's alongside me on the Whitaker, who's just performed a moment or two ago. And regarding the Ben Whitaker performance, Carl Frochter's alongside me on the desk at the moment. You can't really complain too much about what we saw there, can we?
No, not at all. He was almost punch perfect. He got caught with a couple of little counter punches, but he puts himself in harm's way. He really does stick his face in his opponent's punching range, waits for the shot to land, and like I said earlier, his reflexes are phenomenal, like reflexes of a cat. He sees the punch coming, slips it, counters, slips 2 or 3, does a little foot shuffle. I know the listeners are listening tonight and not seeing, but to watch this guy really is something special. It's quite mesmerising. He's a quality talent, and I think Spencer Oliver is going to have a chat to this guy.
Go on, Spence.
Is he big enough, Spencer? Getting in there. Can he see him?
Yeah, I'm here, guys. I'm here with Mr. Ben Whitaker, the surgeon. Listen, 6 out of 6, 5 by KO. That was impressive performance. Gradia doesn't regularly get stopped, and you done it there in scintillating fashion.
Yeah, I think I did it the fastest, but like I said, I could have done it faster if I'm honest, but I was having a bit of fun. I knew that the pace was getting to him, the feints, the counters, everything was getting to him, but it was a matter of time, and found the right shots around the side, through the body, up the middle, and we got the job done.
Listen, Ben, you remind me of young Azim Hamid, the showmanship and everything else and all that, but do you know how far to push it with a referee? He was getting angry a couple of times in there. Did you know when to tone it down?
Yeah, it's one of those things. I'm not disrespectful at all. I didn't swear at him. I made the crowd congratulate him. It's just my style, you know. It frustrated him, brought him on, and I hurt him a lot of times. But, you know, some of these refs, some of these people, they don't like it. I toned it down and hurt him, got it out there before he could do anything to me, the referee.
Listen, 6 out of 6 now. I mean, you know, what's the roadmap for you over the next 12 months? How fast do you want to move? I mean, Joshua Buatsi, Dan Azeez, WBA number 1 and 2, boxing in the final eliminator. Do you see yourself competing with, like, let's say, the loser of that one?
It's all about me, if I'm honest, and where I want to go and the team wants to take me. I just did a good victory there. I'll come out and enjoy the main event, and what happens next happens next.
Listen, with the Cobra, Cole Froch is there on comms with us as well, and he was saying, look, this looks great. You know, he looks like an unbelievable talent, but let's see when he gets into those later rounds, can he bite down on the gum shield? Have you got an answer for that? Are we going to see that?
Are we going to see that? I don't know. Somebody's got to bring that out of me, but luckily enough, I'm making sure in the ring, at home, in the gym, I'm sparring these grueling rounds. I'm putting people in fresh every 2 rounds. So I know what I can do. If they can't bring it out there, it's not my fault.
Ben, when are we going to see you back in the ring again? Is it going to be soon?
Hopefully sooner the better, because, you know, I'm still fresh. I didn't really get touched in there. And sooner the better. Activity's key.
Buatsi, Azeez, who wins tonight?
May the best man win. You know, it opens up many doors for them, and I'll be excited to watch it.
Have you sparred both of them?
Sparred both of them. Only sparred Dan Azeez once back in the day, but Josh Buatsi, I couldn't count how many times. I got him ready for the Olympics. He got me ready for mine. So great respect there.
Listen, congratulations, mate, on a brilliant performance. Guys, back to you.
Top stuff, Ben Whitaker there with Spencer Oliver ringside after a scintillating performance, and I've no doubt that if we ever came across him on the dance floor, we'd absolutely get mugged right off. Sensational footwork from Ben Whitaker. If I can bring John Rowland in for a split second here, because we're talking about matchups here, John. I'm looking through some of the British light heavies here that are possible. I mean, I think it's maybe a little bit of a step too far for the lads in the main event for Ben Whitaker to be fighting the loser of that next, and Anthony Odds and all these types of people. What about someone like a Lerone Richards or a Shakan Pitters or something like that? Can we get on that route, do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're both decent names, aren't they, who've been around the block, and they know they're going to create a real test. I think he's reaching the phase now where, for British fans, he maybe needs that little bit more than just people coming in from overseas. You know, Carl mentioned earlier on about fighting Robin Reed and fighting McGee as well. You know, these are the sort of fighters who he needs now. People who are going to really enthuse the public with domestic rivalries.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what Boxer do with him next. Maybe our man Simon Jordan has got a bit of an opinion on that, because he's with Spencer Oliver right now, and I believe he's got an elite +1.
Yeah, guys, I am here with Mr. Simon Jordan and Noel Gallagher as well. Simon, I'll start with you. What a performance there from Ben Whitaker. I mean, what did you make of that?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's a balance. And I have to say, I'm a little bit old school when you start taking the mickey out of fighters, but I'm also an admirer of charisma. So I think we've seen this evening that he's beginning to go up levels. This was another level up. But the quality and the potency of his workmanship was there to be admired. I think you've got a mixed emotion about him, Noel, haven't you? You think he's a bit of a mickey taker?
No, I don't think it was a mickey take. I just think it wasn't necessary in that fight. But I think you were saying the higher up the level he goes, he won't be able to get away with that. But he will bring a lot of young people into boxing, because the people like that kind of thing.
Absolutely, you can hear the crowd reaction there, Noel, and you know what, they really appreciate that. Yeah, maybe he did go over the top a little bit, reminded me of a young Nazim Hamid, but when people saw that actually he could fight and he could deliver, they appreciated it.
He's a good fighter. He's very stylish for a big guy as well. He can move, but yeah, no, I was impressed.
Listen, let's talk about the top of the bill here. Joshua Buatsi, Dan Azeez. Simon, we've been vocal about it all week. A real old-school throwback fight, 50-50. It's all about who turns up tonight. How do you see it?
I wouldn't say it was a pick-em. I'm more in the camp of Josh Buatsi. But I think that Dan has to get in and get in early, doesn't he? He has to make the pace. He has to make Josh work very early. And I think the early rounds will shape the direction of travel. I think Buatsi should win this fight. He should win it on paper, he should win it metaphorically and literally. But Dan Azeez comes to fight. I think all of the niceties, we've seen a little bit of an edge come in. You know, it's difficult to get an edge between these two boys because they're mates. We saw a little bit of an edge at the end of the week when there was no handshake from Josh. If he puts out a performance like he did against Stepien, then Dan Azeez wins that fight. But if Josh operates at the level that we know he can, then I see it difficult looking past him.
Yeah, no, last time I saw you was actually Amir Khan versus Kell Brook. I know you appreciate the big fights and the good fights, the 50-50s. How do you see this one?
Well, I think I was saying to Simon on the way in, Azeez has got to drag Buatsi into his kind of fight early, but I think Buatsi's a bit too clever for that. I think I've got the distance.
Just an interesting one. Simon, I know you do a little bit of boxing now. I know you've started up a little bit. Noel, would you fancy your chances against Simon? Is this a fight that we can see in a lot of celebrities boxing now? Could we see you in against Simon?
No chance.
Why not? Do you box?
No.
Yeah, I know, but you ain't up to much here.
No, he's bigger than me. Look at the size of him. I'm only a short ass.
Listen, guys, thanks so much. Appreciate your time and see you both soon.
See you later. Well done.
Top stuff. talkSPORT royalty alongside rock and roll royalty there. Noel Gallagher and Simon Jordan in attendance for tonight's big fight. Dan Azeez taking on Joshua Buatsi. We've got a hell of a co-main event though lined up first because Azim is about to defend his European title against the former European champion Enoch Poulsen. Enoch Poulsen's making his way to the ring right now. The main event, just in case you are just joining us and have been keeping across it briefly on talkSPORT throughout the course of the week. it's got big ramifications on it. Dan Azeez has done it the hard way on the small halls. He's come through in Southern area, English, British, Commonwealth, European titles to earn his opportunity tonight, undefeated through 20 fights at 34 years of age. Is this maybe a step too far? We're going to find out a little bit later on. And Joshua Buatsi, who came out the Olympic Games in 2016 with a bronze medal, really excelled early doors, and then his career's just hit a little bit of a brick wall. Tonight is a big test for him about kicking on towards that world title level. The current holder of the WBA belt is obviously Dimitri Bivol, and he's hopefully going to be taking on Artur Beterbiev at some point this year. That then will hopefully lead Joshua Buatsi into that mix at some point by the back end of the year. Who knows, before it, we might even get to see another All-British showdown with the winner of this fight tonight against Anthony Yarde. Wouldn't that be absolutely tremendous? As he makes his way to the ring, Adam Azim, accompanied by one of his brothers, holding that EBU title. An EBU title that he managed to snaffle within 10 professional fights, beating the record of the one and only Spencer Oliver, who's still a little bit sore and bitter about it, aren't you, pal?
Listen, mate, it took a little bit of time to get over, but I'm over it now. 26 years I held that title. You know, I took that title off the one and only Prince Nazim Hamed, and I'll give it up now to the future in Adam Azim, because that's what I think he is. I think this kid is a superstar in the makings. Enoch Poulsen's a good test for him right now. A guy that was a European champion, lost the title outside of the ring through injury, and is now looking to reclaim it. I think tonight we find out a little bit more about how Adam Azim is at this level, how good he is. Fringe world title level, I mean, this is a good test for him. Absolutely.
Enoch Poulsen, like I said, 31 years of age. He's had 14 fights, absolutely undefeated, only 5 knockouts on there, but he is the former European champion. He's a well-schooled fighter, taking on the 10 fights of Adam Azim. Here's Big Mo to make the big introductions for tonight's co-main event.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your chief support bout of the evening. 12 3-minute rounds for the European Super Lightweight Championship. Promoted by Ben Shalom and Boxer, and brought to you live worldwide on Sky Sports and NBC's Peacock TV. Our steward in charge, Charles Giles. Our supervisor, Peter Stuckey. Our area representative, Barry Freeman. Our timekeeper, Mark Shannon. And our judges at ringside, Daniel Vandevelde, Massimo Barovecchio, and Pablo Gonzalez Munoz. And our referee in charge when the bell rings, Ansi Perioki. Let's meet the fighters. First, the challenger, fighting out of the blue corner. Wearing the black trunks with red trim, he stands 5 feet 9 1/2 inches tall. He weighed in at 9 stone, 13 pounds, 5 ounces. He holds a perfect, undefeated professional record of 14 wins, no defeats, with 5 of those wins coming by way of knockout. And he fights out of Aarhus, Denmark, by way of Lusaka, Zambia. Introducing the former European Super Lightweight Champion, Enoch Mwandila Poulsen. And his opponent, the champion, fighting out of the red corner, wearing the black trunks with white trim, he stands 5 feet 10 inches tall. He weighed in at 10 stone even. He comes to us with a perfect, undefeated professional record of 10 victories versus no defeats, with 7 of those wins coming by way of knockout. And he fights out of Slough, England. Introducing the reigning, defending, and youngest in history, European Super Lightweight Champion. Here's the assassin, Adam Azeez.
Okay, gentlemen, I wait a good clean fight. Follow the rules, obey my comments. This is the belt line. This is the belt line for you. No punches below this line. May the best man win. Shake hands. Good luck.
A moment or two ago, you heard from Noel Gallagher on talkSPORT. Don't forget, we don't just own boxing, we also own the football as well. On Monday, it's Premier League football as Brentford host Manchester City from 8 p.m. Right now, though, it's Adam Azim and Enoch Powell. European title on the line, and calling you through this on Fight Night, live here on talkSPORT, Spencer Oliver and John Rowling.
Tremendous reception for Adam Azim, who's a really popular young fighter, particularly in the Slough area of the world. And he's looked pretty special so far in his career. Just 21 years old, managed by his father, trained again by Shane McGuigan, and already he's done pretty much everything right. Undefeated in 10 fights, as you've heard, stands 5'10", which is marginally taller than Enoch Poulsen, who's also undefeated, and a former European champion who said, well, this is my title. I never lost it, and I'm here to win it tonight, and I'm here to outbox Adam Azim. And Azim certainly will not get things his own way very readily tonight. Poulsen most definitely is here looking to regain the title.
Yeah, Poulsen been very confident all week. You know, he's been very relaxed. He knows what he's coming into here. He knows how popular Adam Azim is. He watched him win that title against Frank Petitjean, and you know what? He said, listen, I saw things there, I can exploit things there, and I'm going to go and win back the title I lost outside the ring.
Poulsen also fought Petitjean, and it was in that fight that he suffered an injury which kept him out of the ring and made him relinquish his title. But he says that he is now back as good as ever, 31 years old, and there's been a quiet opening to this fight. A couple of jabs from Azim, taken on the gloves by Poulsen, who's just cautiously just having a look at his very, very popular London-based, Slough-based champion. And it's a very cagey sort of opening here. No power shots in the opening couple of minutes.
Yep, John, at this sort of level, this is what you'd expect. Adam Azim doing the right thing here, Cole, just taking his time, taking a look at Enoch Poulsen, because he has to respect a guy that's never been beat.
Yeah, Poulsen looks good. He's tidy behind a steady jab. He's not really trying to do anything too over-ambitious. It's only round one. Adam Azim, he knows, he'd have watched him, he knows his fight, he knows he can fight, he knows he's more than capable of, I mean, he's got the European title now, but he knows he's a good fighter. We've seen him, he'll be in there thinking to himself, right, it's a 12-round fight, let's work into it, take my time, and then have a go. So we're going to find out, like you said earlier, something about Adam Azim tonight. Is he level? Because European level's pretty good. It's a step towards being kind of top 15 in the world with the WBC. It used to be top 10. It's around that level. So if he can defend this title a couple of times, he can then move on from that.
It's a quiet opening round. You're not missing any punches of note while Carl was explaining the significance of the round there. And it's going to be difficult for the judges to split them here. Maybe Azim got the better start, but Poulsen's shown that he's no mug, and he's shown fast hands, and he's landed a couple of body shots of his own. Difficult one to score, that one. How would you have it?
Yeah, very difficult round to score. You maybe just headed towards Adam Azim, just on the fact that he was pushing forward, landed a couple of decent sort of jabs. Enoch Poulsen was having a little bit of success on the outside, but didn't really commit at all, and maybe just lean towards Adam Azim there. But what we found out, John, in that round is it is going to be competitive, and he's going to see, you know, as this fight unfolds, we're going to see how Adam Azim deals with it, because he's in with a very capable opponent here.
You're listening to Fight Night Live on talkSPORT in partnership with William Hill. Get epic value all season with William Hill, and remember, 18+, begambleaware.org. Well, a fascinating opening round and very little between them. I think I wouldn't take major exception with a judge whichever way they scored that one. It's one of those which could have gone either way, and we move now into the second of this 12-round fight for you here on talkSPORT for the EBU European Super Lightweight title. Adam Azim, the 21-year-old from Slough, defending his title. And he tries to whip in a left hook, missed the target, and misses with a jab as well. Good footwork from both men. Both of them very well balanced and very well schooled. Poulsen tries to look for a body shot, unable to find it, and there was just a little straight left hand from Azim, which was the scoring shot in that first exchange of the round.
Yep, Poulsen controlling the space quite well here. He's seeing everything that Adam Azim is doing. Azim is the one with the quick hands. He throws the quick 1-2s, just whips a jab out there, but Poulsen controlling the space well here.
And who's going to be the first to really seize control of a round? Who's going to have the first big attack? A couple of jabs aimed towards the body, this time by Azim, who has a habit of sort of reaching out and pawing with his left jab. A few judges, a few referees who won't allow him to do that, I can assure you. But he goes in well now, left jab, and whips in the right over the top of the left-hand lead of Poulsen, and that's the best attack that Azim's had so far in the fight. Classical, well-schooled skills, and he threw in a very good right hand there.
Yeah, Poulsen just carrying his left lead hand low there. Adam Azim see that, and he exploited it. He whipped the right hand through and landed flush on the chin of Enoch Poulsen. Good start to this second round here. 1 minute 20 left in the round.
Poulsen will want to establish himself as well. Another good right hand from Azim, and then he turned and he was just clipped on the back of the head by Poulsen, and the referee says no, we'll have none of that. Makes the two men touch gloves, but again there was a good right hand in there from Azim, and if the opening round was open to personal interpretation, always a bit of a subjective task scoring a fight, this second round clearly Azim has thrown the more worthwhile punches so far. Poulsen just trying to regroup, trying to bring something of his own back in the latter stages of this second round.
Yeah, Azim just starting to find his rhythm now, just found the range with a jab, having success with that backhand as well. Poulsen now starting to try and push forward. He wants some success of his own, but at the moment, it's all Adam Azim.
Yep, he's doing well, Azim. We'll bring Carl Froch in at the end of the round and hear how he's seeing this, but this has been a good little boxing display here from Adam Azim in the second round. Oh, again, left hand, right hand, and the right into the side of the head of Poulsen. He takes it well, but now Azim is clearly growing in confidence, and he's starting to put more into these punches. He's trying to unload. Carl.
I think Adam Azim's realised there's not a great deal coming back from Poulsen when he goes for the attack. And Azim seems to have that bit of reach. Slightly taller, has got a bit more reach on him. So what Azim's doing is getting close with the feet, just small little steps, working his way behind that jab. And he's found a target for that right hand a couple of times, and he's getting close to him. So that was quite a nice display, quite a clinical display there for Adam Azim in that second round. And I think Poulsen will know that he's in a hard fight here. And yeah, quite impressive. Slight step through the gears for Azim, but clearly took that round on my card.
Cole, how important is it for Adam Azim to not let Enoch Poulsen get into any sort of rhythm, because that's when he's going to grow in confidence, isn't he? Poulsen's come here, you can see he's sort of like holding back just a little bit, but he can't be allowed to grow in confidence, because that's when he can cause problems.
Well, it's really important. Adam Azim's doing a real good job of shutting that down straight away, because he's got a sharp jab, he's got very fast hands, and he looks for that right hand counter on the back foot, and he will attack with that right hand. I think he's in pretty safe zone here. Adam Azim is in the control of the fight, and he's looking comfortable for me.
Into the third round, you're listening to Championship Boxing with us here on talkSPORT, and our main event, Joshua Buatsi against Dan Azeez, WBA Eliminator. That follows this fight, the main event, and it's a sold-out crowd here at the OVO Arena, the Wembley Arena here in London, and it is absolutely throbbing tonight. Big atmosphere, and a good attack again from Azim, solid left hand, and just starting to look as though he's got maybe a little bit more on his punches, maturity as well for a lad of just 21. He's not gambling in the early stages here, just relying on boxing skills, as you'd expect a Shane McGuigan fighter to do, and he looks very, very composed, and at the moment looks as though he's bossing it.
Yep, he looks very sharp now, Adam Azim. He's taken the centre of the ring, started to find the range with that jab, and there was a laboured combination just come back from Enoch Poulsen there as well, and you just sense that Adam Azim is starting to turn the screw. This is good stuff here in the third round.
Well, he's starting to look for him with headshots now, and there was one where Poulsen was just leaning back, just whistled across the front of his nose. Azim lands with a left-hand lead. Poulsen misses with an attempted left hook counter of his own. Azim standing fairly stationary. Now does throw a good left hand and whips in that right over the top again.
Yeah, good work again there from Adam Azim. He's keeping the range really well, whipping those hooks in. Cole just seems to be taking control here in this third round. Good round for him here. Less coming back from Poulsen.
Yeah, that's right, less coming back. Poulsen's trying to get goal. He needs to get close, so whether he's trying or not, but he seems to have... he's not given up the hope of getting anywhere, but to get any success, Poulsen's got to get close to Azim. Azim's so sharp with that jab and with the counter right hand. He's probably had that ambition drawn out of him.
Poulsen not a banger though, and Azim knows that, and he's realised that in these opening 3 rounds, as he now follows and cuts off the ring, trying to get himself into position to mount another big attack. But Poulsen is still having his moments in this round. Left hand from Azim may have been a little bit low, landed heavily in the solar plexus of Poulsen, who now tries to come back, lands a right to the body of Azim. Azim just has his gloves up high, hand cocks the right hand, looking for, whip that one in maybe over the top, can't do so, and this, how do you score that one, Spencer?
Yeah, another good round there from Adam Azim. He was dominating that holding centre of the ring, whipping the jabs in, finding the range with the jabs. When he found the jab, he was whipping the right hands in, but Poulsen was doing a good job defensively, covering up.
Here's what they're saying in the Azim corner.
Jab left hook right hand, just go in the first phase. Don't try and go in the second or third, right?
Be careful about this, okay?
You've got to step in a little bit more on your right hand. Boom, boom, bang, then finish on the left hook to the body. Couple of breaths, Okay? Don't let him get no momentum trying to push you back or something. Don't mess around with him. Don't mess around. Yeah, don't fuck around. And no dipping and punching. Okay? Just sharp jab, go jab left hook right hand, or double jab right hand. Do you know what I mean?
Jab left right hand.
Yeah, jab left hook right hand, or double jab back hand. Okay? Just nice and touch that first.
Apologies for some of the language in the corner there. You understand, you do get that in the heat of the moment in big boxing events. Now, as we move into the 4th round, Azim, for me, is just ahead in this contest.
Yeah, Azim winning every round on my scorecard. He's just the sharper of the two, but Poulsen looks like an awkward type, like I said. Seems to have long arms, which gives him a good defence, and he's a cagey, wily old fox in there, and he's just making things slightly difficult, slightly awkward for Adam Azim, but Azim at the moment winning the rounds.
Poulsen, based in Denmark, managed and promoted by Patina Palla, daughter of Mogens Palla, for so long a dominant man in Danish boxing, much respected, and Patina here with a fighter tonight, but so far he's not doing enough to really give hope that he's going to win this one. Again, a hopeful swing from Poulsen.
Yeah, Poulsen just trying to create an opening, trying to set a trap, but not really getting through here. Azim just seems to be one move ahead. He's controlling the space well. Poulsen complains there of a low blow. The referee tells him to get on with it. That's not a good sign there from Poulsen, Cole. When he does things like that, it's starting to complain already.
Yeah, he tried to get a little bit close. He got caught. It was slightly low, but Poulsen really does need to get close. But like John Rawlings points out, he's not got the power. He can't really mix it in close. So he's on the outside trying to box and move, but Azim's just too fast for him.
Azim standing tall, centre ring, tries to throw the left-hand, right-hand combination. Poulsen gets inside, lands with an uppercut, rocks back Azim's head, but no real damage done. There's a little bit of a grab, and the referee split them. And now centre ring again. Azim standing, controlling the space, lands a left to the body. Poulsen also lands a left jab, but Azim blocked it, and no power again from the Dane.
Yeah, Azim just looking for that single shot at the moment. I just now need to see an injection of pace. Go through the gears now, Adam Azim. That's what he needs to do. As I say that, Poulsen lands a good left hook of his own. A little reminder, I'm still in this, son.
Well, he's still in it, certainly. This fighter who hails from Zambia, now based in Denmark. Backpedaling, Azim. no real punches of note being thrown right now. Feints to throw a right hand, but Poulsen lands with a left of his own. Two more pawing jabs from Azim, then a right to the body.
Yeah, Azim just struggling to break through the defence here of Enoch Poulsen. Cole, you just sense that he's looking for that opening, he's showing his patience, but just can't find a way through right now.
Yeah, Adam Azim, he's having accuracy and he's having his moments of success, but Poulsen, I think, losing desire. I think where you said that Azim needs to step on the pace, I think he'll take the lead from his corner, Shane McGuigan, and over the next couple of rounds, don't forget this is a 12-round fight, so over the next couple of rounds, Shane McGuigan will give the instructions and say, right, stay in now, throw the double jab right hand, and then go again with a second attack, then stay on him. But it's not ready yet. We've just completed 4 rounds. I think he'll step through the gears as his fight goes on, and he'll show his class, Adam Azim.
I agree with everything that you've just said there, Carl. The problem is that a moment or two ago we had Ben Whitaker in this ring, didn't we? And he had all this lot wowing and wooing and getting them all excited. At the moment, the first 4 rounds, they're all his, but it looks samey. Don't get too samey. Start showing a little bit of something different, because at the end of the day, it is the entertainment business, isn't it?
Catman, that's exactly what I was saying. I said, yep, that's what I need to see a little bit more now. I need to see him going through the gears. You know, that, like you say, it's just a little bit one-paced. Coming off the Whitaker performance, we need to see more.
We get a huge audience watching us on the talkSPORT Boxing YouTube channel. Join the party and take a look right now as we cover this European Super Lightweight Championship fight between Adam Azim and Enoch Poulsen. And Azim, after, what have we had, 4 rounds, I think, well, I certainly gave him the first 3, and on my card, I've got him the first 4.
Yeah, but same as that, I've got Adam Azim up all 4 rounds there. I think he's done enough in those rounds, but I agree with Adam Catterall. It has been a little bit samey, and if you want to keep the atmosphere, the electricity in this packed-out OVO arena here at Wembley, he needs to go through the gears. We need to see a little bit more. Let's see if we see that here in the 5th round as he stalks forward again, looking for the opponent.
So much generated by Ben Whitaker in the last fight, so much excitement, and my goodness, talk about star quality. If you missed that one, where were you? Whitaker was just tremendous. Better work from Poulsen, got inside with a right to the body, but then standing tall, Azim spears him with a couple of left jabs. Not really bringing the right hand over the top. Left hand looks as though it was low, and the referee says to Azim, keep your punches up. Poulsen wants to see him having more maybe telling off from the referee. He's complained more than once about low punches from Azim, but the referee was on his case this side. A couple more jabs from Azim. Back comes Poulsen. Had an opportunity to maybe land a clubbing left hand, but once more, no real power in the shot, although he generated the opening.
No, he's just stalking forward, doing the right thing at the moment, but Enoch Poulsen trying to come back, like you say, not really having any sort of effect when he's landing on Adam Azim. That's why I want to see Azim now turning it up, you know, adjusting it, setting some traps. Show us something a little bit different, because we're in round 5 now with 1 minute to go, and it's been quite similar all the way through. We need to see a little bit more now.
Yeah, the crowd would like to see a little bit more star quality maybe from Azim, who spun Poulsen around and had him off balance momentarily. Changed to throw a right hand. Poulsen saw it coming and blocked it well. And Barry McGuigan on the far side of the ring getting absolutely animated with Azim. Wants him to come forward, wants him to really start letting leather go. And he aims a big right hand, but misses by a distance. And Poulsen landed a couple in close. And now he's another low blow, and the referee is going to take action this time, but he's gone down. He's given him it as a knockdown, and is it his shoulder that he's got a problem with? He's gone down, and I don't think he can continue. The fight's over, and finishing in slightly bizarre circumstances. Poulsen going down, and it looks as though he may have dislocated his shoulder. I thought there was a low punch went in there originally, but as Poulsen went down, clearly in agony as he sits down in his corner, I think he's got a dislocated shoulder, and Adam Azim is the winner.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. It was a dislocation of the shoulder. He threw the right hand, and as he threw it, he landed it funny, and it pulled his arm back, and you see the dislocation of the shoulder. He was in desperate trouble. He was down in the corner, looking at his corner. The referee started the count, and he was not going to get up. He was in serious pain. And as I say that now, right above us in the blue corner, you see the doctor attending to him, John. He looks like he's in a lot of pain there.
Yeah, in a moment we've got a monitor here at ringside, and I'm sure we'll see replays of exactly what happened. Poulsen, I can tell you, is in a lot of pain, and he'll need further medical attention after this. But we'll hopefully see in a moment or two Ben Shalom just conferring with his fighter Adam Azim, and they're saying, yeah, it's his right shoulder which seems to have gone. But we'll take another look at how exactly it happened. Doctor's in the corner with Poulsen, who appears now to be a little bit more comfortable. Let's look again at how it came. Carl.
We see him there throw that right hand up. He threw a left-right, and that right hand sort of missed, went over the top of Azim's shoulder. It can be something really small and simple and not that sort of eye-catching, and your shoulder can dislocate. Luckily, I've never had that kind of an injury. I know it's real debilitating. It's very hard to carry on. You do see people sometimes carry on with a dislocated shoulder, but you could see there he'd given up straight away. So Adam Azim does his celebration. He dominated the fight from start to finish, really. Showed us that he belongs at this level where he's at the minute, European level. But it'll be interesting to see where he is and how he looks when he steps up to world class. He's not ready for that yet. He needs a few more fights around this level, Adam Azim, but that was a good performance, and you can't really fault him for that, what he put in there tonight. It was a good effort, and he did well.
Yeah, mature performance, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, he took his time, and at this level, you can't take any risks. You've got to be educated about what you do, because you take a risk and you're made to pay. That's the sort of level you're at. Enoch Poulsen was an undefeated former champion himself, and it was a cagey sort of fight, and you know, you're just there where you're sort of now saying, come on, Adam, let's see you pick it up and out a little bit, son. You need to go through the gears a little bit. It's becoming a little bit flat, a little bit one-paced. And then obviously the end was the end, and it was unfortunate for Adam Azim, because I'm sure he wanted to showcase his skills more, but you got to feel for Poulsen a little bit as well there.
It's boxing though, isn't it, Adam? I mean, sometimes it's spectacular, sometimes you see great showboating, great drama, and sometimes it's a bit frustrating like that.
It is, it's a little bit of a shame, the ending there, because as you boys were pointing out on commentary, he's kind of cruised the first 5 phases of that fight. We were wanting to see a little bit more, and I thought Enoch Poulsen maybe could have been the perfect opponent to be able to do that, because he is well skilled and he knows what he's doing. So it's a little bit of a shame that the way that fight has come to an end. A win's a win, I suppose, and we move forward. Let's get the official result of that fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Ansi Perioki calls a stop to this contest at 2 minutes, 39 seconds of round number 5, declaring your winner by knockout, and still the European super lightweight champion, Adam the Assassin Azeez.
I think he's a bit fortunate to have that ranked as a knockout. That classes as a technical knockout to me, doesn't it? If a fighter can't continue once his shoulders popped out of his socket specs.
Listen, that was definitely a technical knockout. You feel a little bit for Enoch Poulsen there, because there was obviously a big problem, and it seems to be okay now. It seems to have gone back in, which is quite frustrating for him. But listen, Adam Azim, it's all about the experience at the moment. It's all about the development. And what did we find out from it? We found out that he's not ready for world level right now.
No.
He needs to stay at European level. He needs to develop. He needs to take time. That was only his 11th contest. And sometimes, you know, when you've got a great talent, you know, just hold them back a little bit. Let them learn.
Well, there you have it. Adam Azim getting the job done, coming through the former European champion Enoch Poulsen, handed him his first defeat, and Adam Azim holds on to his European title through 11 fights. The big one is next. This is why we're here at the OVO in Wembley. Dan Azeez, Joshua Buatsi, bragging rights. Who's going to get him? We'll find out next on talkSPORT.
Sucker Punch your Saturday nights. Fight Night Live on talkSPORT, the home of boxing.
I want to win. I want to turn around to everyone and say, we had that fight and I won.
Was excellent, intelligent from the Croydon man. And look at this, left hand, challenge again, in trouble here on the ropes. And Buatsi senses the finish here.
Forced to give a little bit of ground here, and Azeez again is just on him, chipping away. Nice straight right hand there, and a good right hand from Azeez, and his leg stiffened slightly therefore. He's in a touch of trouble here, I think.
You don't like pressure. Look, that in itself. Not like pressure. That in itself. Team, there's been pressure. No, of course, no, but it doesn't mean that you like it.
Still to come, our main event, which sees Britain's light heavyweights Joshua Buatsi and Dan Azeez meet in the ring here at Wembley Arena. Let's see the latest odds ahead of that one with William Hill.
In the zone on talkSPORT with William Hill. Get epic value all season with William Hill. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
Joining us now to give us the latest odds is William Hill's Lee Phelps. Lee, what have you got for us, mate?
Yeah, I know there's always a danger of overhyping fights, but Joshua Buatsi, Dan Azeez has all the hallmarks of a domestic classic. The Olympic bronze medalist is the favourite in the betting at 2-9, which I think does look a little short. Azeez is 3-1, and I'm sure his supporters are really keen on that. They'll like the enhanced odds bet on the British, European and Commonwealth champion at 9-1, boosted from 7s for Azeez to win by stoppage. And look, it's hard to criticise Buatsi. He's unbeaten after all, but it feels like we've been waiting for him to produce that performance to make everyone say he's going to be a world champion. It's almost like it was a given when he turned pro that was his destiny in the end. I wonder if this is the fight that will force him into it. Maybe he's just been able to box within himself for so long, and it's been a bit of a stop-start career so far. Azeez won't be giving up the 2 belts on the line easily, of course, and obviously knows Buatsi in the ring as well as anyone, but I just think Buatsi may well prove he's closer to world level out of the two of them, and I'm backing him to win on points.
That was a look at the latest odds in partnership with William Hill. Top price guarantee this weekend. Comparison with selected competitors and excludes enhanced prices. Further restrictions, terms and conditions do apply. You've got to be over 18. begambleaware.org.
In the zone on talkSPORT with William Hill. Get epic value all season with William Hill. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
Well, it's the OVO Arena in Wembley. I'm Adam Catterall, pleasure to be in your company. Alongside me, Carl Froch, John Rowling and Spencer Oliver. Spencer's currently just out and about in the crowd. We'll hopefully be speaking to somebody very, very soon that are in attendance for tonight's main event. Dan Azeez defending his titles against Joshua Buatsi. It's an eliminator for the WBA light heavyweight world title. The winner of this will be next in line to take on Dimitri Bivol, but we're hoping that Dimitri Bivol is going to be taking on Artur Beterbiev at some point this year, which then hopefully leaves the door open for the winner of this to take on Anthony Yarde. How good would that be? Now you can hear in the background Big Mo, our MC, making a few announcements. Boxer, the promoter tonight, putting on a couple of fights for British fight fans to enjoy on British soil. And there's a couple of British heavyweights in the ring at the moment. So let's find out what is about to be announced.
Undefeated, please welcome Big Fraser Clark. And the champion, making his return to Sky Sports and now his NBC debut from Ipswich. He is the undefeated, the reigning and soon to be defending British heavyweight champion. Please welcome Fabio Wardley.
There you go, British and Commonwealth champion Fabio Wardley in the heavyweight division, being matched up there against Fraser Clark, a fight that we've all been thirsty for. It's finally happened. If you remember, it was called purse bids. Fighters were pulled out of purse bids, and now all of a sudden they've managed to get it on. Fabio Wardley coming off the back of a great win against David Adelaide, setting himself up now with the former captain of Team GB, the Olympic captain himself, Fraser Clark. And right in front of me, right in front of the ring right now, they are nose to nose, staring into the eyes of each other's souls. should be an absolute fantastic clash. Whilst those boys are giving a little bit of chirp in the ring, we'll give you some more fights in a moment that are about to be announced. But Spencer Oliver is out and about speaking to a bit of football royalty. That's right, I believe that you're with JD himself, Jermaine Defoe.
I am, boys. I'm with Jermaine Defoe right now, and that's an interesting fight, by the way. Fabio Wardley versus Clark is a great fight. And what do you think of that fight?
Yeah, flipping out, look at him there. That is a great fight, to be fair. Who do you fancy?
Listen, I think you've got to lean towards Wardley. He's the one that seems to be progressing a little bit more, but it's all about Fraser Clark and can he up his game at that sort of level. I mean, it's a great heavyweight contest, one that we wanted to see.
100%. Again, like, you know, at the minute there's so many great fights out there, but this one I'm looking forward to that. There, you can see there with the face of the bad blood. Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to this one.
Listen, Jermaine, you're a big boxing fan. You come to all these big fights. This is a great fight here tonight, top of the bill. South London pride on the line right here. Do you know what I mean? Bragging rights and all that. Dan Azeez, Joshua Buatsi. Who do you fancy in that one?
Do you know what, right? I'm going Buatsi, you know. I think he might stop him. I think he'll stop him later rounds, go back 8-9 rounds. I think he'll stop him. The reason why I say that, it's tight. The reason why I say that is because I think Buatsi's experience. Again, bad blood, South London boys coming together and looking forward to it, big fight.
Listen, lots going on in the boxing world right now. We've just got the news that Tyson Fury's picked up a cut. We wanted that undisputed fight. A fight, we haven't seen an undisputed champion. You've got to go back like to 1999, Lennox Lewis, Evander Holyfield. We've been waiting a long time. Frustrating we didn't get it.
Yeah, it was frustrating and that, but like, listen, at the end of the day, it can happen. These things happen. And to be fair, when I looked at the picture, the cut looks bad. Do you know what I mean? I know there's obviously a lot of noise around it and people saying a lot of stuff on that, but listen, it's going to happen, and when it happens,
They've announced a new date of May 18th, but that may be a little bit soon. That was a bad cut.
It is a bad cut. But listen, at the end of the day, like you said in that, when we saw the news, it was disappointing in that, but I do believe it will happen. And like I said, when it does happen, man, it's what a fight.
You ever done a little bit of boxing yourself?
Yeah, I've done a bit. Look, I'm not sparred, but I've done a lot of work on the heavy bag and stuff like that. But just a little bit more.
You said that with a smile on your face. I'm just sizing it up here, mate. That's like it could be little bit. I'm like, I reckon I'm 12 now.
Really?
What are you?
I'm about nearly 12, I reckon.
You're calling it on there, weren't you?
Someone asked me before, you're going to get in the ring, no problem.
Listen, I can see a little glint in your eye, mate. Listen, let's talk a little bit about Tottenham. What happened today?
Do you know what? The lads have done brilliant. I think Ange has come in, done unbelievable. You know, everyone's a difficult place to go away from home. It's obviously disappointing that they can see the late goal and that, but the boys have been fantastic all season.
Top four?
Oh, 100%. 100%. Even beyond that, I think the way the team's playing, obviously the results are important, but I think what's more pleasing than anything else is the performances.
Right, listen, give us a newsline, Jermaine Defoe. Who can we see you in the ring with? I can see that you're doing a little bit of undercover training here, mate. Who you got your eye on?
Do you know what? You know what's funny, yeah? One of my best pals, Troy Deeney, who's actually sitting over there, he called me out. Even though it's different weight to me and that, but he called me out, so I might have to start training.
Well, I'm going to go and have a word with Troy Deeney in a minute. Is that something you fancy? I'll tell you who else is over there. Simon Jordan's over there, and Noel Gallagher as well. Fancy one of them?
No, he's probably my weight, innit? Simon, I like Simon, you know. I like Simon. Simon's all right, man. But like, no, he's looking at me there, look. We'll see.
Oh, brilliant. Listen, Jermaine, as always, mate, thanks for speaking to you. Back to you, lads.
Apologies for a little bit of fruity language in there from Mr. Defoe. I think he still thought he were in the football changing room there, getting all stuck in, didn't he? Great conversation, though, Jermaine Defoe there, catching up with Spencer Oliver, ringside there, getting excited about that main event. A lot of people, when we're talking ringside, are actually favouring Buatsi, obviously looking at that elite amateur Olympic pedigree, Carl. But they haven't taken into consideration the ceilings that keep getting put on Dan Azeez. He keeps going through them, and it's because he's willing to go to maybe some levels that we haven't seen Buatsi go to yet.
That's right, he keeps answering all the questions and doing the right things in the ring, and this is definitely going to be his toughest test to date. But Joshua Buatsi, for me, the inactivity, I'm not so sure if he fully believes in himself. With the split from Eddie Hearn, and don't want to get too politically and go too deep into that, but there was opportunities given to him to step up, and he decided not to take them, and he's stuck with Boxer and Sky, and he's now obviously Ben Shalom, and I just think that I don't know. There's a little question mark about whether or not his ambition and his desire is there, and we'll probably find out tonight because Dan Azeez is going to come to try and win. But if Buatsi is too good for him and just outboxes him and keeps him at range and he's able to control him, Azeez might get frustrated, but that's not going to help him.
Did you find that an odd scenario at the time? What you're referring to there is that he was offered Dimitri Bivol. He managed. What happened was he became the British champion, he reneged the British championship and went down the WBA international thing in order to boost his rankings to get himself a decent standing with the WBA. He got that, and he was presented the Dimitri Bivol fight, and he said, listen, I'm not ready for that Dimitri Bivol fight as of yet.
Yeah.
Was that a bit of a surprise for you at the time? Because we saw Anthony Hard, maybe he wasn't ready for Kovalev, but he had a go, and we saw him getting with Batavia, maybe he wasn't ready for that, but he had a go. Don't get me wrong, he fell short, but he rolled the dice, and for me, he's become a better fighter off the back of it.
And sometimes you need to see that dice roll. With me in my career, I was getting on a little bit. I was getting on towards 30 years old when I fought for my first world title, and it was against unbeaten Jean Pascal. He was a Commonwealth champion as an amateur, unbeaten as a pro, and it was a gamble, but you've got to take them gambles. And if you come through them, you go onwards and upwards like I did. If you don't come through them, you learn massively from the loss, and then you can come back better, provided you don't get badly hurt, because obviously we're in a fight game and anything can happen. And yeah, that's what I was alluding to. I think Joshua Buatsi, we're going to find out a little bit more about him tonight. Dan Azeez is going to come to win. He's a capable fighter, he's looked good, he's unbeaten. So this is an intriguing matchup, and I'll be more looking at Joshua Buatsi rather than I'll be looking at Azeez. I'm expecting Buatsi to do the business. That might be silly of me. I just think when you've got good amateur pedigree and you've been there, you got a bronze medal in the Olympics, and he's very well schooled. I expect him to go on to do better things at world level if he indeed gets to world level. But it's a tough division. You know, the lightweight division's thriving at the minute, and yeah, I think there's loads of opportunities for both of these fighters, the winner and the loser, moving forward.
Completely agree, and we're going to get into this fight very, very shortly. We're going to go and try and find Spencer again, because I think he's out and about with Fabio Wardley, who's just had a fight announced with Fraser Clark. Over to you, Spence.
Yep, guys, I am with the British champ, Fabio Wardley. Fabio, just told you to sit down there, mate. The height difference is a little bit dodgy, do you know what I mean? How you doing, mate?
I'm doing well, mate. I'm doing well. All's going good. All's going good.
Well, listen, big fight announced there. Fraser Clark, we was expecting it. Don't know when it was going to be. Didn't know where it was going to be, whether it was going to be in here, whether it's going to be Saudi Arabia. Looks like we're getting it here in Britain.
Yeah, we've got to bring it home. Look, don't get me wrong, Saudi was a fantastic experience. It was a great event, but there's nothing like home fans, home support, and that buzz of a massive fight. And especially this one, this British title fight needed that home support, I think. I needed to give that one to the fans for them to physically be there and be at the event.
Listen, your career is going from strength to strength. You know, Nathan Gorman, many people considered a 50-50 fight. You come through that in flying colours. David Adelaide as well there. Another brilliant job there. What are we going to expect with you and Fraser Clark?
More of the same. More from me. Improving, getting better as a fighter, being more cool, calm-headed, composed in the ring, but at the same time, firefight when it needs to happen and putting it all on the line, because that's what I do best.
Fab, where can we expect to see the fight?
I think the fight's going to be at the O2 Arena, so a fantastic venue, a real kind of, it's the UK's real home of boxing, aside from, you know, your usual York Hall, but for the big events, for the big shows, it'll be at the O2.
Big news there, Tyson Fury's had to pull out of the contest. We saw the bad cut over his eye there. I mean, how bad do you think that is for Tyson Fury? They're talking about rescheduling it May the 18th. Not sure if that's going to be possible. What's your thoughts on it?
Yeah, it's obviously sad. It's sad for him and sad for us as boxing fans, because we finally thought, yup, we've got the one. We've got the one we want. And for accidents like that to happen in sparring, it is a shame. They do happen. Whether the new date is actually viable, whether it really happens, who knows? Depends on Tyson, depends on healing and things. I've had cuts myself in the past, and depending on where they're located, they're not always the easiest to get done and move on. So we'll have to wait and see, but always fingers crossed that we still get that fight at some point.
Do you expect to see him back in the ring again? Do you think that you know, that is definitely going to happen? Or do you think that, you know, something like this, an injury like this, you know, could cause a problem for Tyson?
No, I think he's too much of a proud man. I think if he lets the cut get in the way of the fight and then just calls it a day from there, I I think that I don't think that would sit with him. He wouldn't let that happen. So I think one way or the other we see it. Either when on the new date, maybe a bit later, end of the year, whatever. But I think he'll have that.
Listen, you got this fight with Fraser Clark. If you come through that one, where do you see yourself in the next 12 months? You know, these heavyweights now, they're all getting a little bit older. Deontay Wilder didn't look good last time out. Joseph Parker did look good. I mean, where do you see yourself in the mix with these heavyweights?
I'm right behind them. I'm the next in line. That's where I think I am now. I'm clearing up domestically. I'm paying my dues. I'm doing the right fights at the right time. But like you say, them boys are in the later stages of their career. They've got maybe a year, 18 months, 2 years left. And by then I'll be fully developed, had all the right fights, and it'll be ready for me to take over the crown.
Listen, Fabio, honestly, enjoy watching your career unfold right now. You're going from strength to strength. Best of luck in your next fight, mate, against Fraser Clark. What a fight we've got there. Back to you guys.
Nice one, Spence. Speaking to Fabio Wardley there, who's got himself a fight booked with Fraser Clark. As the boys were just saying there, a fight that was originally down for purse bids with the British Boxing Board of Control. It didn't necessarily materialise. But we're here now, and we've got that fight on. A good one for Fabio Wardley, who, as you rightfully pointed out, a moment or two ago, Carl, has come through that white collar progression, and he's doing quite well in the pro ranks. You were just waving at me there, Mr. Rowling. Is there something you wanted to jump all over? Go on.
I just wanted to say it's straight away getting response from people on social media that Wardley Clark. And my old mate Enzo Macronelli was one of those who came on straight away and said, great fight, that one. And I just said to him, yeah, but, on the basis of what we've seen, in my opinion, Fraser Clark's got to find more than he's shown so far as a pro if he's going to win it. And Enzo agreed, but he said, but he might be one of those fighters, who needs a challenge. There are some fighters who just can't really do it against journeymen, and maybe he needs the challenge to bring his real ability out.
A bit of fear, Carl? Do you think that helps?
Yeah, well, it depends how he reacts to it, doesn't it? I mean, if he's got a bit of fear involved, then he might give him that next gear. But if Fabio Wardley sticks it on him, and he's quite slick in Fabio Wardley. He tries to be, even though he's not got that amateur pedigree, and he kind of came through the white collar stuff. Yeah. He is quite loose, and he's quite a natural fighter. And obviously Fraser Clark's good, top amateur, he's got experience at all levels, but he has lacked ambition. He's not looked like he's really wanted to be in there at times. So it's an interesting fight for me.
Yeah, another one that's just been announced. Well, we knew that this was coming anyway. Chris Billam-Smith defending his world title against the man that beat him, Richard Riakporhe. And the midnight train is with Spencer Underwood.
Richard, how are you, my friend? Do you know what? I don't know what it is when people write today. They know how small I am. You're all really tall, and each one of you try to stand up. We've got to sit down for these interviews, my friend.
Yeah, why not? It makes sense. It makes a lot of sense.
Absolutely. Listen, Chris Billam-Smith spoke to him earlier on. The rematch is on. We don't know where it's going to be yet. Selhurst Park was mentioned, the Vitality Stadium. Where do you want it?
I'd love that at Selhurst. That'll be amazing. It'll be the first ever boxing match at Selhurst Park. Very historical moment for me and for the club. But you know what? He's a champion. I understand that he should have favour in that department. Me, I don't care. Look, we can do it on the moon. We can do it in a phone box. We can do it in the desert. We can do it anywhere. I don't care. I just know what I need to do and what I want and what's coming to me.
Listen, I was at the last fight, 2019. You won that one in a split decision, fight of the year contender. We can expect much of the same here, but on a much bigger scale with a bigger prize at stake.
Absolutely, man. World title honours. A lot of people don't get these type of opportunities. It comes once in a while, and sometimes it doesn't come at all. And I feel like it was my destiny. I feel this was written. It was already written. It was already going to happen like this way. The way things fell into place, I can't explain it. But we're here now, and it's going to happen. And I know at the end of that night, I'm going to be reigning the world champion, the WBO Cruiserweight World Champion.
Listen, you talk about world title honours. We've got Joshua Buatsi, Dan Azeez going at it tonight. WBA number 1 and 2, WBO number 1 and 2. All the marbles on the line here. World title beckons. Who do you fancy?
Man, I feel like it's a 50-50. It can go either way. It's like an old school amateur final. Whoever wants it the most is going to take it tonight.
Brilliant. Well, Richard, listen, great speaking to you, my friend. I'm just here as well with Fraser Clark, boys. Got to get a quick word in with Big Fraser. Fraser's big fight announcement. British title, something you've been dreaming of. You get it against Fabio Wardley. How excited are you, mate?
I'm just excited for the fight, Spence, you know. That's not even me really, the face-to-face stuff. And a text would have been enough to me. Mentally, I'll get ready for the fight. I respect him, I respect what he's done so far. I know my capabilities, I know how hard I'm going to work. May the best man win. But I want that British title back in Burton, swaddling coat. I've got people to make proud, and I've got dreams to fulfill. So, you know, I know we'll be working hard, but I'm working fucking.
See Dan Azeez, how do you see it quickly before I throw back to the guys?
This is a beautiful fight. This is actually what the sport is about. I've asked everyone all day. No one can pick a winner, and I love that. I'm going with Buatsi because I've got a connection with my teammate from GB. But you know, I love Dan. He's a good guy as well. Made the best man win. The fans win tonight, and that's it. I know this is gonna be a great fight. I think there'll be boxing, there'll be fighting, there'll be times where people gotta be clever, times where people go hard, and they make a bold prediction. Both people touch the ground.
Well, there you go. You heard it there from Big Fraser Clark. Both guys touch the ground. One thing we can guarantee, guys, is everyone is looking forward to this fight. Real 50-50. Back to you.
Top man, Spencer. Thank you very much, mate. Speaking to the who's who ringside. You can hear the dulcet tones ringing out. And the OBO, the freshly shaven Joshua Buatsi, dressed in white with gold trim, making his way to the ring here at Wembley with an incredible amount of pressure on his shoulders. His career is stagnating, and tonight he gets the opportunity to kick-start it and propel himself forward. A loss, and we really start to wonder what happens next, but a win puts him in the mix with the very top table. With Batavian and Bivol hopefully meeting in the summer, maybe a showdown with Anthony Yard is on the horizon. That, though, is for another day, as tonight he faces a sparring partner that once upon a time he consistently had his wicked way with. This, though, is absolutely not a spar. This is a real fight, and it comes with a different mentality. As he enters the ring here at the OVO Arena, as I said, draped in white with gold trim, a little bit of glitter on the back. Fresh cornrows in as well, and as he always does, from weigh-in day to fight day, freshly shaven Buatsi. 30 years of age now, Josh, ready to go at it for the biggest fight of his life.
Opponent, the champion, fighting out of the blue corner, please welcome Dan Azeez.
Overlooked by the broadcasters, the promoters. When he turned professional, he really has had to do it the hard way. Starting on the small holes, working towards area titles. He regularly bursts through the ceilings that we in the media keep setting for him. British, Commonwealth, European champion in 20 fights. Tonight he gets the opportunity to put some ghosts to bed. For years he was the receiving end of his Olympian mate's privileges. The constant B-side in the gym. Tonight though, he walks to the ring as the champion, belts and reputation to defend, and an opportunity to break through yet another ceiling set by others. Azeez has worn a baseball cap this week with the word war emblazoned, paying tribute to a bit of clobber that Marvin Hagler once wore. War is exactly what is needed tonight to bring the epic battle of South London. Azeez drinks in midnight blue, shades of purple, as he enters the ring right in front of me, shaking off his arms, circling the ring, heading towards that blue corner. A companion alongside him with the British and the Commonwealth belts. Both men just shadow boxing in front of each other, staring into each other's eyes, nobody taking a backward step. No referee, no security in front of them. Just two warriors, two gladiators in the centre of the OVO arena, knowing that in a matter of moments, once the announcements are made, war will be on.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your main event of the evening. 12 3-minute rounds in the light heavyweight division. And it is for the British and Commonwealth Light Heavyweight Championships. And it is a final eliminator for the WBA Light Heavyweight Championship of the World. Promoted by Ben Shalom and Boxer, it is brought to you live worldwide on Sky Sports and NBC's Peacock. Presented by our headline partners, Bet365, and our official partners, Everlast, Wow Hydrate, Integritas Property Group, Hype Energy UK, and IFX Payments. Our steward in charge, Charles Giles, our supervisor, Debbie Down, our area representative, Barry Freeman, our timekeeper, Stephen Pucci, and our judges at ringside, Marcus McDonald, Howard Foster, and Michael Alexander. And our referee in charge when the bell rings, Bob Williams. So, London, this is Lewisham versus Croydon. So I need you all to get up out of your seats, raise your drinks high, and get wild. Let's meet the fighters. First, the champion fighting out of the blue corner. Wearing the navy blue trunks, he stands 5 feet 10 inches tall. He weighed in at 12 stone, 4 pounds, 5 ounces. He holds a perfect, undefeated professional record of 20 victories versus no defeats, with 13 of those wins coming by way of knockout. And he fights out of Lewisham, London, England. Introducing the former European light heavyweight champion and the current reigning, defending British and Commonwealth light heavyweight champion, ladies and gentlemen, Super Dan Azeez. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, wearing the white trunks with gold trim, he stands 6 feet 2 inches tall. He weighed in at 12 stone, 6 pounds. He holds a perfect, undefeated professional record of 17 wins, no defeats, with 13 of those wins coming by way of knockout. And he fights out of Croydon, London, England. He is known in his homeland of Accra, Ghana, as Joshua Senna Kwasi Buatsi. But he is known around the world as the former British and WBA Intercontinental and Olympic bronze medalist. Ladies and gentlemen, Joshua Buatsi.
Okay, gentlemen, obey my commands. In the event of a knockdown, the fighter standing will go to the furthest neutral corner and stay there. Protect yourself at all times. Touch gloves.
A training injury delayed this fight, but we're here now. Friends turned enemies for however long this lasts. Bragging rights of South London on the line. Calling you through, Azeez versus Buatsi for the British and Commonwealth light heavyweight title is Spencer Oliver and John Rowling.
Thank you, Adam. I tell you what, they really have been looking forward to this fight big time in boxing circles. In a lot of ways, it's a bit of a throwback, particularly, I think, here that it's in this famous old arena. The action underway, 12 rounds. Let's see how it unfolds. Is it going to be the old master against his sparring partner, or is Azeez, who says he models himself on Marvin Hagler, is he going to be able to find a Hagler-style performance?
Well, you just expect that he's going to need that Hagler-style performance to win this fight against Buatsi. Buatsi was the mentor of Dan Azeez, and now they find themselves fighting each other. Azeez has done it the hard way, on the road, won every title possible, and now he gets his opportunity in a final eliminator against old gym mate Joshua Buatsi.
Buatsi taller, working behind an orthodox long left-hand lead. He's got a very, very good jab. Azeez altogether more compact, and they hold on, cling on, and referee Bob Williams, who's maybe going to have to be a busy man tonight, as there were a few punches thrown as they came out of that clinch. He separates them and the action gets underway again. Buatsi, taller man by some 4 inches, in white and yellow tasseled shorts. Azeez in black and white shorts. More heavily muscled of the two, stands around 5'10". Feints to throw a big right hand over the top, thinks better of it. They both throw jabs simultaneously, and again it winds up in a rather untidy maul.
Yep, Azeez holding himself quite well here though. Joshua Buatsi has come out, he looked to stamp his authority, hold the centre of the ring, but Azeez doing what he was meant to be doing, meeting fire with fire. He needs to make Joshua Buatsi work when he doesn't want to work, and he's doing a good job of smothering Buatsi at the moment. Nothing in this one with a minute to go in the first round.
Azeez so proud to be the British, Commonwealth and European champion, those belts brought in as he walked to the ring. And it's in a fairly quiet opening round. Neither man has established any sort of superiority. There's a jab from Buatsi, followed up by a body shot, but it was partially blocked by the forearm of Azeez, who is centre ring now and got his gloves up high, keeping a tight guard.
Yeah, this is what we know from Dan Azeez, is he likes to smother his opponents, work, you know, make him work when he doesn't want to work. 2 big shots went in there from Buatsi, left hook landed, followed by the right hand. The first 2 clean shots landed there. Good work from Buatsi.
It's going to be interesting to see who's the heavier puncher as the action unfolds, as the two land simultaneously with jabs. Buatsi holds his left hand really low and throws his jab from somewhere down by his hip. Much more of a peekaboo style from Azeez. And the last few seconds of an interesting opening round, and the referee has to split them as punches thrown after the bell. It's a bit spicy, Carl.
Listen, they're both looking at each other like they're really disliking each other, going back to that corner. That was a good round, very, very difficult to split. Joshua Buatsi behind the jab, looking for the right hand, and he looked more of a boxer. Dan Azeez was rolling in quite low and trying to get close. I think he lacks a little bit of power, Azeez, but he's getting closer. When he gets in range, he needs to work off the hips and throw some bigger hooks. But quite exciting first round. Very difficult to split them. And I think we're in for a good night here.
I think we've got to split him. What do you reckon?
Yeah, listen, I'm leaning just towards Joshua Buatsi. He landed the big right hand left hook. They were probably the 2 key shots in that round. But Cole's right in what he says. You know, very even round. And the look, the stare they gave each other, walking back to the corner. Neither man wanted to break. I think from Dan Azeez, he was looking at Buatsi saying, I'm in this one, mate. You didn't expect that, did you? Buatsi is going to come back here.
It's your main event here on talkSPORT. Joshua Buatsi against Dan Azeez. Close opening round. Maybe just shaded by Buatsi, but very little in it. Standing taller centre ring, and he tries to come inside Azeez and throw a couple of little clubbing hooks. Buatsi aims to counter with a left hand of his own, a left hook, throws a jab, and they really are absolutely steely-eyed. There was a bit of feeling at the end of that opening round, and if that's going to continue, well, it could turn out to be something pretty spicy. And Azeez tries to throw a big shot over the top. Buatsi tries to do likewise, and neither of them find the target.
No, neither man really stamped their authority on this contest just right now. Both guys standing centre of the ring. Buatsi with the left hand down by the side, flicks out the jab, doubles up the jab. Good head movement there from Dan Azeez. Really even here in the second round.
and no real power shots landed by either man so far. Bobbing and weaving Azeez as he comes in, trying to get inside, and when he gets inside, trying to throw little clubbing body shots. There's a good right hand from Azeez. Came out of that crouch and he landed pretty flush, and it draws a would-be contemptuous smile from Joshua Buatsi.
Yeah, best shot of the fight so far from Dan Azeez. He landed that right hand over the top and just drew a grin there, a grin of appreciation of what a good shot that was. As I said, John, you know, the action swinging one way and the other. Buatsi just maybe doing enough to win this round as well. But Azeez in this one, good body shot goes in. Buatsi sits down on those shots. Azeez comes back.
The best punch was a right hook, which he really delivered with intent. And Azeez came back with a little sneak right hand over the left shoulder, which caught the head of Buatsi. Good round, this one. Best punch of the round has come from Azeez, but then back comes Buatsi with a right to the body, and that a counter, straight right hand from Azeez. It's that sort of a fight, very little between them in this second round.
Yeah, this is exactly what we expected. We said it was an old-school throwback fight, and I think that's just how it's unfolding, Cole Froch, with 30 seconds to go in the round here. Difficult to split them.
Yeah, it's a close one. I think Joshua Buatsi is just dominating it ever so slightly more, but he's walking into the odd right hand from Azeez. He's acknowledging it, as you said, when he gets caught, a little smile, but he's just landing more himself, Buatsi, and he's just getting into a rhythm a little bit more. A bit more of a boxer, and he's cute behind that. He's got a low left hand and he holds that right hand by his chin, but he's able to put the jab on the right hand and pick a few body shots. Dan Azeez is doing the work getting close, but there's not enough volume of punches from him.
And there was a little body shot from Buatsi, and again a big clinch at the end of the round. And once again, I think words were exchanged, Adam.
Yeah, loving it. There's a lot, you can tell there's needle between them. And there's a little bit of extra spice on the fight. I agree with everything that you're saying, gentlemen. I think it's 2-0 at the moment to Joshua Buatsi. He's just narrowly nicking these rounds because he's slicker and he's landing the more cleaner, effective work. I think Dan Azeez now needs to up that tempo just a touch. He's having a little bit of a look. He's caught him nice with a couple of right hands. Let's see if he can swim a little bit quicker. That's what he's got to do. He's got to get on the chest a little bit more, hasn't he? He's got to make Buatsi work when Buatsi doesn't want to work. And at the moment, Buatsi seems to be in control of the pace.
Yeah, absolutely. He can't afford Buatsi to build up too many rounds before he gets into it. We know he comes into his own in the second half of the contest, but he can't afford to let Buatsi build up those early rounds.
You're listening to Fight Night Live on talkSPORT in partnership with William Hill. Get epic value all season with William Hill, 18+, begamblerware.org, as we move into the third round. And maybe, just maybe, the first couple of rounds have been edged by Joshua Buatsi, but who knows? Second-guessing judges who maybe are seeing it differently. Buatsi tries to throw the jab. He's got his left hand higher now, having been caught once or twice by those right-hand hook counters from Azeez, who's keeping his very tight guard, throws out a jab, just about reaches the target. Good body shot for Azeez. Buatsi felt the weight of that one.
Yeah, good work here from Azeez. Better work. He's rolling in. He's trying he's like his old idol, Marvin Hagler. He's trying to hustle his way in, slip and slide, trying to take the play away from Buatsi. And it seems to be working here at the beginning of the third round.
Buatsi tried to uncork a right uppercut, but it was parried and blocked by Azeez. Some animated shouts coming from the corners. Oh, good left hand from Buatsi. Azeez takes it well, though, and comes back with a straight left of his own. Nice body shot from Buatsi, and it's a busier pace in this third round. Seems to be more scoring shots being landed by both men.
Yeah, both guys starting to find their range now. You can see what it means to both of these. This is what they've been working for their whole careers. Dan Azeez starting to get in a rhythm, moving his shoulders, slipping, sliding, hands held high, trying to force the pace. Buatsi trying to come back with his own shots as well. Great little contest this, heating up nicely.
Good right hand from Buatsi and a left hook, but then back comes Azeez. Left to the head, tried to follow up with a straight right. Buatsi lands and colts a couple of good body shots as the atmosphere builds. The crowd's loving this one because the heat is starting to increase in this third round.
Yeah, good work here from Azeez here is pushing forward, he's trying to force the pace of Buatsi, lands a good right hand to the side of Buatsi's head as well. Buatsi comes back, just misses with that uppercut, but Cole, the action really heating up here in this third round, just what we expected.
Well, Azeez is trying to get close, and as he gets there, he is working a bit harder, but I just feel that Buatsi's just pinging him on the end of the jab and just picking the right hands and a few nice cleaner body shots, but this fight is getting really interesting. If this carries on, can Azeez keep this pace up? He landed a nice right hand there, Buatsi coming straight back with the jab, but Azeez is getting closer and working. And good right hook there from Azeez.
Another one from Azeez, two solid right hands, maybe the best punches of the round. Good right uppercut from Buatsi. Then a big right hand from Azeez, and the two of them are going toe-to-toe as we move into the final 10 seconds of this third round. Buatsi looks for a huge right hand. Azeez slips it and finishes on the attack. What a great round this has turned out to be. Yeah. Tremendous. And the two of them were snarling then. There was a look of acknowledgement.
Last 15 seconds there, both guys went toe-to-toe. Joshua Buatsi actually tried to pick it up. Let's get in the corner here of Dan Azeez and see what we can do.
You didn't do it anymore.
Yeah.
Okay, listen.
And it hurt him.
Yeah. So go back there.
Go back there.
What are you waiting for? Okay. Hey, listen. Back this motherfucker up now. Don't let him come forward no more. Your defense is good. Get under and touch him. You don't want that shit, James. Dan, I'm telling you. Well, you gotta stay with it. Don't get caught up in the crowd. You understand? Get caught up on what you worked on these last 2 months, okay? Okay. You're doing fine with the jab. You're getting close. Don't hold them here. Whack the fucking body. Okay? Let's stop backing him up.
Well, Buddy McGirt getting fairly animated there. Apologies for a little bit of the language in the corner, but he kind of got his message across.
Yeah, Buddy McGirt, great trainer there, and he was getting that message across, and that message was, do not get involved, stick to the game plan, because Joshua Buatsi tried to pull it on him there at the end of the third round, Cole, and he just felt there, Buddy McGirt, that Dan Azeez was getting sucked in.
Yeah, well, Dan Azeez is trying to get close, and when he's close, that's where he gets his success. And Buddy McGirt was saying, stay with it, stay on him, and that takes a lot of fitness and work rate, and he's going to have to really work hard to take them instructions, but if he's got it in the tank, then this is the only way he's going to win.
Body shot from Buatsi there. I thought he maybe did enough to win that last round. Azeez, he certainly had a really good crack at putting it on Buatsi, who came back strongly in the latter stages, but it was maybe Aziz's best round so far. But here comes, well, the two of them land simultaneously with big right hands to the body, and this time it's Azeez who smiles at Buatsi, as much as to say, yeah, good shot, but is that all you got?
Absolutely, solid jab went in there from Buatsi as well, but like you say, there was a smile, a nod of appreciation. Buatsi spears out the jab again, pushes the head back of Dan Azeez. Dan Azeez rolling on the inside, gets through with a good uppercut. Buatsi comes back with a couple of good body shots. Action warming up here. Buatsi complaining about a shot on the back of the head.
Yeah, well, he can complain all he likes. Referee Bob Williams did nothing about it. Maybe it's just a little message to Azeez, but Buatsi just trying to boss him here in this round and trying to push him back, trying to get onto the front foot and maybe just show that physically he is the boss, and for all his renowned strength, Dan Azeez, he's not going to be able to bully Buatsi, who lands another couple of good body shots, two of them absolutely toe-to-toe. Best punch maybe a left hand from Buatsi, and now Azeez, a left hand lead into the face of Buatsi. Good left hand from Buatsi, who tries to follow up with a right hand over the top, and he's trying to tee off here on Azeez. Azeez lands a good left, but there's a left hook from Buatsi, and Buatsi has really put the power on.
Yeah, you just feel that Buatsi's turning the screw here. Dan Azeez is starting to feel this. Another nod of appreciation, but for the first time in this contest, 30 seconds to go in this fourth round. Dan Azeez looks a little unsteady on the legs. Body shot goes in as well. All Joshua Buatsi at the moment.
Yeah, that was a big attack from Buatsi, who, not surprisingly, is just taking a little breather here, having really thrown everything at Azeez for some 30, 40 seconds, and the pace has slowed. Azeez tries to come forward, but a left-hand lead doesn't have any great power in it, and this has been a big round for Joshua Buatsi. Last few seconds, and that is Buatsi big time.
Yeah, another big round there from Joshua Buatsi, but that was for the first time. Adam, he just seemed to turn the screw, and that was the first time we saw a bit of daylight between the two.
Yeah, listen, when I'm scoring a fight, I'm looking for clean, effective work, and Dan Azeez was absolutely in that for a large percentage of it. But just as we were getting to the last 40, 50 seconds of that round, the cleaner, more effective, more damaging, more visibly effective work seemed to come from Joshua Buatsi, so I swayed in his favour on that one. But I'm liking what Azeez is doing. He's putting it on him. He's right in his face and he's making him work, don't get me wrong. Buatsi's answering it right now. Can he keep the pace?
This is what I think that Dan Azeez's game plan was. He knew he was going to lose the early rounds. It's all about the second half of the contest. But let's see if he can get there. Buatsi had a big round there.
You're listening to the main event on talkSPORT. Joshua Buatsi against Dan Azeez, WBA eliminator, and the British, Commonwealth and European titles are also on the line. That was a big round for Buatsi. Is he going to be able to build on it? We're into the 5th round now, and on our cards, Joshua Buatsi is ahead. And he's looked a little bit the classier operator, and maybe, difficult thing to say, but just maybe, he's also already shown that he's the heavier hander.
Yep, Johnny just seemed to be looking like he was, you know, getting a bit of daylight between the two. Cole, want to bring you in on this one. Buatsi had a good last round there. You think that that could be the time for him now to start picking up, or can Azeez come back?
Well, Azeez has got a sneaky jab, and he keeps knocking the head back of Buatsi. But Buatsi, I agree, definitely had a better round in that last one. But Azeez is still very much in this fight. He's landing some clean shots here.
Landing some clean shots, but he's not hurting Buatsi. Crucially, maybe. Almost a chopping right hand, just a glancing blow to the left side of Buatsi's face. Good body shot from Buatsi, and then brings up a left uppercut and a left hook. And this time he gives ground, and was he a bit unsteady on his feet momentarily? There, Dan Azeez. Azeez now tries to get his gloves up higher, and you hear some shouts in the background from Buddy McGirt, just telling him to keep his gloves up and try to get inside and work to the body. That's been the message he's been trying to instill on him. Midway stage of the 5th.
Yeah, Buatsi now starting to land some clean shots. We saw Azeez go for a walk there. He's recovered, he's regrouped, he's come back. Buatsi doubles up on the hook. Both land hooks simultaneously.
And who had the greater power in it? And maybe it was Azeez. And the two of them again land headshots. Back comes Buatsi, lands one of his own, and smiles at Azeez, as much as to say, you may be my friend, I know everything about you, and you know that I can punch. As we move into the final minute of the 5th round, we'll go into the Buatsi corner at the end of this round and hear what his trainer, Virgil Hunter, makes of it. Good uppercut from Buatsi, and another one, as Azeez is forced to dig deep and bite on his gum shield and absorb a couple of real power shots. Buatsi trying to walk him down, centre ring. Throws out the jab, taken on the gloves by Azeez, who's trying to find a way, find the angle, ducks low, and then throws a straight left hand, and then a little uppercut inside, and a straight right hand, all from Azeez. Good work from the smaller man. Azeez coming on strong in the closing stages of this 5th round, but a big body shot and a left hook from Buatsi. Then a right hand from Azeez, right hand from Buatsi, and what an end to the round. And they can hardly hear the bell as they go back to the corner. Buatsi was looking over his shoulder at his old friend, as much as to say, you might be a friend, but how about that? Let's listen into the Buatsi corner.
I need you to go back to the jab. Work off the jab more, okay? Work off the jab more, okay? Now, he's getting under, but he won't be able to get on the long. Keep showing him that court. Start looking him off. Throw the front to the head. Same move, drop it to the body, but be down. Then showing the chuck jab and step in with that uppercut, okay? He's breaking down, I can tell you that, man. He's taking some heavy shots. Feel good? Good job, you're working very well.
Thank you. Well, how are the judges going to have it? For a long period there, Azeez maybe was landing the more telling blows, but then big attack from Buatsi in the closing stages. Difficult one to score again.
Yeah, I lean towards Buatsi. I think the more effective work there was from Buatsi, especially Cole. At the end of that round, there was a little bit of spike in his shots, and you just saw Azeez walk back to the corner, and there was a sort of tired little look there. I don't know if you noticed that.
Yeah, he's breathing now with his mouth open, gaping a little bit as Buatsi comes forward and lands more body shots, which will take the wind out of the sails. I just think that Buatsi's just edging it, landing more eye-catching shots.
We are now in the 6th round, and Buatsi on our cards is ahead. The taller man, the highly ranked #1 challenger to the WBA crown. #2 challenger is Dan Azeez, and Buatsi stalking him. Throws a left hand and then a right, then another good solid right hand. Nothing coming back from Azeez at the moment. Good body shots again from Buatsi, and then bobs and weaves and stays out of the way of a potential counter from Azeez, who throws a solid right hand, getting oohs and ahs from the crowd.
I tell you what, Dan Azeez is biting down on that gum shield. Right now, Buatsi landed a heavy uppercut, left hook for it. Azeez bit down on the gum shield and come back. The corner buddy McGirt oozing Dan Azeez in, telling him to come forward, close the space, but in doing that, he's putting himself in the firing line.
He is, but by staying away, he gives Buatsi greater space to get those real long levers of his swinging and landing his power shots. Good jab, couple of jabs from Azeez, who's trying to bob and weave, keep a mobile target. Comes out of his crouch with a left hand. Buatsi made to miss with an attempted left-hand lead, and again the better jab comes from Azeez, but now one comes back from Buatsi. Waiting now, midway stage, and we're going to the final minute of this round. Is there going to be a big attack from Buatsi again, Carl?
Buatsi seems to just be dominating, doesn't he, without work rate. Azeez has slowed the pace down a little bit. Buatsi seems to have gears, and he's just got a little bit more telling power with his shots.
Into the final 40 seconds now, and there again, a good body shot from Buatsi makes Azeez gasp a little bit, and his mouth is hanging open as though he's trying to get more oxygen into his body, and the power, the more relaxed athlete as well out there is most definitely that of Joshua Buatsi. Azeez is ordered to come forward again by his corner as he backs away. Great shout in the background, which you may have heard from Buddy McGirt saying, "Where you going, where you going? Come on, come forward." But he's not doing it. Now he does land a big right hand, getting oohs and ahs from the crowd. But Buatsi does no more than blink. And for most of that round, Buatsi, I think, was the boss of him.
Absolutely, he was controlling it. We're back to fighting at Joshua Buatsi's pace. At the end, of course, the eye-catching shot is Dan Azeez. It's a beautiful overhand right. But the pace is absolutely slowed from Azeez. He seems to have been feeling that onslaught that he threw together in a good 6-9 minute period through rounds 3 through to 6. He's just feeling it a touch. He's got to find a second win from somewhere. He's got to find it, and he's got to throw the kitchen sink at Joshua Buatsi, because this is eking away from him.
Yeah, interesting stuff there, and he's right in what he says there, Adam. Joshua Buatsi just seems to be controlling this. Azeez needs to up the pace. He needs to take Buatsi into deep water, make Buatsi work when he doesn't want to work. But the problem he's got is Buatsi seems to have those levels. He seems to be able to go through those gears. When Azeez is getting back into it, Buatsi turns it up a notch. He puts the shots together, and that's the difference right now, John.
You're listening to Fight Night Live on talkSPORT in partnership with William Hill. Correct epic value all season from Williams Hill, and we're now into the second half of the fight, into the 7th round. And I think those who hoped that Dan Azeez was going to win this one thought that if he was going to win it, he would come on strong in the second half of the fight. But so far, the dominant physical force in there appears to have been Joshua Buatsi, Carl.
Yeah, I agree with that. Joshua Buatsi seems to be more cool and composed and calm behind that boxing ability. He's got that amateur pedigree, that superior boxing skill set, and I think if he can draw from that as this fight draws forward, if Azeez isn't able to push the pace on and stick it on Buatsi, he's not going to have any success, and he just lacks a little bit of power, like I said earlier. So if he can't land any eye-catching shots or any damaging shots, I don't see any way through for him. I'm not writing him off yet, but let's not forget he's in against Buatsi, who's a very good operator.
Well, he's bravely trying to come forward, but there's a solid body shot from Buatsi, followed up by a left hook as the gloves momentarily came down in Dan Azeez, who's forced to give ground again. He's being called forward by his cornerman, but it's Buatsi who's finding the harder shots now. In comes Azeez, bobbing and weaving, trying to get into the chest of Buatsi, who throws a little uppercut inside, misses with a left hook. Good work, though, inside from Azeez. No great power in them, but he's finding a commendable work rate.
Azeez is rolling the dice right now. He's slipping, he's sliding, he's coming inside, but there's a laboured look about his work. He's looking slow and sluggish, and the meaningful shots are coming from Joshua Buatsi, who stands tall in the centre of the ring, flicks out the jab, and he's just trying to create those openings, set those chaps.
Buatsi was a big favourite with the bookies before this fight, something like 4-1 on, and he's looking every inch the favourite now as he throws a good body shot inside, and a left hook and a right hand, both of them finding the target, which was the jaw of Azeez, who bravely tries to come back and throw little hooks inside of his own, but the power shots again came from Buatsi as we move now towards the final 30 seconds of this 7th round.
Yeah, another good round here again for Joshua Buatsi. Azeez has been trying to force the pace. He holds centre of the ring, flicks out the jab, lands a jab there on Buatsi. Buatsi fainting, left hand down by the waist, but Buatsi in control here. The better work coming from Joshua Buatsi.
Last few seconds of the round, is there going to be perhaps some big effort from Azeez to catch the judge's eye? But he needs something spectacular if he's going to do it, and it's not coming. 2 rapier jabs from Buatsi, and another one, this time blocked, but then a right over the top from Buatsi, showing good hand speed, composure and accuracy.
Yeah, another good round there from Joshua Buatsi, as you say. Like Dan Azeez is trying to force the pace. He's slipping, he's sliding, little laboured look about what Azeez's work, Cole. He's looking a little tired.
I agree, yeah. If he's going to make any sort of step on this fight or any more and give his fans any hope, he's going to have to be busier with his work rate, a little bit more accurate. He has landed shots, but the shots he does land, they seem to be arm shots. There's no real venom behind his punches. He's fading, and Buatsi now, for me, is quite comfortable behind his jab and controlling the pace. I think Buatsi's probably got another gear, another level if necessary, but he's not drawing on it yet as we go into only the 8th round. So I think he's got more in the tank, Buatsi. Unfortunately for Dan Azeez, he's trying, but he's having very little success.
How does he turn it around? How does Azeez turn this around? Does he have to roll the dice? Does he have to go for it because he's losing those rounds?
Maybe, but that's dangerous, isn't it?
Well, let's see as the action starts again. Bob Williams gets the cornerman out of the ring, and now the action is underway. Azeez, as ever, bobbing and weaving as he tries to find a way inside. Throws a right to the body, but it's pushed out rather than really delivered with any sort of venom. 2 of them land simultaneously with jabs. The better punch may be coming from Buatsi. The action, not surprisingly, is perhaps slowing a little bit because it really has been fought at a high intensity. Right hook to the body from Buatsi, then a left hand, and there was a little bit of maybe a treading of toes between the 2 of them, and there was a nod between the 2 as much as to say, yeah, I know that I was wrong, and they knew that something had happened beyond the rules. Right hand from Azeez, blocked by Buatsi. Buatsi not throwing a big shot. Now he does find a left hand and a right to the body. Then back comes a right to the head from Azeez, who's by no means giving up. He's still believing that he can pull this off.
Man, he's tough. Dan Azeez is very, very tough. Buatsi just whipped in the right uppercut, followed by the short left hook. You see the sweat spraying from Azeez, but he bit down on his gum shield, come back. As I said that, Buatsi again lets the combinations go. He's starting to climb on top here, Joshua Buatsi.
Is he going to be able to really kick on and impose himself in the remaining rounds? We're in the 8th round here, and we've got Buatsi ahead on our cards in this main event here at the old Wembley, the OVO Arena. Buatsi trying to put himself into position to be able to go as mandatory challenger for the WBA Championship of the World. But this is an effort now coming in from Azeez, who's trying to stay with him and trying to reply punch for punch all the way. But the greater accuracy, the greater quality seems to be coming from the well-schooled Buatsi.
Yeah, Buatsi just leading off with things here. I think Dan Azeez is showing great resilience just to be hanging in there right now. He's biting down, he's not losing hope. A guy that never lost hope in any contest, sitting next to Mr. Cole Frotch. Cole, how does he get through this? You know, he's got to try and take Joshua Buatsi into those later rounds. He needs to take him to the wire. You've done that. How does he do it?
Well, I think Joshua Buatsi, unfortunately for Azeez, Joshua Buatsi's in control, and he's shown his superior boxing ability in this one. And he seems to just edge Azeez in power as well. So I feel like Azeez is maybe having a round off, having a bit of a breather. But Joshua Buatsi coming on strong here, landing body and headshots and dominating. Well, it's a good right hand there from Azeez, but Joshua Buatsi putting shots together. Good right hand, good hooks. Both guys missing wildly and swinging, but both going for the big haymaker. Great finish to the round, but again, Joshua Buatsi in control.
Well, they fought like a couple of guys outside on the car park of the local. They were really throwing everything there. No great schooling in what was happening, but it was great while it happened. Let's go into the corner and hear from Buddy McGirt.
What are you waiting for? You know what you gotta keep pressure on him, Dan. You giving the fight away each round.
When he lets his hands go, what?
Huh?
When he lets his hands go.
Dan, fuck his hands. You gotta let your hands go. You gotta work now, man. Here. You gotta work now, man. You can't be bullshitting no more, Dan. No more breathers. You want to take a breather? Hey, take a breather tomorrow. But right now you got to work. The bucket. Hey, you got to work, Dan. What round are you?
9. Well, bizarrely, while that was going on, one of the cornermen threw a towel over the top of Dan Azeez, which landed in the middle of the ring, and momentarily they thought that the fight was over, the Buatsi corner, but in fact it's the Azeez camp saying there's too much fluid on the ring surface, and Bob Williams, the referee, a fireman by trade, is there with the towel doing the mopping up operation.
Fair play to the referee there. He's cleaned all the water up off the prints. He's got a couple of sponsors in there, and they do get a bit slippy. And a couple of times they've lost the footing under them, especially Azeez. But the action continues. Referees drive the ring, and the fight has come back together.
Azeez has got to somehow find a way to put it on to Buatsi if he's going to claw his way back, because surely Buatsi is ahead on the judges' cards.
Yeah, but he's definitely ahead on our cards, John. I think that, you know, Azeez has been very competitive in these rounds, but he's now starting to fall quite far behind, and it's going to be shortly that he's going to need a knockout to win. So he needs to do something different here. Roll the dice, throw the kitchen sink, whatever he needs to do, but he needs to break Buatsi's rhythm.
Buatsi keeping his gloves up, beaten to the jab there by Azeez. Azeez feints to throw another one, doesn't, and this time it's Buatsi who lands right over the top from Azeez. Gets a roar from his supporters in the crowd. They really are committed fans here. Absolutely packed out here tonight, and Azeez is on the receiving end as Buatsi lands another couple of headshots. But Azeez is putting in an effort here. He's trying to do what Buddy McGirt said. He's trying to take it to him, and he's putting the pressure on now in the midway stage of this 9th round. They're gambling, they're throwing big shots, and this is where both of them are going to become more vulnerable.
Yeah, both guys trading now. They've rolled the dice, the pair of them. Buatsi loading up with big shots. Dan Azeez shrugs his shoulders, comes in, bites down on his gum shield, lets the shots go inside, up, and round the sides as well. Great work here from Azeez, and Buatsi really having to ask questions of himself here.
Well, he's really putting in a shift in this round, Dan Azeez. He's the one who's forcing the pace, and Buatsi is having to be the reactor. And the greater work rate, the more punches, and questionably in this round, coming from Dan Azeez, who's putting in a huge effort. But is he going to be able to sustain it?
Cole, this is exactly what Dan Azeez needed to do. He needed to roll the dice here, didn't he?
He did, yeah. He did ask what does Dan Azeez need to do to get back into this fight, and you're seeing it now in front of your eyes, but I just don't think he can maintain it. Breathing heavily now from an open mouth, gasping for air, and Joshua Buatsi is now coming and pushing him back on his foot. Maybe Azeez, this is probably his best round in a long time, but Buatsi's matching him now.
Now we get underway again, and it's Azeez who's putting on the power, trying to walk him down, trying to sap the composure of Buatsi, but he can't do so. Buatsi coming back strong in the closing seconds of the round. Left hand again from Azeez. He's maybe done enough to win this round. Terrific effort from Dan Azeez, and he smiles as he goes back to his corner, because they know that he has put in a huge effort and that he's probably won that.
Yeah, that's the best round that he's put together probably for about 4 or 5. He really has to take everything down the backstretch here and hope that he can make a dent in Joshua Buatsi. Even though he's thrown the kitchen sink at that, you didn't really see any leg stiffening or anything like that, Carl, from Joshua Buatsi. He's going to need to make some type of dent and get him on Queasy Street, doesn't it?
No, you're right, that was a massive effort there from Dan Azeez, and he did have some success, and on my cards he won that round because he was busier, but he doesn't seem to, like you say, have made any dents on Joshua Buatsi. But Buatsi did slow the pace. He is breathing heavy himself, and he's going towards his last 3 rounds. For Dan Azeez to win this, or even come close to winning it, he needs to now take these last 3 rounds at that kind of pace. It's just, can he do it? Has he got that in the tank?
Well, this is how he wins his fights. He never gives up. Terrific work rate, and he just put it on Buatsi there. A real he-man effort, and he dug deep. He put it on him, and he won a precious point back, maybe from the lead that Buatsi has. Is he going to be able to sustain it? And he keeps coming forward now. Throws a scoring shot, good left hand. And then a left-hand lead from Buatsi. How well is he going to be able to respond? How much has Buatsi got left? He's being put into uncomfortable territory. He won his last fight really at a canter up in Birmingham, and never had to fight at anything like this sort of intensity. And this is a real searching examination of his fitness.
Yeah, the million-dollar question, what have they both got left? Because this now, it all comes down to the physicalities are out of the window. It's about the mental strength. Who wants it most? And John, we're going to find that out in these final 3 rounds as both guys go toe-to-toe here in the 10th.
Tempted right hand over the top from Azeez, and again he just looked as though he slipped momentarily on some fluid on the ring canvas, and now Azeez is forced back by Buatsi, who's trying to target the body of the smaller man. A couple of jabs from Buatsi. Azeez slipped inside and then makes him miss again with another one. He's maintaining his boxing skills. He might not have the huge amateur pedigree, but he's staying right in there and lands a good right hand and another one on the head of Buatsi, getting a fevered response from his corner, urging him forward to put it on Buatsi at this stage of the fight.
Yeah, Buatsi concentrating on letting the shots go downstairs. He just whipped in an uppercut as well. Sent the head back of Dan Azeez, but Azeez coming back. He's forcing the pace. Buddy McCart in Azeez's corner, going mad, slamming the canvas, urging his man on. Both guys trading blow for blow. What a round!
Less than a minute to go in this round. And remember, on our card, it may well be that if Azeez can take these closing rounds, he could still win the fight. But he put so much into the last round, and in all honesty, he's not quite able to sustain it now. Although he lands a good right hand as Buatsi tries to dig in a big left hook to the body. He countered with a right hand to the head, Azeez. Buatsi, though, for me, maybe just getting the better of that exchange. We're going to be going into the Buatsi corner in just a few seconds, finding what they make of it. Who do you think's won this round, Carl?
You know what, there's not much in it. I think the pace for Buatsi's dropped massively. Dan Azeez is on his front foot, pushing Buatsi back. He's not enjoying this pace. The quality shots are coming from Azeez, landing a big right hand there. Buatsi missing wildly, and Azeez answering. But what a great finish to the round. That round for me is Dan Azeez's round. It's close, but Azeez took it on my card.
And he did it in the last 30 seconds. We're listening now to the Buatsi corner with Virgil Hunter.
Quit looking for the home runs and look to hit him clean. I need your body in motion. Can you do that for me?
Yes.
Okay? I need your feet moving, not stationary. Quit letting me come forward, and when you punch, I need a reaction, okay? Just relax now. Relax. Make this number 11. This number 11. Number 11, I say. Make these your greatest 2 rounds. I need you to close the show. Okay? 11 coming up. I need you to dominate this round boxing. Don't give you nothing.
Jab on his ass.
Are they starting to let a little bit more concerned? I think there's a belief in Dan Azeez now, and if he can win these last 2 rounds, you never know. We go now into the 11th. What a contest this has turned out to be. It was eagerly anticipated right the way through the boxing world, and it has delivered.
Yeah, it's exactly what we expected. Old school, throwback fight that we got here. South London bragging rights on the line and the opportunity to box for the world title, maybe even the undisputed. And both guys leaving it all in the ring. For me, I don't know about you, Cole Brodge, but I've got Dan Azeez 4 rounds up with 2 to go. So, sorry, Joshua Buatsi 4 rounds up with 2 to go. Dan Azeez needs something big.
Listen, if Dan Azeez can finish this strong, and there's nothing in this, by the way, for the listeners. Joshua Buatsi's landed a couple of jabs, but Azeez is pushing Buatsi on his back foot, and he's got a good defence as he comes forward. He's landed a couple of eye-catching shots, but there's nothing to separate these 2 guys here. Azeez landed a nice little right hand, a couple of body shots, nice left hook. Buatsi stumbles back, he looks tired. Now, if he finishes like this, Azeez, he can take this away from Buatsi.
And he's finishing strong now, talking about bragging rights of London, about Anthony Yards watching somewhere, and Azeez captures Buatsi, and Buatsi staggers again. Now Buatsi tries to respond, but Azeez is getting the better of the exchanges in this 11th round. Buatsi, he was supposed to be boxing him and putting it on him and dominating in that way, but it ain't happening right now.
I've got to tell you, Joshua Buatsi's legs look a little unsteady. Big right hand, big left hook goes in from Buatsi. Again, the left hook lands, but Buatsi's the one, Cole, that looks unsteady on his legs.
He's the one that looks like he's having to dig deep and force these punches out. If Azeez can just keep forward and keep working away, this fight is going to go down to the wire.
There's little more than 4 minutes to go, but it is looking as though it's going to go all the way, and it could still swing dramatically in the time remaining. A minute to go now. A left jab from Azeez finds the target. Body shot from Buatsi. Counter, 2 of them from Azeez. Find the head of Buatsi and an uppercut. Oh, and down goes Azeez. He's caught by a right hand from Buatsi. He went down. He can't believe it. The crowd can't believe it. Buatsi puts him down. The count's given. He went down so quickly, so fast. It's the ones you don't see. And it caught him with a right hand. And now, what's going to happen in the remaining 30 seconds?
Well, Dan Azeez is saying that he slipped there. He indicates to the ref that he slipped, and he's coming back strong. He doesn't look hurt to me, but Joshua Buatsi is feeding off that knockdown and working away.
It didn't look, I have to say, it didn't look like a proper knockdown for me. It's going to be interesting to see the replay of that. And Azim is finishing the round bang on top, and he's really trying to put it on Buatsi. This time does put him down with a genuine right hand. Once again, Azim slips on the wet surface of the ring, but that was a great punch from Buatsi, and that's a 2nd knockdown in the round, and that will have put it beyond any doubt, Spencer.
Yeah, the first one was definitely a slip, and there was an argument that could have been a slip, but the shot did land. But forget that, Cole Brodge, that 2nd one, the right hand landed and took his legs away. He walked back to that corner. I think he felt that one.
Listen, it was a good right hand from Buatsi, but his foot went from under him on that print on the canvas.
The 2nd one.
He's so frustrated. What's
Here's the replay.
Oh, we watch again.
His foot slips from under him. Watch. Look, we're watching it now on the screens. The right hand lands as the foot slips.
The second one that he takes him clean off.
That was 100% a slip. He got caught with a good shot, but his feet went from under it. That's very, very unfortunate. And if the judges have counted that as a knockdown, which they probably did,
they have because the referee scored it.
Well,
so
there you go. So that's probably going to take this away from him. Any chance that Dan Azeez had of coming back into this fight has now been ripped away from him. What a shame.
The two hugs sent to ring as the action gets underway in this final round of what's been a pulsating contest here in London. And maybe a little bit controversially there, those two visits to the canvas might have swung this one for once and for all in Buatsi's direction. But it's worth saying at this point that the judges don't have to go along with what the referees indicated. Now the two of them are landing bombs. Both of them land huge headshots. They're really going for broke.
Yeah, big effort there from Joshua Buatsi, really loading up. Dan Azeez took the shots well. It was brilliant to see him embracing the centre of the ring at the beginning of this 12th round. A hug, a kiss, mutual respect. This is the ultimate gladiatorial sport, and these guys have left it all in the ring. 12th and final round, 2 minutes to go.
They've been mates for years, and they'll remember this fight for the rest of their lives. The two of them now going toe-to-toe again. Good work from Azeez, good headshots. As Buatsi misses wildly with a left hook of his own, the better punches in that exchange unquestionably came from Azeez. And as you see the closing stages here, he lands another big right hand, Azeez. And you can't help but think, if only he'd had a bit more power, he might have won here tonight. But it doesn't look as though he's going to go to him. As a left hand from Buatsi catches him. And the two of them are going to go right the way up to the final bell. There's little more than a minute to go now. Who can find something special? And it's Buatsi who forces Reyes back with a left hand.
Yeah, Azeez trying to come back with shots of his own. Both guys are giving it everything here. What a fantastic contest we've got here. 12th and final round. Both guys going for it cold. They have left it all in the ring. This is what we expected.
They have the last 2 or 3 rounds. I did not see this coming. Buatsi fading slightly, but still fighting back. But Azeez really finishing strong. As I say, such a shame that he slipped on that canvas. Buatsi putting left hook, right hook. Good work from Joshua Buatsi here.
He's trying to take him out here. He's trying to take him out.
He's in desperate trouble.
And I don't think Azeez really knows where he is. We're now into the last 20 seconds. Can Buatsi find a big punch? He was almost out on his feet there, Azeez. He's desperately tired, and it's just pot-shotting for Buatsi. Left jab was a scoring shot. He misses with another one, and maybe he's decided that he doesn't need to do it. I think he's holding back here. I think he had his man going, and I think he deliberately held back and didn't put him away when he could have done. But what a fight this has been. We come to the final bell. The embrace is warm, is respectful, and is, dare I say it, almost passionate, because they gave absolutely everything in there. What a fight.
That was one of the best 12th rounds you will ever see. Both guys gave it absolutely everything. You could see what it meant to both of them. Just Cole, when you fought Joshua Buatsi, had Dan Azeez in desperate sort of trouble. Did he let him survive? Did he let him hear the final bell? That's the question I want to ask, because Azeez was gone.
I'm not so sure about that. I think Joshua Buatsi put a big combination together. He had a lot of success, and he was breathing heavily himself. I think if he could have gone for the finish and got the finish, he would have done it and made the statement. All I can do is give massive credit to both fighters. Buatsi, for me, he's done enough and he finished strong. It was unfortunate that we had the canvas slipping areas, and it just threw a bit of a spanner in the works and raised that question mark. So was that a punch? Was it a clean knockdown? Was it not? And I think Joshua Buatsi finished there in the round 12 just to seal the deal and make sure, because he was dominating for most of the fight. The first 2/3 of the fight, he was in front. He lost a couple of rounds, Buatsi, but Dan Azeez was getting back into it. And just as he was getting back into it and making an impression on the fight, he was dropped twice.
And don't you just love this sport? There's been so much talk in the build-up, so many theories, so much passion. Two old friends having an absolute war in there tonight, and by God, did it deliver.
Absolutely, and the respect was there from start to finish. They was giving each other time with the slightly snippy canvas there. They embraced each other on the start of the final round, and at the end they embraced. Similar to me and Mikkel Kessler, good friends, but there was respect before the fight, respect after the fight, but not during the fight. We're in there to do a job, and both of them lived themselves proud tonight. And that was one hell of a spectacle.
Yep, it certainly was. Both guys left it all in the ring. That was something quite special. Credit where credit's due to Dan Azeez. He bit down and he fought the best fight he could fight. But for me, the better, classier work, the heavier-handed work come from Joshua Buatsi. But what a fight. Both guys said they would deliver, and boy, did they deliver.
Yeah, wherever you've been watching this tonight, if you've not been able to make it down here to watch it live or not been in front of a television screen, wherever you've been listening with us, I just hope we've been able to convey the sheer excitement of this night and the great respect between the two of them, the sheer gladiatorial intensity of a tremendous fight which delivered drama, skill, bravery, absolutely in spades.
Well, it's really nice to see it when you get a fight that's got so much respect. We're going to get the official announcement now.
Who's won it? We think it's Buatsi, and now in a moment we're about to get...
Ladies and gentlemen, after 12 full rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for the official decision. Judge Marcus McDonald scores it 116 to 110, while judges Howard Foster and Michael Alexander score it 117 to 109. Declaring your winner, and now the winner of the WBA final eliminator, and now the mandatory for the WBA World Championship, and the new British and Commonwealth light heavyweight champion, Joshua Buatsi.
Do you know something? I can't argue with that. I can't argue with the cards. I thought everything was absolutely bang on there. It's just such a shame that in that 10th round, 11th round, when he slips on the canvas, and it's quite obvious to slip the first one in particular, it does change the tide of the fight. As he was in the ascendancy, Azeez, it could have been even closer come the back end.
It just taints it, doesn't it? I mean, nobody's arguing. There's a lot of respect here. They're embracing, and nobody's arguing about the decision. But just when Buatsi was coming in round 10 and 11, he had two great rounds. 9 and 10, should I say, sorry. 11 and 12, there was the knockdowns, and there was slip. Buatsi did land the punch, but Azeez's feet went from under him when he was taking the punch. And I think that changed it, because you got quite a wide scorecard there, 117, 109 on one of the scorecards. That's quite a landslide win for Buatsi, and Azeez closed that gap, and that ended up being a very, very close fight. I think the right man won. Fair play to Buatsi, but then Azeez there done himself proud.
Well, that round in particular, the 11th round, he's winning that round. He gets clipped, dropped twice, counted by the officials, so therefore you've got to score it at 10-7 in the favour of Joshua Buatsi, where it should have been a 10-9 the other way because of how well he was doing, and then all of a sudden you've got a real firefight in the last round, haven't we, boy?
Well, I thought the second knockdown, to be fair, was a legitimate one. It landed on the back of the head, and that one actually did.
But he's chasing the fight because of the first one.
Absolutely, so it changes the momentum of the fight and all that. I totally get that. I scored it 116, 110 to Joshua Buatsi. That doesn't tell the tale of that fight. That fight was unbelievable. Azeez was competitive in every single round, but the rounds that Buatsi won, for me, he won more clearly. I think the better work, Cole, was coming from Joshua Buatsi. The classier, more spiteful work was coming from Buatsi.
Well, round 4 to round 8, so round 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, that's 5 rounds where Buatsi really did kind of dominate and nick the judges. I think every judge would have seen that like I've seen it, because there were 10-9 rounds, quite clear winners for Buatsi. Then when Azeez, there were close rounds, but Buatsi was a clear winner. But then when Azeez came back into it with them unfortunate slips, the right man won, but it was a great fight. So for the listeners, you've not seen, you've been listening to what was a great fight there for the British title, the WBA, eliminated for the light heavyweight title. I'm happy with the result, but it was frustrating.
Absolutely, and another thing that we've learned tonight as well, and there was questions about him coming into this, could Joshua Buatsi swim in those deep waters? Listen, at the end there, he had to tough it out. He had to dog it out a little bit. There was class in the middle, as you rightfully pointed out, Carl. The slick stuff that he was throwing out there, we all kind of expected. But when it's put on him, when the pressure's on there, big fight like this, big bragging rights knocking about, can you respond? And ultimately, he did.
He absolutely did, and that's a fight that will develop him as a fighter moving forward. If he's looking at Billam-Smith or Anthony Yard, or dare even say it, Beterbiev, then he'll be a better fighter for that experience in there tonight.
There's nothing better than a good domestic British dust-up, is there, John? When you're calling fights like that, I mean, you just have to sit back sometimes and just enjoy the action.
Well, it's terrific, isn't it? I mean, it's almost a boxing cliche, isn't it, when they talk about throwbacks, but I think about, you know, sort of great fights that I've seen absolutely pretty much in this seat, in this old hall over the years. And it is going back to one which would have impressed the likes of not only Frank Warren, Barry Hearn, but going back before them to Jarvis Astaire, who was the man who pretty much owned this place, Mickey Duff, Terry Lawless, etc., etc. It was that sort of fight. It was just a wonderful, real red-blooded conflict. The better boxer won, and I think the right result was given. But what a terrific spectacle.
Yeah, it was in danger in that middle rounds of Buatsi taking it and just kind of dominating, but Azeez closed the gap and made that a very competitive fight. The first couple of rounds were pretty close, and then the last 4 or 5 rounds, so exciting, edge of your seat stuff. And Dan Azeez is dressed like Marvin Hagler, and he really went for it there in the end. He does lack power, which I think was his undoing in the end, because his punches that he did land, and he landed a lot of them, they didn't have quite enough effect. He just lacks that bit of power, which his record just demonstrates. He's not a big puncher, but what a great fight, and we're all privileged to be sitting here ringside and witnessing what we've just witnessed tonight.
Obviously, we're going to be speaking to both of these gentlemen in a moment or two. Just quickly, I think Spencer's out and about with his microphone speaking to the Who's Who. He's with Derek Chisora right now, actually. Let's get a little bit of take from Del.
Yeah, cheers, guys. Yeah, I am with Derek Chisora. Derek, how are you, my friend?
I'm all right, man. How are you, Spencer?
Yeah, I'm very, very well. Listen, we've just witnessed something very, very special there. Both guys left it all in the ring. You know, we was expecting a great fight, and Del, that's just what we got.
No, it was a great fight, but I think Dan, first 4 rounds, he could not find himself. You know, his jab was very slow. I could see his jab coming from a mile. He was too slow. I don't know what was going on in his mind, but you know, he came back in. You know, Buatsi was unbelievable from the get-go. It was a great fight. I enjoyed it. First fight I enjoyed on Sky.
Absolutely, it was a fantastic fight, and you're right in what you say there. Dan Azeez maybe too slow getting going, and he brought it, and they left it all in the ring, right down to the wire there. Congratulations to Joshua Buatsi. He can now look forward to a world title shot somewhere. Where does Dan Azeez go from here, Derek? Does he just go back to the drawing board, rebuild?
Oh, mate, he can go back anywhere he wants, bro. You know, the crowd loves him. I like to watch him fight. His style is unbelievable. So, listen, he can go back home, rest, and come back in after the summer and fight.
Yeah, listen, shocking news that would come out yesterday. Tyson Fury, your old mate, picked up a bad cut in sparring, and the fight with Alexander Usyk has been called off. The Undisputed, the fight we've been looking forward to for so long, gets called off. Disappointing, Derek.
No, it's the name of the game, you know, you're sparring, you get caught. You come out your house, you're going down the road for a jog, you slip, you sprain your ankle. It happens in boxing. So, you know what, most people are upset with Tyson, but I saw the cut itself. It was a big cut. But you know what, it happens. What can we do?
Listen, you got your ear to the ground in what's going on out in Saudi Arabia. Does the show still go on February the 17th? Does Usyk go in the ring? Is it Filip Hrgovic? We're hearing rumours of that. And when do we see Del Boy back?
Listen, can I say something? Yeah? The biggest curse in boxing, yeah, is become the mandatory. If you're mandatory for any belt, yeah, you're cursed, because you will not fight for that belt for 2 years or 3 years. And Hrgovic is going to be sitting on his bum waiting for that title, even Zhang. So, yes, we're going to see the fight. Tyson and Usyk are going to fight in the next 2 months, yeah? And then after that, they do a rematch, or else somebody will fight Ngannou or AJ, and then after that, we see the Undisputed again. But it's a long way game to wait.
February the 17th's gone?
It's gone. There's no day happening. There's nothing happening there.
Brilliant. Okay, all right, brilliant. Listen, great stuff there, Derek Chisora. Always good speaking to you, my friend.
Say bye to me. Okay, bye.
Always good speaking to you, my friend. You know that, man. Come on.
You're wearing heels, Spencer. Stop wearing heels.
All right, Adam Cashwell, I was waiting for the insult. Back to you, my friend.
Derek Chisora, Spencer Oliver there, ringside, just casting his eye over the fight. Hopefully we can try and get our hands on one of the fighters that has obviously participated in that contest. Spencer's just off-footing it, looking for a Joshua Buatsi or a Dan Azeez, who are currently ringside just having a quick chat with friends and family. But a fight like that, from a Joshua Buatsi point of view, we knew that there was a lot on the line for him tonight. It's an eliminator with the WBA to be at the top table with the top boys. We know there's going to be a unification, so he might have to wait. A little bit of a rest, enjoy the spoils of victory. Maybe an Anthony Yarde fight. Is that something that you'd like to see, Carl?
Yeah, that'd be a great fight. I mean, I think Anthony Yarde would fancy that. Slick skills, decent pace, power. He's got that speed as well, and a Yarde, but he'll grow from that. Joshua Buatsi will. That will make him a better fighter because, well, both of them fighters will learn and develop from that. Nobody got really badly hurt. I know there's a couple of knockdowns there, but for both guys. But we're talking about Buatsi. I think, yeah, there's definitely opportunities now moving forward. And with the aging of Beterbiev, how long has he got left? I know he's a consummate professional and a real clean liver, so you never know, he might box on for another couple of years. Yeah. But there are opportunities now for Joshua Buatsi that I thought would have come earlier in his career. And there's that delay that we talked about earlier, that switch from Eddie, from DAZN to Sky. He could have gone over to DAZN, he stayed with Sky Sports. And here he is, he's had the fight of his life there. It was a British grudge match, if you like, WBA eliminator, and he's come out on top.
Well, let's get back ringside, because Spencer Oliver, I think he's with Ben Shalom for now. Let's get over there and find out what Ben thought of the fight.
Boys, I've not just got Ben Shalom, I've got Ben Whitaker as well, yeah? I've pulled in 2 for 1 here, right, boys? First of all, Ben Whitaker, let's start with you. What a performance there, my friend. Brilliant stuff. Are you looking forward to what's coming next?
Of course, great main event there as well, but all I'm thinking about now is going back, eating and having a nice shower.
Good man. Listen, what a performance there, Ben, from Ben Whitaker, and we saw there, and he was talking about maybe even eyeing up the loser of that contest. They both left it all in the ring there. Dan Azeez, Joshua Buatsi, salute them both for that.
Yeah, incredible. First of all, Mr. Whitaker, when we announced his time, the amount of messages we had, the whole arena was full, and that's the star power that he already possesses. But yeah, that fight was incredible. Credit to both guys, credit to Dan Azeez. He gave it everything. I thought the fight was slightly closer than it was, and I know he slipped a couple of times, but both of them, you couldn't talk about two better people, better light heavyweights than those two. And yeah, the way they fought to the end and the respect they showed each other, that's what British boxing's about. And hopefully Buatsi now goes on to win a world title, but Dan Azeez will be back as well in some big fights. So both of them deserve a huge amount of credit.
Yeah, they certainly do. Look, Ben Whitaker, you've been in that ring tonight, so you know exactly how slippery it was. Both guys seem to be having trouble holding their feet in there. Was it that slippery?
It was a shame what happened to Azeez there in the last one, slipping and whatnot. I don't think it was a knockdown, but a punted land as well, but it's part of the game, sadly. Protect yourself at all times. Luckily enough, I didn't have to go through that. I was hopping on one leg and I still managed to stay up.
Yeah, I certainly saw that, mate. But listen, last one from you, Ben. You know, where does the winner go from there now? You know, it was the WBA mandatory. We know what's going on with Dimitri Bivol-Narta. Beterbiev out in Saudi Arabia, June the 1st. Does the winner there, Joshua Buatsi, get the winner of that, or do we see him in with Anthony Yarde? Come on, Ben, give us it, mate.
Listen, it has to be. He's the mandatory now. That'll be the next one that's called. So hopefully that unification gets out of the way and he fights the winner or it breaks up. But in the meantime, the Anthony Yarde fight's a huge fight. I know it's something Buatsi wants. I believe it's something Yarde wants as well. And for Buatsi to sell out Wembley Arena tonight, I think that sells out the O2, possibly a stadium fight at Crystal Palace. That's Josh Buatsi's dream, and maybe we can make it happen in June.
Listen, you had a smile on your face like a Cheshire cat then, my friend, as soon as I mentioned Anthony Yarde. So, boys, I'm going to throw this back to you, but listen to this one. Joshua Buatsi, Anthony Yarde, that could be next.
Music to my ears. Just a word on Joshua Buatsi and to Dan Azeez. They've just both gone off to medicals. They left it all in the ring, and it's always good to make sure that they are fit and healthy and able to leave the arena a little later on. But they've gone off to go and see the doctor. Ultimately, somebody's all had to go, but what a fight. Buatsi was the cream that ultimately rose to the top, but Dan Azeez didn't half make it hard for him. Just as he was turning the tide, a slip on the canvas, classed as a knockdown, flipped the fight again. The light heavyweight scene in Britain is alive and well, and Dan Azeez is certainly amongst it. But Josh Buatsi gets a touch closer to the world title dream. Bring on the domestic dust-ups. For all the fallout, tune into the talkSPORT breakfast show on Monday morning from 6 a.m. From the Fight Night team here at Wembley, the night.
Two big shots went in there from Buatsi, left hook landed, followed by the right hand. The first 2 clean shots landed there. Good work from Buatsi.
Then a big right hand from Azeez, and the two of them are going toe-to-toe as we move into the final 10 seconds of this third round. Buatsi looks for a huge right hand. Azeez slips it and finishes on the attack. Another couple of good body shots. 2 of them absolutely toe-to-toe. Best punch maybe a left hand from Buatsi. And now Azeez, a left-hand lead into the face of Buatsi, and smiles at Azeez as much as to say, you may be my friend, I know everything about you, and you know that I can punch. Buatsi this time just put him down with a genuine right hand. Once again, Azim slips on the wet surface of the ring, but that was a great punch from Buatsi, and that's his 2nd knockdown in the round.
Buatsi putting left hook, right hook, left hook, right hook. Good work from Joshua Buatsi here.
He's trying to take him out here. He's trying to take him out.
He's in desperate trouble.
And I don't think Azeez really knows where he is.
Judge Marcus McDonald scores it 116 to 110. While judges Howard Foster and Michael Alexander score at 117 to 109. Declaring your winner. And now the winner of the WBA final eliminator. And now the mandatory for the WBA World Championship. And the new British and Commonwealth light